and they have a quick timeline. So thank you all for coming. My name is Brittany Dixon, and I'm the Executive Director of Club 20. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you guys would all mind rising. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Just a couple of housekeeping items. In the middle here with the sound system, there are supports, so if you need to speak to somebody, please go behind you. We don't want anybody tripping and falling. I know that I'm a clumsy person myself, so I would fall over all of these boards. So please be careful of that. We do have lots of coffee, treats, goodies for everybody, so make sure to help yourself. If you haven't grabbed an agenda and any other information you may need, that you will find over here. We also have some handouts in the back with some articles that we've had sent to us. And then last, but certainly not least, we also have the wonderful Swire Monster fridge back there with all sorts of refreshments. So if you need bottled water, sparkling water, sodas, go over there and help yourself. Let's give a round of applause to Swire and to Chevron for being our sponsors. And then there are also the restrooms out this way and to the left. Most of you, or a lot of you, have been here before. So if you need anything, come ask myself, Andrea, or Cameron. We're happy to help you out. With that, I am going to jump right into our federal updates because, like I said, we have legislators that have a quick timeline jump off for us. So let's go ahead and start with, I think all of them are here. Yes, okay. So we will go ahead and start with Hillary Henry with Senator Bennett's office.
Good morning. Oh, can you all hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to be here. I have just a few quick updates this morning. First, I wanted to let everyone know that our congressional directed spending process is now open. We are again doing a joint application process with Senator. If you have any questions at all, I would encourage you to reach out to me. I am always happy to talk through the process. As folks know, we've been through it before. It's a multi-step process, and selecting the right account, like making sure your project fits, is important. It's something that as the process will get a little bit opaque. That application closes on March 24th. I will say that we are still waiting for guidance from the Senate Appropriations Committee, and we have new leadership in the Senate this year, and so we do expect that guidance to change. But we also expect a very short turnaround on when we receive requests and when we have to submit them to the committee. So our application process is open now to give you the most time to put forward your next project. But eligibility could be updated, and we will keep everyone informed as goes through that process. And I guess I would also just want to address, I think we've had quite a few questions about is congressional direct spending going to come back, or is it just playing out with sort of all the changes and uncertainty about federal funding? And the answer is that we don't know for sure that it's coming back. We think there's a good chance that it will, so we want to be ready to take advantage of that funding. Our offices have received between $100 and $150 million for Colorado per year in this process. We don't want to leave that on the table if it does come back, and we want to be prepared. But there is uncertainty, so just letting everyone know that. And if you have any questions, want to talk it through, I'm always happy to. And with that, I'll talk a little bit about federal funding. I think we have just seen, of course, there was a freeze on federal funding that has now been pulled back. Things have been gotten through processes of being frozen and unfrozen. We are doing our best to get answers for folks. So if you are experiencing difficulties pulling down funds, transfer you got the stop work order, please let us know. I'm happy to reach out to the agencies, try to get an update for you. And of course, we are tracking all of the grants and funding to make sure that we know what might be impacted, might not. And so with that, I would say that we're especially paying close attention to transportation funding. The state of Colorado has over $600 million of announced but not contractually obligated grant funds, and those are funds that we would need to get up to that. We're also paying close attention to some of the tax credits and clean energy programs that were in the Inflation Reduction Act. And one of those programs that we're especially focused on is the New Era program, which brought over $1 billion to the state, and it's something Senator Bennett championed, and it has money both for tri-state and Grand Valley Power in that program. And so it's something we're paying close attention to. And then I will say for healthcare, we've been paying close attention to the budget reconciliation process happening right now in the Senate, and any changes to Medicaid. I think we're particularly concerned about how that might impact our rural hospitals. When folks move from Medicaid to being uninsured, they usually still get care. So that's just less reimbursement for our hospitals, which can be able to put us straight on that. And Senator Bennett introduced an amendment during the budget process a few weeks ago to stop any changes that impact rural hospitals. That vote failed, but something that's just trying to speak about and talk about the importance of supporting our rural health system. And then finally, for tourism, I have two quick updates. Senator Bennett passed 9 bills during the lame duck session at the end of last conference, which we're really excited about. There's 2 bills in that were directly related to sort of our tourism economy. One was the rural outdoor investment, the bill that Senator Bennett introduced in 2023, and it allowed funding in the public works program, which is part of the Economic Development Authority, to be used for outdoor recreation projects. So provides direct investment for rural communities that are wanting to build up their outdoor recreation resources. So really great opportunity and something that we'll be looking to develop projects here in Western Colorado for this year. So if you have great outdoor recreation ideas, please let us know. We'd love to brainstorm with you about how we can get some great projects here in Colorado through that program. The second bill he was able to pass with the Flexible Partnerships Program. This is a program that championed in the 2018 Farm Bill. What it does is it allows Forest Service administrative sites to be entered into public-private partnerships to build affordable housing. So really cool. We have a couple of projects in the works here in Colorado. One with in Dillon with Telecom partnering with the Forest Service site there. The Forest Service is going to get some new housing as well as Dillon. And it's particularly in a mountain communities, housing is incredibly short. I think that's something we're experiencing across the state, but particularly in our mountain communities. And the Forest Service often has the land for new development or housing, but doesn't have the resources. And so this bill allows these partnerships to happen and to build more housing. So we're really excited that program was reauthorized and the late back session is part of the Explore Act. And some of the provisions in that program will also updated. So it increased the length of the lease term from 30 to 100 years to make it more possible for local governments to participate in that program. So really exciting things that we have passed at the last conference. Thanks so much, and happy to take any questions or check in if anyone has a question at the table.
Any questions? Or Wendell, sorry.
No, do not. Mayor. Good morning, Hillary. I got 100 stuff from the town hall.
Yeah.
What is a good update to show me money? Second question would be where are we at surveying the format that did not make the last session.
That's happy to talk about both of those things. I think tomorrow there's an update from the Colorado Revenue District. And so I'm sure that they will give you like a full that run out of exactly what this is showing funding is. But I will say that Senator Bennett himself worked really hard at the end of last year to get that funding in now. So over $170 million in funding for drought resilience right the Friday before the end of the Biden administration, and that included 40 million for the so we were really excited to see that funding get announced and for sure to be included as the top priority of the senators and something very hard personally for about 6 weeks. That funding is not obligated yet, which could make it subject to some of the funding freezes. We are hearing that it should hopefully not be affected. I think we're paying close attention to that and doing everything we can to make sure we get that funding. The other, the energy permitting reform, and I'll maybe kick this to Jeanette to Senator from the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, but that bill was a bipartisan bill that was making its way through the Energy and Natural Resources Committee at the end of the last Congress. It didn't pass. I think there is still bipartisan desire to permitting reform move forward. They would still need 60 votes for that to pass because permitting reform is not a budget bill, and so it can't go through the reconciliation process like we're seeing from the other things go through. So instead of needing 50 votes, which is what you do the reconciliation for budget, that would still need 60 votes. So it still would need to be bipartisan. I think with a new Congress, the shape of like what those negotiations would look like are sort of reforming, and we haven't had a major update on what might happen there yet, but I know that it's a priority for Delaware County and many others around here to see more permitting reforms to get more clean power and either transmission or both. So happy to talk about that more, and I know it's something that's important for those who look at.
Any other questions? All right, let's give Hillary a round of applause. One other announcement for everybody, once we do all of these federal updates, we will switch to questions at a table. So if you do have a question, make sure to go to the table right back there, right in front of Jeanette over there, and this mic will be there for you to ask your question. Or if you're seated in front of the tabletop mic, make sure you're speaking very loud and proud into it. The red light indicates that it is on, not off. So it is on if there's a light. If there's no light, it is off, which is a little bit different than the mics that we have. Okay, Miss Jeanette with Hickenlooper's office.
Good morning, everyone. Jeanette Campbell with Senator Hickenlooper's office.
Oh, I can move that, sorry. And project.
Jeanette Campbell with Senator Hickenlooper's office. Just wanted to start by sharing that the senator once again for this Congress is sitting on the same committees he was previously. So you expected to see on working on small business and entrepreneurship, everything after business that we mentioned. On transportation, because he does sit on Commerce, and health, labor, and pension. So he's been doing a lot of work around workforce and apprenticeships and things like that. So I wanted to share that that's going to continue to be the same. As far as yes, for your election, we're starting to talk to more closely with Senator Bennett's office. We have been paying attention to all the federal work that has come up for us recently, and I guess what I can share in regards to that is first a lot of inquiries regarding that. We have been collecting information on our website. There's a form that if you are being affected by it, even though what we're hearing is that even though it was revoked, some organizations are still having, either have questions or having some issues, and so we've been working with our constituents closely on that. And if that pertains to you, feel free to talk to us, or to, visit our website, so I'm happy to help you in any way with that if you can. I would say, and to add to what we've been working on with federal funding and paying attention to layoffs and things like that. Hillary already mentioned some of the things that we've been hearing about, but in addition to what she shared, I would add that Senator Cooper, did advocate, for folks who were working with SBA, with the Small Business Association, and, if there were any layoffs there that affected them, put out a letter and was just asking, for that to be reinstated. And in regards to health care, we've been paying attention to the NIH funding and how that affects constituents. Same things, came out with a statement and a letter in support of that. In regards to energy, yes, we are still very much focused on, transmission reform and permitting, as, Hillary mentioned earlier. Another thing that, Senator Hickenlooper is really interested in is critical minerals, and we did reintroduce the Unearthed Information Act, which is with Senator Tillis, and, it would essentially just allow for us here in the United States to, have more responsible critical mineral production, states that have very different sector, not only for energy purposes, but also for national security purposes. And that's what I have for today. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Jeanette? Wendell?
Good morning. Pretty much same question I had, Hillary, where is, where is the senator on energy permitting reform? Remember, it doesn't do fossil fuels, as well as renewables and transmission. Second question is, where does the senator stand possible delisting? Thank you.
Yeah, so in regards to the first question, we're gonna work hard against Congress to do everything we can to move forward on permitting and transmission reform. And, in regards to wolves, I would say the senator, has in the past spoken publicly about, making sure that the state has the freedom to be able to make the decisions that it's making. We have taken a position on the delisting piece, but happy to talk about that.
I'd love to hear the answer. The delisting. So if he could, if he does take a position for himself.
I will thank you.
Let's give Jeanette a round of applause.
Next up, we have Ms. Riley Scott, Deputy District Director for Representative Jeff Hurd.
Directly into the lap. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Riley Scott with Congressman Jeff Hurd. Very honored to be here today and actually have a reason to be at a Club 20 meeting rather than just learning. Yes, very excited. Wanted to give you guys a little bit of an introduction to Congressman Hurd's office, our staff, and what we've been doing in DC. Many of you know our district director is Betsy Bear. I'm our deputy district director. Both of us are based here in Grand Junction. We have a Southwest Colorado office down in Durango that is staffed by Naomi Dobbs. And then we also have an office in Pueblo that is staffed by Kathy Garcia. We've got caseworkers in all of our offices besides Durango. So any of those cases also happy to help with. We've also got an office obviously in Washington, DC. If you're in DC, please let us know. We would love to host you, whether you want a tour or to meet with the congressman. He loves to meet with constituents, and we'd love to get you guys anything you need while you're in DC. So Yeah, Betsy and I kind of covered 10 counties: Rio Blanco, Moffett, Garfield, Mesa, Delta, Montrose, Uray, Johnson, Pitkin, and a little bit of people that Congressman Hurd has. So we're splitting those, but any issues that come up, we're happy to talk about, and please do get my information and we can chat about anything that you guys are concerned about. In terms of what the congressman has been doing in DC, he's been assigned to 3 different committees, the first being the Natural Resources Committee. He is on subcommittees for energy and mineral resources, and then also the chairman of the subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs, which is great because we have 2 federally recognized tribes here in our district in Southwest Colorado. And then Insular Affairs is all of our territories, so like Puerto Rico, Guam. So he's overseeing that subcommittee. That's very exciting as a freshman to have a subcommittee chairmanship. So we're really proud to have that. Secondly, he's on Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He's on 3 subcommittees there, the first being Highways and Transit. And then Aviation is another one that he's on. And then finally, Water Resources and Environment. So that deals with the WRDA process, any of the Army Corps of Engineers water infrastructure projects is in that subcommittee. And then finally, he's on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. He's on 2 subcommittees there, the Energy Subcommittee and then the Environment Subcommittee. I feel like those always get put together. So 2 separate subcommittees. So I think that committee makeup is really exciting for the 3rd Congressional District. I think it fits really well. So we're very excited to be on those committees and be a leader on our subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs. First piece of legislation that the Congressman has introduced is called the Local Act, and that would bring the Bureau of Land Management headquarters back to Grand Junction permanently. We've got all 4 congressional Republicans of Colorado as co-sponsors, and I just checked this morning, we're at 17 co-sponsors, so that's exciting news for our first piece of legislation. We've also introduced a bipartisan bill with Senator Bennett on the Gold King mine spill. That was a mine spill back in 2015. So we're excited to introduce that bipartisan piece of legislation and thank the senators for working with us on that or allowing us to tag on. I know you guys have done that work for a while. And then we've co-sponsored some bills on issues ranging all across the board, including the Fix Our Forests Act, which passed the House back in January. So we are really looking forward to working with Club 20, working with all of you. I know I'm a new face, but please get my information and feel free to reach out anytime. Betsy Bear is our district director. She's been around the block for a while, so many of you know her, and she's also happy to hear from any of you, and she will be here as well over these next 2 days. So really looking forward to getting to know everyone further, and thank you so much for the time. Oh, and questions?
Yes, any questions for Riley? Jeff or Michael?
That's all right. Riley, you may be new to the position, which are not. Right.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here and to be representing the Congress.
And we're damn happy you are.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Riley, Bonnie Peterson, here in Mason County. Tell me a little bit about what the Gold Mine bill is. I'm not.
Yeah, so there was a mine spill in 2015 that I think it was 3 million gallons of polluted water was put into the San Juan and Animas rivers. So that affected Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, maybe Utah, I'm not sure. But we're trying to get some compensation through the EPA for those victims of that and some of the businesses that were affected.
So you know that mine is still, does that mine is useful?
I don't think it's a gold mine. Okay, yeah, I'm not super familiar, so
I remember now.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. So it was closed up and then they were supposedly remediating that process.
You did it right here.
Yeah, I know.
You did it right there. Wow. Remember the picture of the Yellow River? So that's what in effect is.
agriculture. Bonnie, they never did a complaint.
They just let it run, okay, and.
Riley, welcome. Thank you. Where is the BLM bill local act and when will it come up for vote in the Senate? The second question would be, where does the congressman stand on potentially listening?
Yes, so the local act is in the natural resources, committee, which the congressman is a member of, but it has not gone through markup or to a vote in the committee, so it hasn't reached the House floor yet. And I do not know if there's a Senate, there's not a Senate right now that I know, so. We'll keep working on that for now in the House. And then on delisting, the congressman is a co-sponsor of the legislation to delist the wolf from endangered species. So we're looking for further feedback from all of you, as you guys are the ones on the ground, understand this issue well, on anything else that would be productive legislation. So please do let us know, if you have any further ideas on the wolf. Yes.
That's just a follow up on that question. I really appreciate Congressman Hurd's stance on the delisting. The question that comes up is that it's supposed to be about the species population, not about political boundaries. Because apparently the wolves don't know when they cross the state line. So hopefully that legislation will serve as delisting regarding the species numbers, not this state is really confusing people. So that's all.
Here. I appreciate you looking out for the wolves, Aaron. But yes, I
Any other questions?
thank you guys.
Thank you, Riley. Let's give her a round of applause.
Now, with that, I will turn it over to our first committee of the day. Our wonderful chair, Kent, is here for the Telecommunications Committee.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to 1220 meeting. Working with our bylaw, we ask the current 1220 members and participate in vote matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a 1220 member, you can staff more information. The discussion is open to members and guests, and the critical part of our community. When asking a question, making a comment, speaking to microphone, speak louder, so everyone can hear. For those sitting in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone. The chair has acknowledged you, and then turn on your microphone once you finish speaking. For those in the back of the room, on the staff, we set up a table to my left here for questions that location. If you those joining us virtually, please mute yourself. If you have a question, please introduce yourself, and then during the meeting, unmute yourself, proceed with the question. Lastly, we'd like to thank our sponsor from venue and lunch. Telecom. Appreciate it. The co-chair, it's me, is online. Please, you want to introduce yourself?
Kate, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I could not hear anything else.
Okay. So with that, everybody, eat the microphone, please. Thank you. So Kate, go ahead and introduce yourself and say.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm not able to be there in person. Kate Smead, the co-chair with Kent of the telecommunications group.
Okay, with that,
Do introductions on yet?
we have our,
Not yet.
not yet.
Let's go ahead and do introductions.
Yeah, and I'll let you know as soon as they're on.
Maybe Kent microphone isn't working. Like we can't hear him at all.
No.
I can hear mumbling, but that's about it. But Brittany, when you speak, it's like super clear.
How's this one?
I can hear you, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we will go around the room and do introductions.
Yeah, I think we have time. I'll let you know as soon as our guests are on.
Okay, so
Which side do you want to start at?
microphone background.
Yeah, so we'll
Start
go.
at the tabletops.
Okay, start with mine, right?
My name is Candy Meehan. I'm the mayor of the town of Norwood, so the designated representative for San Miguel County. Cindy Dozier, Montrose, and I am the executive. Very true. Okay, Mary Jo Coulihan, Archuleta County, co-chair of tourism. So.
Brett Bobby's County Media Master.
Already Travis, Black County. Meredith Linky, Grand County, Cerebral Company.
Bonnie Peters in Mesa County.
Very cool, Mesa County. Will go to Association.
Wendell Codes, Dalton County, and things that.
Great Bend, County Commissioner, and alternate for County. For the Wooded River.
Mike Goolsby, HDR, Exec Committee and co-chair of transportation. Mike McCall with HDR, co-chair of transportation committee.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County Public Chair.
Andrea Wilson, Policy and Operations Director, Club 20.
Lisa Thatcher, HDR, and formerly with CDOT with the students.
Well Ranch.
Happy well, Delta County. Board of Directors, Club 20 and one range. Lois John, Mesa County.
Very cool. Mr. Dalton County.
Tom Schmitz, co-chair of tourism for Rec, Boston County.
Danner, Moffett, or Montrose County.
Clark Gregg, Mayor of Ignacio.
Sharon Craig, Oklahoma County. William Henry, Senator Bennett. Phyllis Davis, Dolores County Commissioner. Martinez, Mesa County.
Jared Gelder, Grand Valley Power Energy Committee co-chair.
That's Alman, Northwest Colorado Energy. Keon.
Greg Williams, you want it. Dave, thank you, water.
Ray Killerby, PLJ Engineering.
Don Metzler, Colorado, that's the accelerator and Holy Cross Government. Brad Dickens, pastor. Richard Davis from Grand Junction, here's a guest of Canton. Andrew Pickling, Director, Colorado Maintenance Accelerator, former UP. Okay, I think that is everybody.
And then online, we have Terry Binder, Doug Monger, Kate Sneed from Comcast, Sarah Carlisle from Tri-State, and Steve Child.
Okay. We have our state legislators.
Not yet.
So with that, I guess we will jump ahead. Kate, are you ready for your B presentation? Kate, can you hear us?
I don't think she can. We'll give you this one, we'll try this one. They're coming in to look to see if they can make it any louder for us.
Kate, I think we will jump ahead and let you do your B presentation while we wait for the two state legislators.
Thank you, Seta. I was gonna jump in. I can hear Brittany, but I can't hear, maybe Brittany's using her outside voice as well, but, so Kent, did you want me to jump in and chat about BEAD?
Yes, please.
Oh, I can hear you now. Okay. Great. So, as we've kind of talked about, I guess it was 6 months or so ago now, the state of Colorado, the Colorado Broadband Office received around $826 million of federal funding from the broadband grant that was at the federal level. And it's been, we had the challenge period. And I think when we met last time, we were heading into the getting prepared for the granting round. So they've now had 2 rounds of funding. The second round just closed last Friday. The first, and I'm gonna pull up a little bit of information here to share. The first round of funding, they received around, my recollection is about 40% of the state coverage. But the federal legislation requires that they cover 100% of the state, of the unserved locations within the state. So the second round, they modified some of the program requirements and ran a second round that was a little bit easier for applicants to submit applications that worked well for their area. And so they just, like I said, that was just finished on Friday. They have not released any information officially on that. I have heard that they received double the requests of the amount of funding that was left in this round. So oversubscribed, which is not shocking. And they are, working to figure out a plan between round 1 and round 2 of full coverage of 100% of the state. And we'll release that information, I've heard, in about 2 weeks. And I see that Senator Roberts joined us, so I'll pause there.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. Senator Roberts, if you're ready and capable to speak and hear us, then we welcome you to lead us off with your status of legislation at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. I apologize, I'm not on camera. I am driving down to the Capitol right now from home in Frisco, but appreciate the invitation. I think you wanted me to come talk about House Bill 1056, and then I can take questions or provide comment on any other bills too, but I think that's the most relevant to your meeting this morning. House Bill 1056, as you all have probably seen and read, comes out of an interim committee that we had last summer and fall that was requested by a bipartisan group of legislators to study cell phone connectivity in Colorado, both in urban areas and in rural areas. I was a member of that committee, and this was one of the 3 bills that we recommended. And essentially, it's because we heard during the course of our interim committee, and which included field trips to both urban areas and out on the Western Slope, stories about local municipalities or county governments sitting on cell phone infrastructure or connectivity infrastructure applications for a very, very, very long time, and without really good reasoning. There's certainly a ton of towns and counties that are doing it really well and efficiently, but there were definitely some pretty egregious examples of situations that were unnecessary delays and government bureaucracy sort of just preventing new infrastructure or even just improvements to existing infrastructure from happening. So that's where the bill comes from. As you may have seen in the House, it was pretty significantly amended to move some of the shot clock days back. So, what started at 50 days is now 90 days, or what started at 90 days is now 120 days, based on which type of infrastructure it is. The bill passed the House. It is now in the Senate. It's going to have its first Senate hearing next Wednesday in the local government committee. And, I would say negotiations are ongoing with local governments. But this was something that we heard pretty clearly was a problem in Colorado. And so that's what the bill is seeking to address. Yeah, I think that's everything. I'm happy to take questions on that, or if you want me to talk about something else, I can do that too.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Kent. Good morning, Senator Kate Snead here. Question for you. I haven't been following these very closely at all. So I know it came out of the cell phone operability committee. But I think can say on behalf of Comcast and my experience that we experience this across all telecommunications, not just the wireless industry. So has there been any effort to make it more technology neutral and apply to all telecommunications and not just the wireless industry?
Our charge as a committee was more focused on wireless. So, I think anything broader than that would have been outside the purview of the committee. But I think we certainly have started some good conversations that may lead to future reforms in the broader broadband and telecommunication space.
Great. And my other question is, you kind of alluded to with conversations still happening with local and local government, but I'm wondering, I think we all have experienced this delay, and also there's tons of statutory things around, public hearings and notice and all kinds of things for this kind of infrastructure. And just wondering kind of, where the counties and the cities are on this mandate.
Yeah, the Colorado Municipal League is stridently opposed, very opposed at the moment. I have some communications and negotiations that may happen today and tomorrow with them. The county commissioners, CCI, is I think a little less opposed, but I do believe is in an opposed position. Maybe not necessarily about the text of the bill, but sort of just on a local control principle. Again, counties and towns that are doing this well will not be impacted by the bill because they're already meeting these deadlines with lots of time to spare. This is really trying to focus on some of those, which I believe are outliers, but still cause problems. Some of those towns that don't get these applications processed fast enough.
Thank you. Kent, I'll hand it to you in the room since it's hard for us to hear what's happening if there's questions in the room.
Other questions? Questions outside of telecom? Since we have the senator with us? If he's open to that idea.
So the agenda also says Senate Bill 31, can you give us an update on?
Oh, Senator Roberts, can you also speak to Senate Bill 031?
Yes. So that was another bill that came out of this interim committee, and that one had to deal with making sure the broadband office and originally the Department of Homeland Security focused or had some level of staff support for wireless communications in addition to broadband. Because of the state's fiscal situation, that viability of having an employee in each of those offices to focus on this is not possible. So a pretty significant amendment was made in the first committee for this bill to remove the requirement for a new staff person in the CBO and the Department of Homeland Security. And the bill is now focused on making sure that, or one part is that the CBO needs to try to do this within existing resources. And then the second part is about making sure that emergency alerts that are sent by local governments or 911 entities, whatever district is in charge of that in your area, send out those alerts in 2 languages based on the English, of course, and then the predominantly spoken second language in that area, which in Colorado is Spanish, in almost every part of the state. So that's where the bill is now. And it passed the first committee with a bipartisan vote and got sent to the Appropriations Committee. As I mentioned, the fiscal note is now going to be 0, but because originally it had a fiscal note, it has to go through the Appropriations Committee first. But that bill should start moving to the Senate floor next week.
Senator Roberts, this is Kevin Blackwell, DMEA. Just curious, all of these bills in this particular committee kind of derived from the concept of filling in the gaps in the cellular network across the state. We all know that the geography of our state, makes that a bit of a challenging goal. But how do you feel that the mission of this committee and the mission of these bills is going to arrive at filling in some of those gaps in the cellular networks?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it was fascinating to learn the several reasons why cell phone coverage is good in some places in rural Colorado and not good in other places. Obviously, geography is a big part of it. If you have a big mountain or a canyon in the way, you're going to lose coverage unless you have ways to build around that. I think what I also learned is that this is not an issue that government is going to solve on its own. Obviously, that industry largely leads the charge as to where they want to put their infrastructure and where they see it will give most value to their customers and where they have the time and resources to make the investment. We heard, going back to the House Bill 1056, we heard from industry that, why would they bother in a jurisdiction where they know their permit's going to get held up for over a year or never get approved? They'll go to a jurisdiction that is much easier. And that's why some of those areas have better coverage than others. We also saw some great examples in Glenwood Canyon. If anybody's driven through Glenwood Canyon the last year or so, you can hold a call basically the whole way through now, which, 3 years ago, that was a dead zone. And that's because those folks worked with CDOT and the railroad to install small cell infrastructure along the rail corridor within the Glenwood Canyon. And that was an initiative or a partnership between CDOT and telecom companies. So that was fascinating to learn about of those public-private partnerships that can happen when people want to get it done.
Questions here at the table?
Senator Roberts, it's Bonnie Peterson. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Bonnie.
You sound great. Everybody be like Bonnie.
My question is on the committee issue. Is there enough depth in that study to determine whether that's really local government or is that federal agencies? Because I know BLM and Forest Service don't want those things in their area. And what role does wilderness play? Because we can't possibly put a transmitter in wilderness.
So, of course, yes, there needs to be infrastructure on all types of land, whether it's owned by by a municipality, by a county, by the state, or by the federal government. We, of course, don't have any ability to have jurisdiction over federal land at the state legislature, so we couldn't really legislate in that space. So we're legislating where we do have jurisdiction, and it's not included in this bill, but it has started a conversation about state land or state infrastructure, whether it's owned by CDOT or anyone else, about co-locating infrastructure on their existing infrastructure. So that has been a good conversation, but I agree with you that there's an issue. We need more of this infrastructure in federal, on federal land, but we can't really touch that with a state bill, legally, at least.
Well, I agree, and just kind of a follow-up to that, I want to be sure that we're not legislating something to our local governments, when really the larger issue might be the federal government. I realize the state has no control over the federal government, but we keep putting restrictions and mandates to local governments. Are we sure that that's all I'm asking is, are we sure through the study that that's really where the issue is?
Yes. Oh, it definitely is, Bonnie. Like I mentioned earlier, we heard some incredibly egregious examples of municipalities sitting on applications for even just improvements of existing cell infrastructure within their municipal boundaries, with absolutely no good reason. And, you need cell phone coverage where the people are. The people are usually within a municipal boundary or certainly close to one. And so a lot of this infrastructure is somehow has jurisdiction by a municipality or a county. So and I don't see it as a mandate. It's not a mandate. It basically says these permits, if you're not going to get to these permits, you need to give a reason why. And, you need to consider them. You can't just sit on them without taking action. That's the type of government bureaucracy that my constituents, that all of your constituents hate. It's completely unnecessary.
I agree. Thank you for that.
Next question. Mayor, Clean Key, Grant County, I just wanted to shout out to you and Speaker McCluskey and Rep. Lukens and many others for your support of Senate Bill 38. And to our surprise, it passed unanimously on the committee. So I was wondering if you can give us an update or let us know if there's anything else we need to do to get that across the finish line.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner, and thanks for all your support and testimony. Some good news on that front. That bill passed the House on Friday, passed the full House with only one no vote. I think it was 60-1. So it passed the entire legislature now with just one no vote and is now on its way to the governor's desk. We have gotten indication from the governor, because of one of the amendments we made in the first committee, that he will sign the bill. So that is very encouraging. I don't think it would hurt if people want to send an email or contact who they know in the governor's office and encourage him to sign Senate Bill 38. We would appreciate that. There's a kernel of good news on the wolf issue, that bill has been passed with near unanimous support and hopefully will become law very soon.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts, thank you for being here today. My name is Candy Meehan. I'm the mayor of the town of Norwood. I represent San Miguel County. Just full disclosure, I sent the executive committee for Colorado Municipal League. You made a reference to House Bill 1056 and that CML and CCI were proposed. Can you please allude to why the opposition is the objections that you are going to overcome to vote a yes on this bill, rather than acknowledge the objections that follow municipal and Colorado counties?
Sure. I think as far as I know, the objection from CML is that they don't want to be told what to do, and this is their purview, I guess, to sit on applications for as long as they see fit. I guess, and like I said, I received some amendment requests from CML yesterday, and we're going through those, and I think there might be a way to find some common ground. But again, we heard very, very egregious examples during our interim committee of municipalities sitting on permits and not taking action on them without reason. And I've heard a lot of great examples in municipalities that process these very quickly. And again, if you're doing that, you're not going to be impacted by the bill because you're already meeting the deadlines. So I guess this is kind of a choice for me of helping my constituents get better cell phone coverage or letting municipalities keep the red tape that holds this up. I mean, I'm going to choose my constituents every day of the week.
Senator Roberts, I know, Senator, you have maybe you need to run for, but may have time for one more question.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Nope.
Not, I guess you get off the hook. So. Senator, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Appreciate the insight and everything you're doing for Western Colorado.
Yeah, thank you all. Thanks for the invitation, and look forward to seeing some of you in Eagle on Sunday and connecting with Club 20 as much as I can. Appreciate it. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Senator Roberts. We're looking forward to it.
Sounds good. Thanks. Bye.
All right, Kate, sorry to interrupt you the way we did, but you're ready and able to go back, pick up where we left. No. We're gonna have Hillary from Bennett's office join. Senator Hickman, our Senator Bennett was, a lot of the legislation that came feed and his support for this funding program is obviously, helping to get where it is today.
Thanks, Kent. Can you guys see the screen I'm sharing from the Colorado Broadband Office?
Yes.
Awesome. So just and I provided the link to Andrea, so maybe in the minutes she can include it. But this is the website for the Colorado Broadband Office for the BEAD program, and down towards the bottom there's a round 1 summary. So again, the round 2 just ended on Friday. There is not a round 2 summary yet, but they said it's coming. And so all kind of the highlight of the information I gave is here. The other thing that just to in round 1, it was specifically, priority was for fiber projects, and then the state determined what the project areas were and where you could apply. And the big difference in round 2 was that they made it so that the provider could determine what the project areas and where they wanted to serve, and they opened it up to numerous technologies. And as Kent just said, Hillary is going to give us an update. The U.S. Commerce released a press release yesterday that the new administration is going to be changing the BEAD program anyway. And so very curious to hear what Hillary has to say and what this means, since we're so far along already in the state of Colorado. But I think from someone who used to work for the state of Colorado in this capacity and now works for a provider, we're very eager to see how we can get this money actually out to providers and broadband to all residents in the state of Colorado as quickly as possible, because there's a lot of talk and there hasn't been a ton of action yet, and we all have plans and would like to get everyone connected to the internet. So I can try and answer questions again just from my experience spending lots of time submitting these applications, but we could also just hand it over to Hillary to get an idea of how this all is going to pan out in the next couple months.
So are you ready?
Can you all hear me? Okay.
Can those online hear Hillary?
Okay, I'm going to talk loud. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview of the BEAD program. I know you all have heard me talk about this in the past, but I think it's important to understand how Senator Bennett thought about designing this program, to explain where we're at now and why we are concerned. And so the BEAD program was a $4 billion program in bipartisan infrastructure law, designed to be a one-time future-proof investment to connect every location that was unserved or underserved to broadband. And if the senator, in thinking about doing this, really thinks that digital infrastructure is no longer a nice to have, but a need for people, whether you're going to school or running a business or trying to get healthcare. It's something that we use every day in our lives, and it's very important that every home, every business get connected in every corner of our state. And so he was really thinking about this program the same as rural electrification, maybe a century ago, about making sure that the federal government was helping everywhere, particularly rural areas, get connected to the internet. And in designing the program, it was important to him that this was a one-time investment. I think there's a long history of federal programs putting in infrastructure that only provided slower speeds of broadband that then quickly needed to be updated. So the government would invest in infrastructure, the demand for data would drastically increase, and then you'd have to go back and build new infrastructure. Previous programs also primarily benefited a few companies, like a few large telecom companies, and we have a whole wide array of people who provide internet. We have electric co-ops like DMEA, who has a great fiber internet program. We have municipalities, we have small providers, as well as our legacy telecom providers. So we wanted to create a program where everyone, all of those entities, could compete for the federal dollars. So he introduced the Bridge Act, which then became the BEAD program, as I was saying, the Fiber Infrastructure Law. And that brought $826 million to the state of Colorado. So a really significant amount of funding. When the National Telecom and Information Administration put out the guidance for that program, they said that they were going to use a cascade of technology. So as Keith was saying, they would prioritize fiber first, because that's the infrastructure that was so quote unquote future proof that will last a long time and can handle a huge capacity of data. And then it would next be prioritized fixed wireless, which is also permanent infrastructure. And then finally satellite. And while Senator Bennett's Bridge Act had originally only been for fiber, because he thought it was so important that this was a one-time program that wouldn't be doing the same thing that the federal government had done in the past, where they invest, then they have to invest again. He was okay with this cascade of technologies because there are places you can imagine, like one house in the bottom of the canyon, where it's very difficult and expensive to build fiber, and so perhaps that is better served by satellite. But the idea is that we were building as much permanent infrastructure as we could. The state of Colorado has done a really great job rolling out their BEAD program. As Kate was saying, there's been 2 rounds of funding, and they're about 25 days away from having all of their sub-grants announced. So it's been a long process to get here, and we're right at the end. Yesterday, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick put out a statement saying that the administration was going to redesign the guidance for the BEAD program and make it technology neutral. We have significant concerns with that. One, because satellite is the cheapest technology in a near term sort of sense. It's the cheapest to provide. And so if you make the program technology neutral, what we're likely to see is a lot of satellite infrastructure. Satellite infrastructure is owned by individual consumers rather than a company, and it only usually has a lifespan of 3 to 5 years. So if we spend all of our federal dollars on satellite infrastructure, we're concerned we will get back to this place where we're investing a bunch of money only to, in a few years down the road, again, need another big investment. So we're very concerned about the change, first because of that, and second because the state of Colorado has invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to get this program set up and running and do their granting process. It's incredibly technical to figure out how to do broadband grants. They've used consultants, they've done a great job, tons of mapping, but it is a very intensive process to go through this granting process. And then all of the applicants, the internet service providers, have also put in a lot of resources to put in their applications.
So if we were to restart the process, all of that money, both on the application side and on the state side, would have just been down the drain. All of the time that has, I think over the last year and a half, that this program has been being developed, and then the application process has been open, we would have to do it again. So we're very concerned also from like the resource drain of what is already the program. As we all know, there's been inflation, it's much more expensive to build than it was even 3 years ago. And so it's been hard for the state to use their dollars as wisely as they can and get everyone connected with the resources they have. And so if we have to start over, that's more resources that are going into the application process rather than getting technology out on the ground and connected. So we're paying attention to that very closely. I think we'll be speaking out about it in the near future. I know Senator Hickenlooper's office is also paying close attention. They sit on the Commerce Committee. The director for the National Telecommunications NTIA. You can help me. I think National Technology and Information Administration. Yeah, will be confirmed in the next few weeks, and so that will be an opportunity to ask some questions there. And I think we will be speaking out about the importance of making sure we use our federal dollars as a one-time investment, and of also not making people start over after bidding. Have waited so long for this money to get out of the ground. So happy to take any questions. That's sort of where we are now. I don't have a definitive answer about how this will all play out.
Do we have any questions?
So this is Merritt Lincoln, Grant County Commissioner. And I appreciate you guys working on this, but I'm also concerned that we've already sort of done this. In Grant County especially, I mean, there was CAF 2 money that came through, and CenturyLink put miles and miles of fiber all on Highway 40. And as I understand it, not one single person has actually connected to it. So, and then there's RDOT money, rural development. Now we've got E and you have. How is this different? How is all this program?
Yeah, I can tell you, so RDOF and PAC, both of those programs were the type of federal programs that Senator Bennett was thinking about. I was pretty disappointed in, when he was writing the Bridge Act, because they did have big, huge amounts of federal dollars that went into, put in the technology, and then no one got connected. And so he did a couple of things. Those programs were under the FCC. It's under the NTIA. So that was one change he made, to give it a new agency, a new structure, and to sort of separate it, and as a goal of making sure that the FCC had a long track record of not having a lot of success. So moving into a new agency was one of the things he did. The other thing he did was prioritize fiber, so we talked about before. And then finally, instead of funding it for the federal program, just gave the money to the state. As a way to also make sure that people got connected. And so I think the question is now, are we going to make this a one-time permanent investment that's about fiber, or are we going to spend the money on satellites? Which, there's only one satellite company that's well developed in the space right now, which is Starlink. I think Amazon is growing and providing more service, but if most money goes to satellite, I think, it will primarily benefit by money. And so we are very concerned about that investment, because we feel like it's important that for once we do a better job of broadband, like the federal government has a long track record of not doing well in these programs, and it's something that we are very hopeful to just that I think we will need to be highlighted and also not undermine the important work the states have done. That's going to get.
And just another reminder to. And we also have Kate online as well.
So, Mary Jo, this is a follow-up to Merritt's. PAC was exceptionally disappointing. But we've been I think constituents have been asking, or interested parties have been asking about monies that are not being used in RDOF funds. Are those getting reinvested, and how are those getting reinvested? And, you know, I mean, there is some low hanging fruit out there for inefficiency, so that's what we're looking at. in this contract.
Yeah, I can, and Kate too. Were you able to hear the question?
I could only hear like the talking. I couldn't hear the specific details.
Okay, we had a question about RDOF. So I was gonna say, I think we have seen defaults on RDOF state, and those program areas have been exempted from fees. So they're in a doubly bad situation of one, program went under in RDOF, they're not getting the infrastructure they need there, and now they're also not fees. So that's something we've been pushing on, and we weren't able to get it changed, but we agree that's low hanging fruit and something that should be fixed. And importantly, why we have to include the NTIA rather than that. And so, yeah, we would like to see some reform around our options.
And yeah, I would just say, you know, I'm gonna ask a question and kind of answer the question at the same time. And this, Hillary, this isn't to put you on the spot at all. I think it's just where kind of, you know, where we are. You all can question, you know, the incoming Commerce Secretary in committee and all that. And I think we've seen, like, you know, this administration is going to do what they want to do. And so while we hope that there's not a bunch of changes to this program, like, that most likely won't happen. And so, and to the point about RDOF, you know, defaulting and then those areas being, you know, totally left with nothing because BEAD can't allow for those to be incorporated. There are some things around the BEAD program that NTIA has done that we could make easier. Like, we could make those areas that RDOF defaulted on eligible for BEAD and get them, you know, funding through this process. So, you know, again, not to totally put you on the spot, but knowing that there probably are going to be changes, there probably is going to be a prioritization towards satellite. Like, how can the senator advocate for all of us in Colorado, and especially those RDOF default areas and rural areas? Like, you know, we can argue that this money is not being used wisely. We can do all this kind of stuff, but unfortunately we are in this position. The bill is passed. We're going to, you know, we're going to be told how to do it. So how can we make sure that we're getting things corrected and being able to potentially, like, use the dollars from this for RDOF default areas and things like that? And I guess, I don't know if it's so much a question, but just an advocating for the senator to not only push back a little bit, but really, if there's going to be changes to the BEAD program, let's make sure that we're advocating for changes that we all as in the industry would really like to see, and as constituents and people who are in RDOF default areas, like, how can they benefit from a change in the BEAD program at this point in the game?
Yeah, I want to say, I think one, Senator Bennett would support changes to allow BEAD money to be used in our default areas. I think it is not clear to us that states, Colorado is pretty far ahead in the process of subsidy. There's only like 4 states that are farther ahead. So states like Colorado that are near the end of their subgrading process, the announcement that came out yesterday did not make it clear whether or not they will have to restart. Our goal would be for them not to have to restart for all the reasons I said before. If they do, I think we would be very open to industry, to anyone in this room, about what we should be advocating for. Yeah, fine.
So it's not really a question for you, it's a question for the place. Are we going to meet with NTIA and Howard Lutnick at Commerce when we go to DC? Because we need to go and make our case about wasting this money that we've already spent to those people and explain our positioning in terms of what our geography looks like and why their solution probably is not good for Colorado. So I don't care what you give out satellite, there's still the latency issue, and there's still the issue of ravines and hollers and mountaintops and trees, and it doesn't work. Are we meeting with them?
We are trying, so maybe Senator Bennett's office can help us set up that meeting.
Be happy to do that. Okay.
When it comes to Delta County, Hillary, I had a question and an email and hey, you mentioned the technology neutral, the obsolescence of satellite technology. I don't understand why that obsolescence is 3 to 5 years. Typically when we see private companies, and I know it's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, but they do invest in their technology upgrades from time to time. How does that work? Why is that obsolescence a factor?
I might let Ken or Kate talk more of the specifics here. My limited understanding is part of the issue is, satellite infrastructure is owned by individual consumers, rather than an internet service provider. So you could imagine a company who owns infrastructure on the ground, why that might be more permanent than something you put on your house. But I will let Kate and talk more about that.
You know, the consumer product element, so the motor in your house, the receiver that receives the signal from satellite, has usually a 5, 6, 7 year life. Changing those out, reinvesting that consumer buying and $500 to $600 to invest in that device in the front. Satellite array will have closer to a 15 to 20 year lifespan, lower orbit unknown yet. I heard orbit has that 15-year lifespan expectancy. Just a little in that area where fiber or copper or any of the other wireline technologies have a longer lifespan. Any other questions?
Thanks, Kate, and Ken for having me.
Thanks, Hillary.
Say anything and we can wrap up on that topic?
No, I just think it, you know, I'm sure Hillary will keep us all appraised as all this goes, you know, takes place. To Hillary's point, there's a lot of talk, the press release, etc. But until we know what that means, and I think my understanding is, you know, they could make a change at the NTIA, but then the NTIA has to figure out what that means at the states, and then the states have to determine, you know, what it means for the states, because they're actually the subrecipient of the fund, or the recipients of the funds, and then the industry is the subrecipient. So I anticipate we have a couple more weeks to months to know what it means, and just we'll be kept appraised hopefully by Hillary and others, and then this committee will continue to make sure that Brittany and everyone is aware of our understanding of what's happening.
Thank you. So we now have one policy that we need to review for updates. Policy number TE05-1, the telecommunications principal policy. So any of our committee people had time to review this policy. I'd like to open it up for discussion or a motion or carrots. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to come for discussion by moving that we adopt a renew on TE-05-1.
Motion.
Michael.
Mike. Second. Guess we will open it up for discussion.
Yeah, so I know reading through this, you know, this was adopted in 2005, I think, and a lot of the issues that we should discuss this morning are included in this bill. So if you're still applicable, I know we change.
Michael Curry. Any other discussion, anybody else have any questions about this particular policy or anything that may need to be updated or amended? Hearing none.
Go ahead and take it to a vote.
Yes, we will take it to a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Unanimous. That is the only policy that we have for review today, so if there are any lingering questions in the meeting, happy to take those now. We hear this good for the folks that might be.
Talk louder, right? Yell.
Like that.
Yell.
Few members of people that are visiting, this particular motion comes from policy committee recommending the full board. So this will be in the vote that will be, spring. Okay. That reminder. Any other questions or comments? None. Adjourn.
And we are gonna take a quick break to try to figure out the sound system. We're gonna hop onto the Ute Waters Zoom stuff and try to figure it out that way. So please be patient with us, but don't go far, okay? Okay.
How's the audio? Oh. Can I have everybody quiet for 2 seconds? And a hush fell over the crowd. Terry, is the volume better now? Terry, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, as long as people speak right into the microphone.
Well, we're trying something different. So can you hear me better now?
Well, I can hear you and I've always been able to hear you.
Mike, you give it a shot.
Good morning, Terry. Mike Goolsby. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Brittany, you think we're good? So do we want to put that over there for questions?
Mike, test me again and ask Terry.
Terry, can you hear me? 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 Can you hear me?
Hey guys, now there's a huge echo going on.
That was too much.
I'm hearing lots of echoes.
Good.
Let's go ahead and try that.
Really yours?
So we won't say
We might be yeah, I don't remember, I don't remember what they said, but it might have been that operations meeting you weren't at. They were talking about that because you didn't know about Lisa leaving either. I texted my third 2 nights ago. Where's she going? She didn't tell me. She didn't say. I have a. You may not have that direct message. Brittany.
Hello? Let's go.
That's so sorry. Oh, no worries.
I don't need to do that. We already did the Pledge of Allegiance.
Get everything opened up. Okay. So yours didn't, oh, it's the PDF, isn't it?
It's the PDF, but I fixed it last night, so you should have the actual PowerPoint to download. I sent it to the admin.
Is it any different from the PDF version?
Different files.
Okay, then I might try to just do. Okay, so that is this one. Yep, okay. And then this, that should get you to yours. So we'll minimize that for now. Minimize this for now. Minimize this. To here.
So. No new
Next
TV.
slide.
Yeah, I know. It was in the, yeah, no, it was.
Okay, if everybody could get to their seats, we do have it for the most part figured out, but we are going to ask for some patience today as we are just using their system and we are not used to it.
Yeah. Darius gonna use the hand, you're gonna use the handheld? Yeah. And then we can.
So Brittany, do we know if everybody online can hear us?
Okay.
Okay. Well, you got a few minutes yet, Darius, so chill.
All right, hopefully, yep, now this works. It's coming in loud and clear online here. Thank you.
Yep, it sounds great.
Awesome.
If anything changes, let us know.
So this is the transportation policy group. We good? Okay. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use the microphone and speak loudly and go over to this table over here to the left. I think the microphone's over there still. I left it. So for those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn your microphone on until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, please use the microphone over at the table. For those of you joining us virtually, thank you. And if you have questions, please raise your hand during the meeting and unmute and proceed with your question. Lastly, we would like to thank our sponsors, the venue and lunch sponsor Chevron and the committee sponsor HDR. Before I turn this over to my co-chair, Mr. McVaugh, I would like to make a acknowledgement of Mr. Ray Beck and all of the years that he spent on the Transportation Policy Group and the fact that he suckered me into doing this, and I appreciate Ray immensely. So thank you, Ray. Your turn.
Okay. Good morning, Mike McFaul with the Transportation Policy Committee. I would like to introduce Darius Pakbaz with CDOT. Darius is the Director of the Division of Transportation Development. I've known Darius for quite a long time over the years and done a lot of long-range planning with him when I was at CDOT myself. Today, the focus for this policy committee presentation is really to give you an update on the long-range plan, how that kind of goes through, what the next steps are, and just to give a general overview to everybody. So we're going to give the floor to Darius here for a little bit, and then we can do Q&A when he's done. Darius.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here on the Western Slope. As Mike said, my name is Darius Pakbaz. I am the Director of the Division of Transportation Development at CDOT. That includes our research wing, our environmental programs, but of importance to this conversation today are our planning efforts as well, and wanted to take some time to go through a high-level overview of the transportation planning, where we're at currently, and what we will see over the coming months, because we expect that what we're going to publish, what we're going to see for our long-range transportation plan will come out in December of this year, or at least that is our goal, to be done with that. So we're kind of in the thick of it, but happy to take any questions folks have at the end of the presentation. When to advance. Fantastic. All right, why don't we go to the next slide? There we go. So this slide goes through some of the desired outcomes of planning. We have federal and state requirements to do long-range transportation plans. They usually look out at a 20-year horizon. We've been doing this process for the better part of 2 to 3, perhaps even 4 decades. I don't know when exactly they started had these statutes in place to do long-range transportation planning, but the desired outcome is to take a fresh look at what we expect the transportation system to be in a 20-year time frame, approximately every 5 years. And there is federal and state requirements requiring both the state and metropolitan planning organizations, so usually areas of urbanized areas that have populations greater of 50,000. We have 5 of those in Colorado to do these long-range transportation plans. As part of this, we have an umbrella plan, but we also have mode-specific plans, which includes asset management, freight travel, transit, aviation, various other slices of how we of transportation efforts throughout the state that feed into that, in addition to a state requirement, which is taking a look at long-range transportation plans for specific rural areas of the state, of which there are 10. And some of the desired outcomes include conversation to all modes, equal opportunity for anybody to participate in this process, and putting together not only a policy document, which will create that vision for transportation over the next 20 years, but also a pipeline of projects that we call the 10-year plan. And this will be specific projects of statewide significance throughout all areas of the state that we want to deliver over the next 10 years with a pipeline using some of the funds that we identify as strategic funds. We've had several names over them. Seventh Pot, I think, was a name that was used a couple of decades ago, but those funds are looking at some of the projects that we're looking at to improve the transportation system. So long-winded preamble to this, but why don't we go over to the next slide? All right. So this is just a graphical representation of how all these plans fit together. We start off with our regional plans that come out either from our MPO partners or from our transportation planning regions, of which there are 10 throughout the state. They are a state standard. It's not something that's mentioned in the federal statute. Unlike the metropolitan planning organizations, they come together and they produce a plan that looks out for 20 years and identify their needs. From that, it feeds into the statewide plan and any other modal plans that come out. Currently, in conjunction with the statewide plan, we being CDOT, are working on a statewide highway plan, which is required under federal statute, and a active transportation plan as well, which will be published shortly before the mother statewide plan comes out. That leads into the 10-year plan, which is the actual pipeline of projects, identifying projects that we plan to deliver, and the document that actually delivers on what we're going to build on the roadway, which is called the statewide transportation improvement program. It is a federally required document and identifies all of the funds, which projects they're going to over the next 4 years. Let's go to the next slide, please. There we go. All right. So as I had mentioned, there's various state and federal statutes that outline what we want, what needs to be taken into consideration as part of this. These plans need to be performance-based, based off of the requirements that came under, I believe it was MAP 21 about a decade ago, but those requirements have continued in the past two federal transportation authorization bills, the current of which is the IIJA, I believe. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the goals for the plan that were identified by the Colorado Transportation Commission in September of this year. And then some of the tools that we have available for the public to take a look at condition and monitoring. Are we making a difference with the projects that are being put out there? So let's go to the next slide, please. From a goal standpoint, we'll talk a little bit about these in a couple of slides, but our plans are required to cover all modes, as I had mentioned: highway, roadway, transit, rail, freight, bicycle, pedestrian. We don't do too much on the state side in terms of aviation, but we do have an aviation division that does give out grants for improvements to infrastructure such as runways and buildings and other things within some of our smaller airports throughout the state. And these topics and planning factors are required to be addressed in our transportation plan, whether at the federal level or the state level. So it includes stuff that you would normally see: safety, system preservation, resiliency, land use, and various other items that have been added through either state or federal legislation. Let's go to the next slide, please. And so, as I had mentioned, this is all a performance-based plan. So we have a 10-year vision, which we'll get into a little bit more heavily in the next couple of slides. We have a 25-year forecast of what we think funds are going to be available to achieve that vision. We will have performance measures and that are designed to achieve goals that are set out through policy. And we'll also have public involvement in this process as well, whether it's town halls with our members of our Transportation Commission, a publicly available survey, what our local partners I've heard talking with their constituents. All of that will be taken into consideration when developing these plans. Next slide. This is the fun slide that lists the actual statutes. If you want some light reading late one night, which include the statutes that on the federal level, and from the statewide level, we have one statute and one rule that is established by the Transportation Commission related to transportation planning. Apologies, I should have held this closer to my closer up so folks can hear me, but hopefully that hasn't been a problem so far. Next slide, please. I do want to mention this section of that is part of transportation planning, mainly because it is new to this round and came in mid-cycle around 2022. It is a requirement in state law. It was passed as part of Senate Bill 21-260 and is a part of the transportation planning rules. So I wanted to talk about this a little bit, as this is an overarching consideration when we develop 10-year plans and when MPOs develop their regional transportation plans. Next slide. So I think I just mentioned this preamble of it. So it's the overarching thing to remember of this is that transportation plans need to achieve through their program of projects a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that as required under this statute that was passed about 3 or 4 years ago. So this will be the first full cycle that will have this rule in place. Previously, the plans were amended to be in compliance with this, but now we'll have that at the start, and that will be taken into consideration when developing the 10-year plan and when MPOs develop their regional transportation plans as well. Let's go to the next slide. A lot of the goals were set up through a overarching document that came from the administration called the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Roadmap. And there was some targets that were established by the legislature as well. I think that's all I'm going to mention on this particular slide, but happy to answer any questions if there are any from members of the committee. Let's go to the next slide. So at a very high level, through modeling and through what we expect the program of projects, there are reduction levels in greenhouse gas emissions that are required under the rule. And these are the requirements for each of the four year periods. 2025, of course, we're in right now, so that's not going to apply going forward. We're taking a look at the 3-year periods in the future. And this first go around that happened back in 2022, only CDOT, Dr. Cog, and the North Front Range metropolitan planning areas were required to be in compliance with that. We'll note that that now expands to the Grand Valley MPO, it expands to the Pueblo area and the Pikes Peak area as well. And so through what we expect the traveling public to do through modeling with the new projects that come in, these reduction levels are required. And I think the next slide shows how CDOT met compliance with the last time that we did this. So there was a baseline, there was a required reduction amount, and the reduction amount that came from the new projects that are going to be built over the next 20 years. We did include some mitigation measures, so stuff that can't be put into model, such as bike and ped infrastructure and various other items that we can get into if folks have questions. And that's how CDOT was able to be in compliance with this standard. Let's go to the next slide. Some of the things that helped with compliance of this include the new service called Pegasus, which was included as a mitigation measure for the Floyd Hill project that is currently ongoing. There is the bus rapid transit piece on Colorado 119, and there's some other items that have occurred throughout the state. So, and MPOs themselves identify in their plan, which has to be approved by the Transportation Commission on how they met that standard through their projects. Let's go ahead and skip this slide in the sake of time. And a couple of other items I do want to mention. Recent legislation, Senate Bills 24-184 and 24-230. These two bills created funding specifically for transit, and this goes to the Clean Transit Enterprise. So this provides another avenue for projects that are related to transit, whether it's larger infrastructure projects, smaller projects that help specific local areas, or even operating costs. So these are funds that are generating, I think it's around 150 million annually. Don't quote me on that if I got it wrong, but it is a significant amount of money for that particular mode, thus allowing us to use some of the current funds we have on other modes throughout the state. And then House Bill 1313, oh, no worries, is focusing on transit-oriented communities, which is specifically to MPO areas of the state in terms of looking at land use, but is another factor that's taken into consideration as well. All right, next slide, please. Goals for the 2050 statewide plan. So the commission reviewed a policy document called Policy Directive 14, which sets out the goals for the next statewide plan. They've adopted that in September of last year. And this next slide shows the overarching goals that the commission would like to achieve through the new transportation plan over the next 20 years, which includes advancing transportation safety, being a foremost, making sure that we reduce the amount of serious injuries and fatalities on our roadways, in particular the vulnerable road users, so bicycle and pedestrians and other interactions with motor vehicles. Second goal is fix our roads, which is prioritizing strategic investments in maintaining the assets on the roadway that we already got. So basically looking at a fix it first strategy for the next plan. And then in sustainably increasing transportation choice, providing alternatives to single occupancy vehicle travel, increasing mode choice, and reducing the effects of transportation in regards to air pollution. All right, moving into the 10-year plan. The 10-year plan, when we craft that over the next few months, working with our local partners, taking these goals are what we're going to look at in terms of how we're going to prioritize limited amount of strategic funds in order to see what projects are going to be put into the pipeline based off of the regional plans, based off of the needs throughout the state in terms of fixing some of our worst assets. So, but the current 10-year plan, which is fairly new, actually, don't think we've had a 10-year plan that actually listed out specific projects since I've been with CDOT. So it is a fairly new item in terms of planning. This particular pipeline gives kind of like a visual representation on actual projects that the department is going to deliver over those 10 years, broken up into 4-year prioritized plans. And so far, this current 10-year plan that we're in, which we're going into year 8, I think, it's taken a look at 1,000 lane miles that have been touched, a lot of rural roads, taking a look at some that hadn't had major rehabilitation in several decades. 50% of the money going to preservation of the system, and another 10% taking a look at new transit facilities throughout the state. So does this presentation go out to all members? Okay, so there are links in here so you're able to take a look at the specific documents so that are available on the website, so you can take a look at which projects are in the plan currently and various other items that we'll talk throughout the presentation. All right, next slide, please. Some progress on the plan. The first 4 years of the plan, which is around 2019 through 2022, all those projects are either fully been delivered or are currently under construction right now. And about 50% of the current 10-year plan that we're in is under construction or has been delivered. Right now actually not right now, but last year, around 40 projects were delivered with another 56 looking to be started construction this construction season starting this spring. Next slide. Mentioning some of the rural roads. So this current plan took a look at some of the rural highways and prioritize investments in reconstruction, repaving, and some major repairs to them. And these are some statistics that came from the 2023 construction season. The 2024 construction season statistics are available online. I think they just finished them after I put this presentation together, but you'll see some similar statistics as well throughout the state, taking a look at repairing some of the more rural highways, so that way the communities that rely on those highways are able to have roads that are in good condition. Next slide. And then in terms of accountability and transparency, since I became the director, this has been a top priority of mine, is making sure that we are transparent with the funds that we're spending, transparent with the delivery of these projects, and working with my partners in each of the 5 regions, developing different documents so folks know what projects are going to construction, what projects have been funded, what projects are coming forward. So we include a accountability dashboard, a link to which is right here, that is updated on a live basis whenever there's data updated, such as if money's moved between projects or advanced further based on decisions that either can come from the transportation regions at CDOT or the Transportation Commission, that's reflected there. We have quarterly reports that come out that list every single one of the 365 projects that are in the 10-year plan and gives updates on those in a tabular format. Plus, we do an annual report with some highlights that goes into the CDOT budget submission that we send over to the governor's office and eventually the legislature as part of the long bill. So, and then there is an annual department accomplishments report, which goes beyond the 10-year plan, but that also includes information as well. So all of which is available at the link below. Next slide. All right, talking about what's upcoming. So the line on the top is what is the current 10-year plan, which focused on starting in fiscal years 2019 out to about fiscal year 2017. And we broke that up into 2 4-year prioritized plans when funding or expected funding is going to be certain, and then what we called the out years, 27 plus. This new 10-year plan will replace those quote unquote out years that had less certain funding scenarios with more certain scenarios, and having a new 4-year prioritized plan to be delivered in around the 27 to 30 timeframe. We'll do that again based off of the projects that are in the 10-year plan for years 31 through 34, and then we'll have an out years again where we'll start the entire process over again. We'll note that these years are state fiscal years. They are years of funding and not necessarily the years of delivery. Sometimes the projects may take longer than it may not be delivered in that 4-year window, may take a little bit longer to go through the entire cycle of project delivery and getting that constructed. So I do want to make that caveat. It is taking a look at the year of funds that are expected on there. But that is what we expect to be the transition into this new 10-year plan. Let's go to the next slide, please. And in terms of development of that 10-year plan, which is probably our most visible planning document and gets the most attention with wherever we go, this is our overarching timeline. And I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that the goal is to have the new 10-year plan adopted by the Transportation Commission in December of this year. So we're about halfway through where our regional partners in the rural transportation planning regions are finishing up their plans, which will help feed into the 10-year plan. And my folks on my staff, folks with regional staff will be developing a list of projects for consideration to be put in that plan when that goes forward to the Transportation Commission later on this fall. And this is kind of a high-level timeline on what to expect of that. Next slide, please. Public and stakeholder engagement. So that's a key piece of any type of transportation planning. Important to get input from all of our local partners, the public, also required under federal and state statute. But this is just some of the avenues where anyone, whether it's a policymaker, elected official, an interest group, or just members of the general public can provide input on the transportation planning process, which includes, going to our local governments. We have what's called the 4P process, which members in staff in our regions go out to each of their counties in order to determine what those transportation needs are, which feeds into the larger rural transportation plans in each of our 10 rural transportation planning regions. There might be special interest groups such as folks that are focusing on specific modes, whether it's freight, whether it's bicycle and ped infrastructure. Those groups are active in this process as well. We have the Statewide Transportation Advisory Committee, which has members from each of the MPOs and transportation planning regions, which come together and discuss policy recommendations to the commission. The commission itself has the ability to provide public comment monthly. A lot of folks over the past couple of months have utilized that, and the commission does appreciate comments from members of the public. And some of the other items include may be coming up, such as virtual town halls, emailing staff or myself directly. Our emails are on the website. Happy to hear from members on items regarding the planning process, and we have stuff set up through our communications office as well. Next slide, please. I think this slide kind of went through everything I talked about, but I do want to mention a couple of items that we'll get into more detail later on, or I can ask questions on. I think coming in April, we'll have a general survey that will go out publicly that we want to get as much input as possible that will talk about transportation needs throughout the state, focused around the 3 goals that were set by the Transportation Commission. So we'll have that available on our website, and we'll talk about that with our local partners as well. We do have some new tools this time around using some of the technology. When we did the last plan, which was called the 2045 plan, we literally printed out thousands of maps when we took to meetings. And in order to save some paper and not have to stand at the printer all night, we've developed some apps in order to help create all of that data, whether it's roadway data, safety data, putting all that data into a single source for anybody to use at any time and being able to mix and match to inform folks on making transportation decisions. And then another thing that's happening in April is each of the commissioners will have a public town hall where members of the public or anyone can call in and provide input, ask questions of commissioners, and they're able to answer those questions. And there will be one town hall for every commission district. We have 11. With the caveat that the town hall for Denver is going to be split up. I think it's going to be 2 commissioners per town hall. So there's one for North Denver, South Denver. But in any case, all the other commission districts, there will be one for each district. And those will be scheduled throughout April and late May. Next slide. In particular of interest, our local partners have been working on their plans, and I did want to highlight that quickly as part of the presentation, which includes the Grand Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, 5 on that map to the side there. They are close to adoption of their statewide transportation plan for 2050. It's called Moving Swiftly to 2050. I believe a copy of which is available on their website, and I believe they're taking it to their board for adoption over the next couple of months. So they're close to done, and that's one of the pieces that will feed into what we do at CDOT. From a rural transportation planning region perspective, they are about 75% way through their process. Most of the rural TPRs have met for the 3rd time in terms of developing their transportation plans, and most of them are developing draft lists of potential high priority projects from their regions. So they do have one meeting left as part of this process that is to happen in the late spring, so April, May time period. Where they will be taking a look at their draft regional transportation plan for 2050, which of course, as I mentioned previously, feeds up into the state's long-range transportation plan. It includes the Northwest TPR in yellow there, the Intermountain TPR in green, Gunnison Valley in the light green, and Southwest as well. And these, like I said, if I mentioned out, these are links to those organizations' websites, and they'll have information on when their meetings will be throughout the spring, where they start looking at the finalization of their plans. All right, next slide. Am I good on time? I think I am, right? All right. All right, I didn't mention this earlier, is taking a new look at data, but all of the data that we collect at CDOT with some of our partners, we wanted to organize that in a way that's available to any member of the public that's interested in transportation. So I did want to put a quick plug for this, called the Long Range Plan Data Visualizer. It'll have stuff such as roadway condition, whether it's good, fair, poor, high, moderate, low drivability, those types of statistics on there for each segment of roadway. How's the usage on that road in terms of vehicle miles traveled, safety statistics, transit routes, where the current 10-year plan projects are, and a bunch of other statistics in that. So I did want to put a quick plug for that. Next slide, please. Planning cycle timeline. I think I'm getting towards the end here. Next slide. All right. So this is the overarching timeline for this planning cycle, getting towards that December end date. We are currently doing the public and stakeholder outreach piece of it, or at least the major events, which includes those town halls and that survey I had mentioned a couple slides ago. Our local partners, especially in the rural areas, are developing their plans. We're about at that TPR meeting 3 and 4 stage, and expect to have some of those plans to be adopted in August of this year. Next slide. Did want to mention some of the stuff that we heard in some of the upcoming activities. Overarching themes when we had talked to various areas of the state, and I personally have been to every single rural TPR in the state, attending at least one of those meetings. I think in order to hear like what are some of the issues as we develop this plan, especially since there's limited resources and we know there's a lot of needs out there, including fixing our roadways and other needs in terms of safety and modernizing the system as well. But asset management and roadway conditions continues to be a big concern. We heard that in every single region, as well as transportation safety. There has been a lot of regions that have focused on growth in tourism, or it could be growth in terms of freight movement has been a big concern. And of course, resilience of the system. If one road goes down, is there alternatives for folks to use in order to get home, in order to get to work, in order to bring goods to communities? That has been a big concern as well. And some of the other items I had mentioned previously on some of the activities that have been done, but I won't go through those again. So kind of like drinking through a fire hose, but hopefully some of that information is available. I do have cards in the back for folks that want to send me an email afterwards, but I think with your permission, Mr. Chair, I can take questions. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for coming in and explaining that. I think it was very informational and it's good to hear the update. As you know, our state budget is in disarray. It's for lack of a better word, it's a mess. Understanding that there's going to be a lot of cuts throughout different organizations, including CDOT.
Yeah.
100 million is what I heard. Don't know how true that is, but given the fact that there's going to be a cut there, how's that going to affect the projects in Western Colorado, number one? And then number two, I didn't see anything in the plan that mentioned bridges. You know, bridges is a big part of our infrastructure, and we got to have good, stable bridges in order to get from point A to point B. So that's a two-part question. So if you could answer that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Excellent questions. To answer your first question, the conversations are ongoing with the Joint Budget Committee. I don't know the specifics at this point. Most of the cuts in terms of funding have been taking a look at what's called the Faster Safety Fee. Faster Safety Fee doesn't necessarily feed into the 10-year plan per se. Some projects may use some of those funds in order to augment their strategic funds. A lot of the Faster Safety funds have been used on funds that are specifically focused on safety. That is the last thing that I've seen from the Joint Budget Committee so far as in terms of cuts. But of course, those conversations are ongoing. I think there might be a presentation from the Chief Financial Officer at CDOT to the Transportation Commission for the adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget that will give more information on that. I think that's on March 19th or the afternoon of March 19th when the commission has to take action on the budget, and more information would be available on that. But that's from what I hear currently on in terms of the funding, and I think that's until the legislative session is over and we actually have the long bill published, we probably won't know all the specifics until then. But we are continually making the case that a lot of these funds go to critical programs that help with maintaining our system, help with safety, help with freight movement, that comes from either the Faster Safety Fund, the gasoline excise tax, and various other fees that are, various other taxes that come in from the state government that goes into the highway users tax fund. So to answer your second question, I think I went through the slide on goals and fix our roads at a very high level, but in terms of that policy, under fix our roads, the commission has set a goal that no more than 5% of deck area and bridges throughout the state can be in poor condition. And so it is one of the major considerations to make sure that we take care of structures. A lot of the structures that we have in the state were built 50, 60 years ago, getting it to the end of their life. We want to make sure that we are safely addressing those structures so we don't close down structures prematurely because they are unsafe, and make sure that they're modernized for current travel. So it is considered as part in terms of developing some of these projects. It is a goal as part of that overarching fix our roads. It is a component of that overarching fix our goals category. And the Colorado Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise, which has been in place for the better part of was going to say a decade, but it may be longer than that. In any case, has dedicated funding specifically to fixing poor structures, including bridges and tunnels throughout the state. And we've made the enterprise has made significant investments in projects such as Floyd Hill and making repairs to the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel. And so, yes, that will be a big component as part of developing projects for this next 10-year plan.
Kathy?
Is this on? Okay. I'm Kathy Hall and had the opportunity to serve on the Transportation Commission for 8 years, have been off a couple of years. And Darius, it's really nice to see you and you've done an absolutely beautiful job in presenting it. Thank you for that. But I would like to bring it to the fact that I'm not on the commission anymore, but I am a member of the Transportation Committee for Club 20. And I think as Club 20, we need to be very strong on what is happening in our transportation issues because that is so critically important to us. So Darius, this is nothing about you. You've done a beautiful job. But I think it's important for us to understand as Club 20 members that the commission was asked to remove at least 65 million. Now, this is certainly up for debate, but 65 million out of their budget to balance the state budget. And as per usual, it's my understanding, and I could be completely wrong, and maybe all that has changed, but the maintenance part of it was going to be the biggest part that comes out of that. Well, before I left the commission, I had a very impassioned plea to the remaining commission members that since our governor is not very much in favor of additional capacity on our roadways, that maybe we as a commission should prioritize maintaining and bringing up to speed what our current structure is, because that's been one of the biggest problems we've had in Colorado is that we now are ranked way down in the bottom 40 part of the nation in the conditions of our roads. And it's because we've had a legislature that's not been interested in bringing roads up. It's never been a priority with the legislature for many years. I think really many, many years. So it's not any current legislature more than different. But I think as Club 20 members, I think we need to send a very strong statement. And that's what Club 20 does, is send strong statements. And I think Club 20 needs to come together and spend a really strong statement in this planning that comes every year, really, that we want, we don't want to be the one that has to give up so much money for the state budget, number one, because transportation is key to every element of our economic, everything, everything is out of transportation. So I think we need to send a very strong statement that we don't support, that we are the one that should give so much budget back to balancing the budget. And I think we need to send the emphasis that there needs to be more money put into maintenance and bringing up what we already have in place up to better standards. I don't know if any of you have been on I-70 East out of Denver and out in that eastern part of Colorado. I'm not talking about even our western Colorado as much. You get out on that eastern plains of Colorado, those roads are going practically to gravel. And we've got to help the commission and Darius, who's trying to do this planning. And like I said, this isn't about Darius at all. He's done a beautiful job. But we need to be very strong as Club 20 and bring up the fact that we have got to bring our roads up to standards.
We've got a bunch, so we'll get to you. Okay, so Merritt, do you still have a question?
No, not really. Kathy actually kind of stole what I was going to ask, but Merritt Linky, Grand County. And as you know, Highway 40 is full of potholes. In fact, I saw one the other day with a tree growing out of it. Anyway, but we do exactly like Kathy said, we've got to take care of our assets. We've got to get money back into these maintenance budgets and take care of what we've got. We talk about all these multimodal things, but the bottom line is freight and goods have to go from A to B. And that's the bottom line. We have to do that. And they still travel on our roads. They're not going to ship Harry's cows on the Mustang, not yet, but we've got to take care of these problems. Thanks.
Hey, you stole mine. Barry?
Thank you. Quick question, and along the lines of what Cash said, this is nothing against you, but I've commented on a number of occasions to the different transportation boards. Do you have a CDL?
I do not, no.
Does anybody in your circle on the board have a CDL?
On the Transportation Commission, I doubt it, but members of my staff do, in particular, my freight and my freight branch manager does.
Well, I'd like to offer an opportunity for you. Anytime you want to take a ride in a truck, I'll certainly provide that opportunity for you. One of the reasons that I mentioned that is in 1923, there was a hitching post and you could tie your horse to it in front of the courthouse, but there was also a Model T parked next to the horses. We've come a long ways in transportation. But why is it that Colorado, and I asked this of you, in the conversations of a 2050 plan, or even the last 2 years of a 10-year plan, do you take into consideration, along the lines of what Ray said, the bridge laws have literally affected our economy in Colorado? And that's why I ask if you've been in a truck lately, because the industry has improved every safety factor there is that they can. And the bridge laws, the antiquated laws that we have here in Colorado, in other words, when you plan a highway, whether it's a 10-mile stretch or whether it's just an improvement, are you taking into consideration that maybe we should consider the new technology that's out there and the fact that the bridge laws are antiquated and the trucks are bigger and the trucks are safer, and maybe that highway, the planning of that highway should be a little different? Because I don't think I'm going to be here to see that 2050 plan come into effect. I don't have that crystal ball, but I know right now in 2025, we have the ability to think ahead. And I ask, are those considerations, I mean, we've mentioned them time and time again in these meetings, but has anybody even considered the fact that maybe we ought to look at how Colorado's being affected economy-wise because of our antiquated laws? And all you have to do is cross the state line and go to Utah, go to Wyoming. You'll see a very, very progressive transportation system there that accommodates trucks and freight much better than Colorado does.
Thank you for the question, and maybe I'll give you one of my cards. I'm happy to take a trip in a commercial motor vehicle with you. I do that currently on occasion when we work with the freight planning and oversized overweight permits group is reports in my division. So that is one of what you had addressed is, going beyond just the 10-year plan is one of the things that we do want to take into consideration is how we can make freight movement less cumbersome when there are incidents on the roadway. How can we provide the tools in order to do effective freight movement, which includes are we able to provide facilities for truck parking, for chain up, for making sure that we maintain facilities for safety on here? And in terms of how we design the highway, it's a little bit outside of my realm because the projects are actually designed with our regional staff. And when we take a look at reconstruction or development of the new highway, instead of just maintaining what's already there, I believe taking a look at what type of vehicles are using the roadway is one of the things as part of the project development process. I don't want to speak any higher than that because I'm not a professional engineer either, but happy to pass that word along to my colleagues in the regions.
Okay, real quick, I'm just going to say one thing real quick, and then we'll probably have time for maybe 2 more questions. So we're not going to get everybody addressed today. Please keep in mind, Darius his only task is he can give information, data, and output. He cannot set policy. He cannot lobby. And so please understand that, everyone, as we're going through this, is, he's on the hot seat right now, but let's keep it nice for him because that's the best he can do. All right, Wendell.
You're down the line, Ray. You don't get to talk. So we got 3 more in here and 1 online. So thank you.
Wendell Coons, Delta County. Darius, thank you for the presentation. And I want to say, I know you're on the hot seat, but I also got to say thank you to CDOT and your contractors. You guys came in on I-70 and got that reopened. And the Blue Mesa Bridges, you guys came in quickly and got that done, and it was a lifesaver for us in many ways. So thank you for all that work. And we do love, I think in this room, do love to see the focus on rural roads. Club 20 was founded some 75 years ago, and that was one of the founding principles was transportation. My question to you is back to the budget. We're hearing from Kathy, 65 million may go away. In out years, with this 10-year plan and then the statewide plan, how will we prioritize, how will the commission prioritize their budget on so many ambitious projects like greenhouse gases and others when we have declining revenues and increasing project costs? What's going to have to fall off first?
Thank you for the kind words on the Blue Mesa bridges, but I think all the credit goes to Jason Smith and the Region 3 team who worked hard to get those bridges open. So I do want to mention him. To your question in terms of how we're going to take a look at the budget, it's a difficult question because this current 10-year plan, the amount of strategic funds, so funds that don't go to maintenance, don't go to resurfacing, don't go to some of the other aspects, but some of our more flexible funds, there is going to be less in this next 10 years than what we saw these past 5 years. There was some bills such as, I believe it was Senate Bill 17-267 that had general fund transfers for transportation. Those expire, so we don't have that anymore. So it's going to be it's going to be a question that we'll be grappling with our local partners over the next few months in order to determine what are the best projects. And we don't have as much as we had previously. And we have a large need in terms of maintaining what we currently got. And our direction in terms of from a staff perspective is, well, let's use some of our strategic funds, let's use some of our projects and working with our local partners to identify those areas that are in dire need of repair in order to develop projects that addresses those needs. And I will note in terms of, you had mentioned the greenhouse gas piece on there, which is a new requirement as part of the planning process. If we go in any project that repairs what we currently have is neutral and is not taken into consideration with that piece on there as well. So that wouldn't even need to be taken a look at. So, but appreciate your comments, sir.
Okay, I think we have a moment for one last question, so we'll go online to Steve Childs.
Steve, go ahead and unmute yourself and then ask your question.
Okay, thank you. It's not a question, but really more a kudos to CDOT for the repaving project and the repair of the bridge joints on Highway 82 in Snowmass Canyon last year. It was like the best highway that we have ever had there, and the crew on that did just an awesome job. It's the best job I've ever seen on a paving project. That was last year's budget paying for that, and I would hope that somehow we can come up with money so those kind of projects can happen in other parts of the state too. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Again, kudos goes to the Region 3 team and Jason Smith, the RTD there, but appreciate the comments and happy to send those back to our field staff.
Okay, I know we could go on for many more minutes about this, and I think we're going to cut it short so we stay on schedule, everyone. Thank you very much, Darius, for what you've done today and taking all these questions.
Absolutely.
And I will say online, Clyde, if you want to send us your question, we will make sure to get you connected to Darius so that you can ask your question to him as well.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm happy to come out to different areas of the state. It's actually fun to travel to different areas of the state and talk with folks, getting outside of the Denver bubble, so to speak, with the travel. But I'll leave. I do want to get back before I hear snow. So, but I will leave some cards with Andrea so she can pass them out if you're interested, and happy to answer questions later on as well. But thank you. Appreciate your time today.
And we stand adjourned, Brittany. I don't, they signed a new lease that includes portions of, yeah. I'll, we'll do some digging and see if I can actually get the specific detail. Yeah, ask, Mr. Beck, he was all up in that.
So my aunt was like secretly dating my grandmother, not actually. But yeah, my aunt goes, okay, so what do we do? We thought, clown. Hey, right? What'd you do? We thought clown did not even ring. I think that clown was ringing. And I was like, had a good life. It's like,
Tell that young lady I
Working side, every time we have I'm running out. Don is gonna go back. And if he has Darius, then I'm thinking about pass too. Yeah. I could get stuck here for the night.
terrible, but okay, good.
For doing it.
Absolutely.
I want to come over the hill and not feel rush. I was gonna say French, right where.
Yeah.
You know, I'm okay with Carol, just trying to. We're up in Boston County yesterday. The EDCC. All right, Don is looking for me, so. Game and I, we have. Delta. We did that. Let me keep a summary sheet. I have. They are. I don't want anybody to. Fire back. That's what I did. After that project was done, signed off, several months later, we had a meeting. Ray Scott, Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was sitting at that chair where that lady has her hand right at the end. So if you see. Yeah, so, yeah.
You're gonna be here, right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, sounds good. And-
Hi, how are you?
Just do me a slight favor. Just
Yep.
so I don't.
I wanted to watch you spill it.
Yeah.
Did you laugh when you saw it?
No,
You can just summarize that. You're either gonna be team player. They literally did. And they invited me over. It was very interesting. And I knew this time put together.
We gotta.
And we got it. The game.
Trying to figure out.
Several months later.
Yeah, yeah. Tag team.
That was their agenda. Yeah, you saw we can keep trying to make what they do. And we did not even go up there. Irrigation pipe. We went in with technology, seed arms. New technology. Save you a ton of. And all I get is no. Pick up all the things that got like a. Yeah, that just got. He said, I want to come over and visit you. He wasn't really influenced over him to pay. We had broken down. Thing you're telling me. I know that's. They kept signing. Like 2 weeks later. They lost the fun. Sure. Good meeting. Wait. They don't follow the. They violate their own policy and then they try to. We were out there, we were involved in it. And, what we ran into was stabilization. Severe. Had deep utilities. Started progressing. And this is contract. I've been here for my entire life, so I know the area. You can get things all out here in this. So, what we hear, and we heard this. Here on that. Well, you should have known. No, your policy says you're gonna do 4 log soil reports on the project. They did. So that 10 and 12 foot. And their bore logs, the deepest one they had, most of them were 4. They didn't do it. This is hard to believe. This is they that down. Slow down. Let's go down and find out what's going on. This is how bad it was. They took the dog. They started drilling down the line.
All right, if everyone would like to make their way to their seats. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, you're louder than the mic.
We had told them, we had gotten very. I should you have a problem.
Yeah, we got Brittany.
It takes a big.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, if everybody can make their way to their seats, we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. All right, before we get started, we'll take care of the business part of it. We'll go through the guidelines, the meeting guidelines. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone or speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, there is the table over here to my left that you can come up to, and then you can speak into that microphone to ask your question. For those of you joining us online, thank you for joining us virtually. If you have questions, please use the hand raise icon to raise your hand, and then you will be called upon by Andrea, and then you can unmute yourself and ask your question at that point. Lastly, we would like to thank our sponsors. The venue and lunch sponsor is Chevron, and the committee sponsor is the Grand Valley Power. And so at this point, I'd like to thank Sarah Carlisle and Ray Beck for introducing me to our speaker today. Matt Solomon, who is his roots run deep in Western Colorado. He's lived in the Eagle Valley for 30 years. He's a twice elected council member for the town of Eagle. Grew up working in a family-owned business, which taught him life lessons that he carried forward, where he then eventually started two of his own companies in Colorado. He played college football, as well as he's a professional whitewater kayaker. He's also a published author. So please join me in welcoming Matt Solomon. I think this is the hardest presentation of any I do because I know most of you and I like all of you. I'm in Texas this weekend at South by Southwest, and that one's way easier than speaking in front of all of you. So thank you for having me here today. If you look at the topics on Club 20's agenda today, they cover the four basic things we need for rural Colorado to survive. You need roads, you need water, you need communications, and you need energy. Energy, though, is the one component that drives commerce and that the other three need to survive. So the fact that Colorado set a date without a plan means we've put commerce and everything else at risk.
And that's why Senator Rankin stood up the Northwest Colorado Energy Initiative 2.5 years ago, roughly, under AGNC's umbrella. So Tiffany manages, along with our advisory board of Ray Beck, Mike Sampson, Doug Overton, Tiffany, and Cody Davis, and Tim Foster and Bob Rankin, apologies. We set this up initially to conduct a feasibility study for transitioning the Craig Station from coal to nuclear. When 1247 passed 2 years ago, we got together as a committee and realized we need to pivot, because there's a concern that the state was going to take the same top-down approach in their feasibility study that they've taken with everything else in the last 6 years, and we wanted to make sure that the community's voice was represented. So we found funding. We did some initial outreach to really get our finger on the pulse of what are people's concerns, what are they thinking about, and we brought our local elected officials into different communities, and I took notes, pages of notes of all the questions and all the comments, and we used those to develop the surveys that we conducted last summer that I believe some of you participated in. Couple interesting facts out of those surveys. We were told nuclear is not an option, nobody's interested in it, everybody's scared of it. Well, in CEI, everything we do is to be community-based, fact-based, and data-driven. Well, how do you get the data? You conduct the surveys, you ask the people, you find it, you gather it, and the data showed us not only did 88.5% of people in Northwest Colorado support nuclear energy, more people in Northwest Colorado support nuclear than in the parallel national study we conducted at the same time. On top of that, nobody in this room will be surprised, the baseline of knowledge when it comes to energy of people in the Western Slope is much higher than the baseline from our national surveys. So with that in mind, I'm wearing my boots because I'm in over my head. You guys all know more than me. What I'm going to talk about today, I was asked by Sarah and Derek. Derek wanted me to tell everybody he is the man. The Grand Valley Power is that like the Ohio State University where everybody loves to hate you? So they asked me to present some notes on nuclear energy and the life cycle of nuclear. And then Andrea asked me to put a PowerPoint together. And as a paramedic, I learned there is a medical condition called death by PowerPoint. So arrows aren't working. Down, up, left, right. So I put this together just to put us all on the same page, and you guys can track, and you'll see it's very creative. I'm also selfish, and I wanted you to focus on me instead of taking pictures of the screen while I read it to you and then text your friends later on. So we have this all of the above mindset in all the discussions. Ray Beck screams it from the top of his head every chance he gets when he talks about Jolt. We're an all of the above energy community. Club 20, we believe in all of the above. Well, if you read the op-ed we wrote 2 years ago with Tiffany and Ray and NCI, we pointed out all of the above is nothing more than a starting point for conversation. All of the above doesn't fix problems. All of the above is not a solution. We need to have the all of the above conversation so that we can discover the best of the above for our location, for our community, for our environment. Geothermal is not going to work in Kansas, but it works here. So all of the above for Kansas does not include geothermal. Therefore, let's consider it all, but let's find the best. The other bit of semantics that I want to touch on is nuclear energy is not one size fits all. Nuclear energy is all the hype because you get the hysteria from The Simpsons, you get the Sierra Club fundraising over fear-mongering and divisive banter, and then you get other people that think it's the best thing since sliced bread. And the truth is, nuclear energy is one of many resources that has its pros and it has its cons. And I'm going to touch hopefully on some of those. And of the 7 topics that I have listed up here, 6 of them are probably going to be review for most of you in this room. So hopefully if you walk out with one thing that I offer, that's fantastic. I'll call that a win. Ray, you told me the other day something about generation and transmission that everybody got confused. You mind sharing that with everybody here?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I think there's some misnomers out there in the world that we live in today, and I really get kind of aggravated when I think about generation of electricity, generation of power. And Matt and I were talking about this the other day. You know, you hear about battery generation. Batteries do not generate in squat. They store power from the sun, from the wind, from other resources of energy. And I use the example of a pitcher of water. You got, so if you think about a pitcher of water and a battery, and you somehow get that pitcher full of water, or you get that battery full of after you charge it, and as it goes down, no different than a pitcher of water, you've got to replenish it. You don't have to do that with generation. Generation is constant. It's like, as an example, coal generation, 3,600 RPMs per second. I mean, that's generation. Something is moving to generate that power, and batteries do not do that. And so I just wanted to put that out there for what it's worth and clarify when we talk about battery storage versus generation.
Does solar generate electricity?
I don't believe it does. And I had that conversation with other folks, and there's probably folks that will argue that, but I don't believe that the sun generates power. It provides sun, it provides power. I mean, it
Does coal generate power?
Yeah, so I don't believe that it generates it.
Does coal generate power?
Yes.
Nuclear?
Yes.
Wind?
Wind, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Okay. So does everybody, so that we're all on the same page, do we understand all of the above, best of the above, and generation? Because that's the foundation as we talk about energy. Where's it coming from? How are we doing it? The other part of it is, how does nuclear energy connect with all of the other energies from House Bill 1247? So at Idaho National Lab, they developed this concept called integrated energy solutions. And the idea is all of these energies have the ability to work together for maximum benefit of us and our community. And these are all the things that we can get from all of these different sources. Think of nuclear energy as a light switch. When the wind is blowing and the sun is shining, we flip the switch down and we can use nuclear to generate heat or to generate hydrogen. If Japan takes off with their hydrogen cell vehicles, we'll need something to help separate that hydrogen, right? But then the wind dies and we get, if you guys remember back in the day when we'd get 40-day snowstorms and you have no sunlight and we start feeling like we're from Alaska ready to murder each other, there's no wind, there's no light. What are we going to do for electricity? You flip that switch up and nuclear provides what you're missing. So a very high level, very brief concept of an integrated energy system. But when I talk best of the above, it's how do we fill these boxes so that they work together so that we can get all the output that we need? Fair enough? Okay. So we're going to talk about the nuclear life cycle today. There's a front end at the top, and you got the back end at the bottom. The front end at the top, most of us here are familiar with. That's all the mining that we've experienced. At one point, Colorado was one of 4 states, Colorado, Nebraska, Texas, Wyoming, that provided 80% of the uranium for the world. Up until the 1980s. Then they figured out, oh, we can get it cheaper and a higher quality from overseas. So they backed off the mining of uranium in the United States, and we've been importing it ever since. Now, again, I call this Solomonizing, very high, very broad, very dumbed down strokes. So I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty, and I'm not going to get super technical. This is just an introduction to how the dots connect. So the yellow cake that you hear people talk about is the uranium that they pull from the rock. And right here, we're in the uranium belt. We've got Montrose, Mesa County, San Juan, Utah. That green, anybody go to Moab that sees that green dust on the rock?
Anybody go four-wheeling or camping in Moab? Mountain biking? Nobody? There we go. Are you glowing right now? No, it's a myth. It's not a big deal, but it's all around us is the point. So that's the first step, mining and milling. We pull it out of the ground, we pull it off the rock, we make the yellow cake, then we have to convert it. And we're converting it from just this yellow cake substance into a gas that's called uranium hexafluoride. That's the gas that's needed for the reactors. So from there, we move on to enrichment. And in the enrichment step, you take this uranium hexafluoride and you have to improve it into U-235 so that it can be processed and good enough to be used in the reactors. It has to support the chain reactions, and that chain reaction of the splitting of the atoms is what creates and generates the heat. If you can picture all those atoms bouncing around. The geologists in the room, I hope I'm not butchering your trade too badly. Again, Solomonized. That is a word. I wish Don Coram were here. Don is on a national HALEU committee. He's working really hard to introduce HALEU technology in processing enrichment in Colorado. That's what's called a high assay, low enriched uranium. The uranium that we get out of Colorado and Utah is a low enriched uranium, as opposed to Russia is high enriched. And that's key to know because the advanced reactors being introduced today use HALEU, high assay, low enriched uranium. So when you see Don, pick on him, pick his brain. He'll talk your ear off for an hour and fill you on everything he's been working on for a couple of years. So fabrication, we've got to take this gas, right? And we've got to make it a solid so that it'll function in the reactors. So that enriched hexafluoride's converted to a power, and then it's pressed into pellets. Don't tell her. These pellets are about half the size of this Jolly Rancher. And they take these pellets and they stuff them into these long rods, these tubes, seal them on either end, and those rods are then assembled to form the fuel assembly that goes into the nuclear reactor. And there's about 300 of these rods per assembly. So that brings us to the next step, nuclear reactors. And I'm going to read off, for our presentation this weekend, we just got these done yesterday. We managed to pull a one-sentence summary describing each of the new advanced reactors. So I want to read off to you these summaries of the differences of these reactors. And Andrea cracked the whip on me, so I had to get her something by yesterday morning. I didn't have this in time. But you look at advanced small modular water-cooled reactors. That's what you commonly hear referred to as an SMR. That reactor uses water as a coolant and is smaller than the traditional light water reactors that we all picture when we picture nuclear energy. Then we've got liquid metal-cooled fast reactors. Have you guys heard of that? That uses metal, like a sodium or a lead, as a coolant instead of the water. So it allows the coolant to operate at higher temperatures and lower pressures than the current reactors. The third advanced reactor type is a gas-cooled reactor. It's cooled by flowing gas and designed to operate at higher temperatures. And I know everybody in this room's heard of molten salt reactors because of Wyoming, correct? This reactor, believe it or not, uses molten fluoride or chloride salts as a coolant. So instead of water, it's using molten salt. Finally, there's a high temperature gas reactor that uses helium gas and ceramic materials to stabilize the fission process inside the reactor core. So how big are these reactors? Microreactor, you hear it, it sounds small. It's anywhere from 1 megawatt to 20 megawatts in what it can put out. It's about the size anywhere from a pickup truck to a semi-truck. So if you picture 3 Mile Island and picture that pickup truck, pretty significant difference in size. SMRs are the big term that we're talking about a lot in Colorado lately
because there's the potential for turnkey technology to tap, plug and play into our coal power plants today. I pause because I'm trying to describe the size of them. But if you were to take Craig or Hayden stations, that station's not going to be any bigger. In fact, I believe you can plug and play 3 to 9 SMRs in those power plants. So still bigger than a semi-truck, much smaller than 3 Mile Island. And an SMR can provide anywhere from 20 to 300 megawatts. I think I've seen some that are 500, but 300's roughly the industry standard. Brad, what are you putting out at Hayden? So 2 SMRs, not only do you replace what you're losing, but you're prepping for the growth of Steamboat Springs or data centers looking all over the region, and you can stack them, kind of like Legos, which is pretty cool. In a full-size reactor, you know, it's 300 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts. That's your big facilities that we all picture traditionally that gets blown up in The Simpsons on a regular basis. So why advanced reactors? What's the features of them? Well, walk-away safety. You don't need a hands-on operator. They're compact, they're consolidated, and the safety protocol that goes into these is second to none. They're versatile. Just like this slide here, you can use them for a variety of needs. The waste, and this is the key one, I'm going to touch on this one in about 10 minutes, it's recyclable and reusable, and that's a big one. And then finally, the financeability. There's a lot of options now to finance these reactors, and Colorado, depending on House Bill 1040, which we'll touch on, I'm sure, in a little bit, we have the ability, and we are in the position, I had a meeting yesterday to follow up on some of this, to align with the other Rocky Mountain states and the Intermountain West states in forming financing alliances so that there's no fear of being first to the table. Because typically what happens, first to the table pays the most, they break the way. I'm the oldest of 3 kids. I paid the price, I paved the way. My brother got away with everything. First to the table with SMRs, pays the most, paves the way. 10th to the table is going to pay much less. Everybody's waiting to be 10th, and if nobody goes first, nobody goes 10th. So there's alliances that are forming for cost sharing so that it'll bring that initial price down, and states can work together on policy, utilities can work together on pricing. So that's more on that coming down the road. So that's the reactor. Once the fuel comes out of the reactor, you've seen the pictures of the rods and the pools cooling off. That's the first step of the cooling process. The second step is cold cask storage. So they put the rods in a steel container wrapped in concrete, they put it in a parking lot, and there it sits. Interim storage. Why is it called interim? Because it's not permanent. Interim could mean a year, interim could mean 80 years. Interim is not the final step, thus it's interim. These interim storage sites, there's one in Florida, which is just a couple hours from where I grew up through high school, that has gone through hurricanes and tropical storms every year. The community has no idea it's there because there's never been an issue. In 1957 to today, Wendell, how old are you? I'm kidding. Since 1957, there's been 4,000 transports of spent nuclear fuel from reactor sites to interim storage sites, from interim storage sites to other storage sites. So that's roughly once a week, a semi-truck loaded up with spent fuel drives across country and moves it from one place to another. Can anybody guess how many radiological incidents or incidents in general we've had since 1957? 0. Correct. Here's a Jolly Rancher. Perfect. 0. What industry in our country, in the world, can claim a safety record of 0? I worked for Shell up in Rangeley. In the 2 years I was helping them out up there, we didn't have 0 incidences. Coal mines. huge safety standards, but there's always something. I was asked 20 years ago, I was a paramedic, had an FFL, owned a gun shop, and I was contracting with the US military. And I worked with two guys that it was a group of characters. They were all recon Marines. But one of them worked for the Department of Energy, and they wanted me on their transportation team because I could handle a gun. I was security certified, and I was a paramedic, and they wanted a medic on their team. These transports aren't just driving empty semi trucks down the road. You have a full armed escort, you have medics on site, a safety protocol second to none, and once a week they're coming down I-70 and none of the ski resorts have any clues, so there's been no Supreme Court cases complaining about a what if. Sorry, did I get a little triggered there? I apologize. At any rate, the last step on this back end cycle, or back end of the cycle, is final disposition. Anybody heard of Yucca Mountain? Yucca Mountain, get it out of your language, it's never gonna happen. So Yucca Mountain was set up, and it was intended to be our deep ground, underground repository and a permanent solution for spent nuclear fuel. But the politicians and the locals in Nevada weren't asked permission to do it. The feds came in and said, we're the feds, it's 100 miles north of Vegas in the desert, we're gonna do this, it's the perfect geological site for it. Wendell can give you all the reasons why later. And they set it up, ran with it, and Nevada filed lawsuits, and Yucca Mountain's not happening. So the United States is under the gun to come up with a permanent solution for their repository. No, ma'am. Questions start in 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. What do you got?
They've gone to the reactor, there's still fuel left there, and if we recycle them, we could actually reduce what goes to final disposition even more. So is that being done before energy storage, or are we not?
So this is why we save questions to the end.
Matt.
Because I have a question before I answer that.
Hey, Matt, would you want to just restate the question for the people online too?
The question is, are these interim storage sites where the spent nuclear fuel is being repurposed? And we're not there yet. Because I have a question before we touch on that. And the question is, does this look like a full cycle to you? What's missing? To be a cycle, it's got to connect. We got to close the loop to make a cycle. And right now we've got a front end and a back end. It's two parallel paths and there's no connection until we answer Bonnie's question. Did you read my notes? Spent fuel reprocessing. France is doing it. The United States is studying how France is doing it. But what people don't talk about is the United States is the country that pioneered this. And we reprocessed, recycled, repurposed, whatever term of the day you want to use, spent nuclear fuel all the way up to the Carter administration, and Carter said no more. The really fast history lesson, Carter said no more. Reagan got in office and said, let's do it. Bush got in office and he passed the Advanced Energy Initiative to finance doing it. Obama got in office and said no more. So the United States has fallen behind in the last, 40 years, 50 years? Math, quick math, you get the idea. And now France is the leader. I believe UK is also reprocessing spent fuel. Here's the other bit. You guys have read the Colorado Sun and KUNC's newspaper articles because we're going to turn Northwest Colorado into a radioactive wasteland that looks like a shiny green swamp from Central Florida. That's not what's happening at all. What happened is 88.5% of people in our initial survey said they support nuclear energy in the state Democrat Party, while I feel politics do not belong in any of the 4 topics that help rural Colorado survive. What are those 4 topics? Water, transportation, communication, and energy. Politics should stay out of those. But in our state, politics are ingrained. We have a majority from one party in both chambers. We won't rehash that. And the majority party put out a policy statement that said they will not support nuclear energy until there's a solution for waste. Well, me being as dumb as I am, I said, what are you talking about? There's no solution for waste. I'll find a solution, because the 88.5 people in our district want nuclear energy. Brad needs it so his company can make a profit and survive, and our region needs it with all the advanced computing and quantum tech that's being recruited to our state. We've got a supply for a 345% growth that's projected over the next few years. So let's find a solution. So I went looking, learned all of this about Yucca Mountain, and I learned that there's an interim storage program with the Department of Energy that could potentially bring $80 billion of industry to the state of Colorado and set us up to be a leader in the United States for reprocessing. You know what else comes with it? A $10 billion international research and technology laboratory. It puts Colorado as the leader in the map for energy, for repurposing, reprocessing, recycling, whatever you want to call it. And it ties the ribbon on top, connecting our universities, our next generation, and our students into energy and technology. So I came back and I said, hey, what do you mean there's no solution? There is a solution. So let's talk about energy solutions, because we do have solutions for waste. Do we have a program in mind? No. But is there the potential to have these conversations? Yes. County commissioners, if it costs $80 billion to build a building in your county, do you make money off that? Does that help your economy? Does it help your workforce? Tiffany, what's the two basic components of economic development? Workforce and tax base. And Tiffany is supporting us, trying to find ways to check those boxes for your counties while we have a governor setting dates without a plan. So AG&C, they've been working their tail off to come up with plans. This one plan, connecting this dot to here, brings $80 billion potentially of industry to Colorado. And if we don't want it, it'll go to Utah. And if Utah doesn't want it, it'll go to New Mexico. If they don't want it, it'll go to Minnesota or Arkansas. The point is, we now have the ability to close the loop. And now the title of the presentation Derek asked me to give makes sense. There is a life cycle for nuclear energy. And the point of this presentation is Colorado has the ability to check every box of this life cycle if we want to. We have the ability to support our county commissioners while they figure out how to put new pavement on the roads, while they support the jails, and more importantly, while we look after the mental health of our coal miners, our energy plant workers, and our communities that are on the brink in anywhere from 2 to 6 years of economic crisis. So I know we're here to talk about the life cycle of nuclear energy, but all the dots connect, so I apologize for the soapbox. So the meat and potatoes. You guys remember Senate Bill 181? Changed one word, foster to regulation. Everybody familiar with this? Mission statement of the Oil and Gas Association? Well, if we take that mindset and look at the Department of Energy, the Department of Energy advocates for nuclear and for our communities. The NRC is who's regulating against it. So that's why it's a 2-year process as the first step. We've got the Department of Energy saying, here's all the money, here's all the resources, here's your research. And then we get the NRC and they say, well, this exact project was built in the state next door, but we got to look at yours. Give us $500 billion and we'll call you in 2 years. That's a problem. There was a consortium meeting last week. There were discussions with the delegation in Congress in DC last week. They're trying to find solutions, and it's time to get radical with the solutions and get out of the bureaucracy. One of the solutions offered was for President Trump to provide an executive order streamlining the process and then having Congress codify that executive order so that maybe we can do what Canada's doing. You're bringing an SMR 300 from whomever, and Tri-State wants to bring one in with you. Your blueprint gets approved. You have the exact same power plant as Tri-State. That reactor, that blueprint's approved. Tri-State comes to the table. Here's your stamp. It's exactly the same. That's one suggestion that's come to the table to help streamline the process and also to minimize that cost. Speaking of Canada, I had the numbers here, and then we'll talk on Terra in Wyoming too, because we're curious. Canada's announced their first SMRs coming online in 2029. They have 3 more planned with a 24 to 36 month build time. That's much faster than the 7 to 10 years in the US. And the first one's going to be near the Darlington Nuclear Generating Center east of Toronto. Terra in Wyoming, that company, as a contrast to Canada, was started in 2008, broke ground in 2024, and they're expecting a 15 to 20-year build time. And what they're doing right is they're building a training center, international training center next door first, so they can train their workers while they build the plant and then train the international workers once the plant is built. Next steps for Colorado, I broke it down into 3 steps. 1, whichever utility, Brad, Tri-State, is coming to the table. Sorry, oh, Sarah just called. She wanted me to tell you no, it's the Tri-State. I'm kidding. So whichever utility wants to come to the table and explore incorporating nuclear energy as part of their integrated plan, you got to have community engagement and you got to have education. If you're not out in front and having fact-based discussions with the community and engaging them, especially in Western Colorado where we have an educated population that cares about their community, the rumor mill and gossip vine is going to get ahead of you. Second thing you have to do is have technical planning and studies, feasibility studies completed. And the third thing that needs to be done is we need long-term visioning and long-term planning. Part of my role within CEI is to facilitate all 3 of those steps. And we've built a network of contacts from across the country that can come in and help any utility in Colorado that wants to dive deeper into this conversation. And I can help facilitate those conversations and help anyone with any part of that. I think in closing, I do have an ask of Club 20. This is a policy discussion, right? You have an all of the above policy. That's the conversation starter. But I started this presentation today talking about we need best of the above solutions. So if the top line of your policy is we're all of the above, I would ask for a policy under that that says you support the financing, research, and implementation of nuclear energy and all parts of the nuclear life cycle in Colorado. From mining all the way to processing, to interim storage, to repurposing, it would help our economy, it would help your counties, it would help our workforce. And with 1040 coming to the Senate on Monday, it shows those senators that the Western Slope is behind this bill. That's all I've got. Bonnie, do you have any questions? Thank you guys for your attention. Thank you for tolerating my highly advanced slide presentation. And thanks for the time today, Derek.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Very, very good presentation. All right, we have plenty of time for questions, so we will open it up for questions, and we will start with Bonnie.
You just went away too fast, Matt. So I think you know that Club 20 is going to DC in May. Is there contacts we should make in DC to say that Western Colorado, maybe specifically Northwest Colorado, is interested in advancing this? And is there somebody that we should be meeting with while we're back there to say this is important to Colorado? Any suggestions along those lines?
Absolutely. 2 freshman senators were appointed to the Energy Committee in Congress this year. That's unheard of. One of them's the Congresswoman from North Dakota, Julie Federchek, and
really smart, really kind woman. She worked for the State Utility Commission in North Dakota. And when their congressman stepped up for governor, she was the natural to fill his spot and the natural to sit on that committee. The second one is Gabe Evans from CD8. I can get you Gabe's scheduler's contact information. Reach out to her sooner than later, so she can get you on his calendar. He doesn't know what's going on in Western Colorado, and he wants to know. He and I have had great conversations, but he's on that energy committee, and that's a voice we need. I could also, and if you don't mind me plugging, Energy Communities Alliance is the Club 20 of energy communities in DC. When 1040 passes, Tiffany and I have spoken. They have financed 2 grants for us for the work we're doing. And Tiffany's like, we should join them now. This is awesome. It's all state level electeds and commissioners and mayors and town council people from energy communities. And I said, Tiffany, let's wait until 1040 passes. Then we're not ahead of the ball where we become a target for being advocates, which we're not. I want to be crystal clear on that. I'm not here today advocating for nuclear energy. I'm here today presenting information on a fact-based basis that I was asked to present. But ECA created this handbook. And for those of you in guns that are familiar with the NFA handbook, this is the nuclear energy version of the NFA handbook. And it's a wealth of information. Yes, Bonnie, I'm sorry.
So Western Colorado can provide basically the entire life cycle for nuclear because we are in the midst of the Uravan energy belt. So we could see mining for that jobs for Western Colorado. We've got Energy Fuels Processing just across the border in Utah who processes that energy. We have storage areas here if we want to store the spent fuel, but maybe should we, while we're in DC, get ahead of the conversation because we need expedited mining permitting and those sorts of things. And do you think that's BLM that we talked to? Is that Secretary Burgum that we talked to? Or is that Mr. Wright at Energy? I mean, what are your advice about that?
It's going to be a combination of all 3. It really is. And when it comes to storage, that's both a DOE, an NRC, and a BLM question. The interesting thing about interim storage, which if you're going to reprocess or repurpose, you have to have interim storage next to it, right? So the conversation's not about being a nuclear waste land. The conversation's about we want to be a state-of-the-art state that recycles our energy. And here's an interesting tidbit. I don't know if anybody's heard this data point. Spent fuel that's stacked up. By the way, the feds are paying $2 million per day in penalties. $2 million per day is being paid to the utilities where spent fuel is being stored right now while Yucca Mountain's being figured out. That's the money they're putting into researching these next steps. But let's look at Maybell, for example. DOE owns land there, but it's surrounded by BLM, right? So there's going to have to be a partnership between the county, the BLM, the Department of Energy. The beauty is interim sites are above ground. County commissioners, that falls into your lap. Does that help? So yes, Chris Wright, BLM, DOE, I can get you in touch with a pocket full of people there, and I'm happy to help. That's where I just got back from 2 days ago. Yes, sir.
Chairman. Yes, sir. Along the lines of there's a comparing energy sources. When it comes to the nuclear, I can assure you that everybody's for it. And it's going to be because the money follows it. And the reason I say that is because right now we see the piracy that's gone on with the utility companies since the Green New Deal came about. Everybody's all about wind, all about solar. And there was a whole movement nationwide and worldwide. Right now, Tri-State has a solar farm right outside of Axel. And that footprint there is bigger than the coal mine at Peabody is allowed for the footprint of their coal piled up. Now that's energy reserve. But the point I'm trying to make is I think the circle that we really need to close is, let's quit feeling sorry for the tri-states and the XLs and all the pressure that's put on them, because the only thing they do is they go to the PUC and they ask for a rate hike. So whatever regulatory stuff is put on them, anything that they have to deal with, the public squeaks, we need power, we need electricity, we need this, we need that. Oh, but then we've got these movements that create, we need a power source from here, from here, from here. Well, what happens to the mailbox? Every one of us go to the mailbox and we look at our bill. Well, it's $2.65 more because the PUC allowed a rate increase. But the deposit slips that Tri-State and XL and Salt River all do, not a problem. It's a cost-plus business, and the consumers are the victims of it. So of course, nuclear is going to be fine, but we need to curb that before we get to that point. If we're going to be in favor of nuclear, we better have a way to close that circle, because we don't know what those costs are. And the yield. When you're a farmer, you can have 20 acres that don't yield like 10 acres do. So what's that yield circle on nuclear? Have we really done that study?
So for those online, the question is what's the true cost of nuclear, and how do we keep the utilities from taking advantage of us based on propaganda? Is that fair? My answer to you is, I've heard word of a study. I stole Greg Welcher's language from his cumulative impact op-ed a few months ago. And I realized we don't have a cumulative impact study for energy. Nobody's looked at the full lifeline from mining to deposits for windmills, for solar, for nuclear. We get these apples and oranges comparisons of, well, on this portion of the conversation, nuclear's better. On this portion of the conversation, solar's better. And I want to look at all 80 years. And I want a true apples to apples comparison on what's the inflationary value of all the subsidies we've been paying to solar and wind? What's the inflationary value of the $2 million per day we're paying in penalties for nuclear? And how does that come about to a utility bill? So rather than attacking Black Hills or Tri-State or Excel for making a profit, sorry, that's what business does. Get in the business, you can get your own free energy. Let's have an apples to apples conversation and look at the true cost so that we're not getting gaslit by the media or by an activist. Is that fair? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, Andrea said we had 2 online. We'll go to 1 online and then come back.
We're going to start with Steve Child and then go to Sarah Carlisle.
Hey,
Please
thank you.
unmute Steve. Okay.
Steve Child from Pitkin County. I serve on the Club 20 Energy Committee. We just recently, in the last couple of years, greatly simplified the energy policy for Club 20, and that's when we came up with all of the above that Club 20 already is on record as supporting. So we support nuclear energy, we support wind, gas, coal, wind, solar, all of the above. We support all those. We don't need to create new policy to say we support nuclear, because we are already supporting it. Now I have a question that's maybe you could answer. I think it would be good to start with a place like Craig or Nukla, where there's coal plants being shut down. Those would be the places to start with the small modular reactors. But in the long run, would it be better to only have a few places, like where there are the existing coal generation plants and the existing network of the power lines starting from there? Or would it be better to spread it out? For instance, instead of putting 6 small modular reactors in Craig, if you put 2 there, if you put 2 in Grand Junction, if you put some over by Denver, spread them out in different parts of the state, would that be a better strategy, or would it be better to keep them more centralized? So that's my question. Thank you.
I'm going to answer your question with a question. Is it a better strategy for the government to put their hand on our pocketbook and tell us everything we need to do? or is it a better strategy for the industry to dictate what the needs are for security, transmission, and stability? And I don't say that in a sarcastic sense, but that's my takeaway from the question. It's not my job to tell you, you can put one here, you can put one there. Oh, you don't get one, you get this instead. It's the experts, the engineers, the utility companies, they know what's going to fit and where it's going to fit. My job is to communicate your voice at the community to the experts and to the legislature so that we have fact-based discussions, and so you don't get railroaded from the top down with policies that may or may not support your community. So what the distribution is of SMRs, I think that's up to the demand and it's up to the utility companies. Derek, do you feel differently?
Yeah, it's going to come down to, you know, what the infrastructure is that's already in place and where the best location is based on the infrastructure. You know, I mean, it could be spread out, but you may have to rebuild infrastructure, and then you're getting into the fact of, you know, now we're going to have new transmission lines and different transmission lines. But to start with, Steve, to your point, it's, you know, I think the low-hanging fruit is start with the infrastructure that's in place. That's the low-hanging fruit. Let's utilize what's there and start there and see where this goes.
I would like to say 2.5 years ago, when we started working with NCEI, Bonnie referred to it as the N-word because we weren't allowed to say it. And I'd also like to say that bills like 1040 were shut down on a party line vote the last 2 years, 2 sessions in a row. This year it came out of the House with a 20-vote margin. We've come a long way in our bipartisanship. We've come a long way in identifying the need. While it feels like, and the truth is, we're 10 years too late to the conversation, today is much better than tomorrow. And I think to touch on what Steve asked about, we already said all of the above. What's the point in highlighting nuclear? The point in highlighting nuclear is to align ourselves with Congresswoman DeGette's Advance Act, to align ourselves with the House Bill 1247 feasibility study, and to support 1040 coming down the pipeline. Because unlike solar, wind, and geothermal, nuclear is going to provide tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue to our counties, to our constituents, for our roads, and for our infrastructure. And jobs. Jobs transfer over and you get more and they're higher paying. And jobs, speaking of which, Senate Bill 120, if you guys are going to talk legislation, here, can you give my hand a break and just pat my back? Senator Liston presented Senate Bill 120, and it was a bill to offer scholarships to nuclear engineers. And he sent it to me. He's like, Matt, what do you think? I said, I think it's terrible. Don't push it. Why is that? Because we got nuclear engineers. They come out of the Navy. They come out of the universities. They've got PhDs and masters. We don't need that. What we need are upskilling and reskilling and apprenticeship opportunities for our pipe fitters, our welders, our HVAC personnel, our concrete layers. That's what we need to do. And you know what Senator Liston did? He and Senator Marchman rewrote the bill. Representative Soper is co-sponsoring it. It should be up in the Senate in 2 weeks. Senate Bill 120. We have the lady who drew the blueprint of modeling for workforce development in nuclear is a personal friend of mine in helping me stand up a nonprofit so we can set up a model in the Rocky Mountains that mirrors what she set up in the Tennessee Valley Authority. Long sentence, I know, but it's really exciting. So that's why to highlight nuclear.
Okay, thanks, Matt. We'll go to Sarah online next.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. Unfortunately, I am sick. I would much rather be in the room with you. I am grateful that Club 20 provides an online option for instances like that. So thank you very much. I'll be speaking just on behalf of Tri-State on a few issues that had come up. First of all, Tri-State is not rate regulated by the PUC. Our rates are set through FERC. And also just wanted to mention that Tri-State is a co-op. Our business model is different than an investor-owned utility. We are strictly set up to serve the co-ops that we serve. We're not here to make a profit. And also, all utilities in Colorado are required to go through an electric resource plan through the Public Utility Commission in the state of Colorado. Excuse me. Where we are required to provide a 30-year outlook on our resource needs. And the electric resource plan has various phases. The first one identifies the amount of megawatts that we need to operate within the next 30 years, that outlook that I mentioned. And then the next phase, which right now at the Public Utility Commission, is identifying where those resources would be placed. So Steve, when you were talking about like placing you mentioned nuclear, but we look at any of the options of where the most viable option would be for us to place a new generation source based on our interconnection capabilities that we have, permitting and all of those things. So we're here to serve our members and provide that electricity in the most affordable and reliable way possible. On April 11th, we will be filing our preferred plan with the Public Utility Commission. So I'm really excited to see that myself personally, and I will be very excited to share that plan and what we're looking at for our upcoming generation needs after that date.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Appreciate that. So I'll go to Ray Beck next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, thank you for the presentation. And I want to follow up on your request of Club 20. I think that's very important, and I think it fits within our policy. And I think given the fact that we already have policy on the books that, and Commissioner Childs made a good point about, yes, we have that, but to your point about what is the best of the above. And we've done this before, so we could actually make that resolution with your help, standalone resolution. We can incorporate it into our guiding principles. We can work through the chair of the Energy Committee and his advisory board. We could send this to the exec committee. There's a number of avenues we can do here. So I'd like to move that we actually incorporate that resolution into our policy for Club 20.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to incorporate, I didn't capture Matt's statement earlier.
Oh, something you should know about me. If I'm on the roll, once it's out, it's gone. I don't remember what I said.
And Andrea, did you happen to capture it?
Derek, I emailed you something the other day, and it basically said that we would support financing, researching, and development of nuclear as a source of energy in Colorado. But it was all steps in the life cycle, though. Do you have that?
What I got, Derek,
Let's see.
Is best of the above, support finance, research, and all parts of nuclear science in Colorado.
That was what I said. That's way better than what I said today. Thanks, Andrea.
Yeah.
Of course.
Could I do a follow-up to that comment? I do like the idea of actually crafting a resolution, Ray. But what I thought I heard Matt say is we have a hearing coming up on 10/40 and a letter may be appropriate. So can we get a letter based with the things Andrea just read that says this is what we believe now with regard to this bill, and then work on a resolution under Ray's suggestion? Does that work?
I think that's a great idea, Bonnie. We should do both.
Yeah, and we can do a letter and testimony for the bill when it comes. We are in support of the 1040 currently, but making sure that it's out there for folks, definitely important. We do have existing policies that discusses nuclear, but adding in language of recognizing it as a clean energy source could be a good addition to an existing resolution that we already have, rather than drafting a whole new one. Keeping us flexible at the state legislature.
Okay, Michael?
No, that's honestly, I think that's a great first step. I think step 2 is when we're in DC, we need to dredge the canals while we're there and trying to understand what's going on. I think with the economic impact that our coal producing areas and Hayden and Nuclear and all these other places have dealt with over the years, if we can close this cycle that you're talking about, Matt, and actually do it on the western slope, guys, why in the hell wouldn't we be involved with this? Quite honestly, I know it's just me talking here as myself, but I mean, Nuclear, I mean, your people, they sponsored us last summer, one of the best group of human beings we've been around. It was awesome. I mean, just flat heartwarming. And those are the kind of people we're talking about, whether it's Somerset or Hayden or Craig. I mean, this is the salt of Western Slope, and we need to make damn sure that we do what we can do. So Bonnie, great point. When we're in DC in May, third week in May, Brittany, let's get with Matt and see who we need to go talk to, and let's let our voice be heard as to what we need to do for our people. So that's all, that's really all I had.
No, I was.
Hold on. So I just want to make sure that we're still in discussion because there is a motion on the floor before we move into any other discussion beyond what this discussion is.
Yeah, so Brittany, I'm glad you brought that up, but I'd like to amend the motion by including the letter as well.
Who was the second?
T. Wright.
T. Wright. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion? Thank you, sir.
Okay, yes, we call for a vote on this. So we have a motion, a second, to include the letter with the original motion, as a recommendation to the full board. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. Okay, hearing none, it passes. Recommendation to the full board. I did want to give Matt a chance to comment on something as well.
Michael, what you're talking about with the repurposing and next step, so that would be a private enterprise. The DOE, oh, I just got a free buzz. Hang on. Squatting down too long. That or I'm getting old and my blood pressure's gone to crap. Right. The DOE is opening up an expression of interest in the fall. And this is an expression of interest in community engagement. So there's no commitment, but enough money to have an educational campaign and engage with the community directly. I've been having preliminary meetings to prep for that, to see who would be interested in engaging in that. And so that work for me is going to continue through the summer. That opens up in the fall. Hopefully, we've gone from not on the list to one of the top 3 states on the list in the last year. And if we can qualify for some of that funding, we will start taking those steps that you want to take.
Another quick question, and we're going to get to you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So where are our pitfalls? I mean, within the state of Colorado, if we want the Western Slope to be in front of this, where are we going to have issues within our own state?
And that might tie to Cindy's, I anticipate her question, which is probably permitting. Yeah, which is.
So this question is completely off this subject, but can you take 30 seconds and tell me if molten salt coolants are comparable to water coolants?
Remember the Advil commercial, Little Yellow Different Better? Kind of like that. It's a little yellow different. It's not colored. It's different technology. Better, I don't have the science in my brain to decipher one better than the other. My answer is they're different. What was your question? And then
Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to bring up is Colorado is historically very conservative in regards to its lands. And solar development and wind development are anything but complementary to that conservative diatribe. My community fought off 1,000 acres of solar panels, and when you're thinking of an acre of, or 40 acres, I want you to think of 40 to 60,000 panels an acre. That's 105 truckloads that'll haul 26 pallets up and down Norwood Hill to deliver. So we're throwing problem on top of problem on top of problem. What I would ask in this is, what is the per acre benefit? If we're not eating up 5,000 acres of solar panels that die within 20 to 30 years with no way to recycle them, that they're going to have to be buried out somewhere else. With the longevity of a nuclear power plant of 40 years plus 40 years, how can we put together the opportunity to sell to the people who scream conservation the development of this nuclear energy that utilizes the mineral storages that we already have? Like Paradox is the uranium, like Bible Belt. Why can't we go and put that thought process back into the conservation where we're not eating up these public lands and sterilizing the ground for any future growth, regeneration, or anything else? I think that is the way to start moving that needle and that pendulum into the opportunity of really embracing the conservation of Colorado.
So I think this starts the answer to your question, and I think that's a great point. And I wrote it down because I've got a list of what are the conversation topics for education that need to be had? What answers do I need to find, right? So what's the per acre benefit? I will say, unlike solar or other things, an interim storage site's not a repository in the ground. There's no oozing liquid green fluid pouring out into the environment. It's small steel pellets stored in concrete casks, and it's basically an industrial park, if that makes sense. What we would be up against in having this discussion, all of us in this room, number one, it's going to be NGOs, politics, fear-mongering, divisive language, and emotional triggering visualizations that may or may not be true. And Tiffany's watched me for the last few years. The way I stand up to that is to stay fact-based, honest, and to have good faith conversations with integrity. That's my goal. That's how I want NCI to work. That's how Club 20 works anyway. And that's how we combat the fundraisers in the Front Range that want to control and shut down and do what they want to do, is fact-based conversations. I think Lindy's in the back. She'll tell you as a reporter what works and what doesn't. Maybe we do a session with Lindy before we get started with anything. So thank you all for having me today. I really appreciate this. Speaking is a good honor to Club 20, and there's a lot of brilliant minds in this room. So thank you.
All right, everybody, lunch is here, so I think Matt will probably be around here for just a few more minutes enjoying lunch, so
And-
catch him and we can enjoy lunch.
One thing, to Cindy's point, if you think about when you're in middle school or elementary school and you're making the ice cream as a science experiment, Merritt might know what I'm talking about, but you put salt onto the ice to cool the temperature. I would imagine that it's the same kind of chemical reaction for the molten salt in decreasing the temperature of water or whatever it's trying to cool down. So if you think about it like that, I would suggest that it is a better coolant, if not even on par with. Now go get some grub.
If you have not been able to pay for lunch, there's a QR code on the screen where you can do so very easily.
gonna put a wire. Nobody wants to. If it's already there, that's the easiest thing to do. Try to do it.
This is Mike Murphy. He's our board chair. Be the one stepping in because I'm about to make calls. So, yeah. If you need anything from me, I can follow up with all of our agendas every day. Okay, yeah, shoot me an email. It's the yes. Yes, no, thank you. Best of luck.
What do you need?
Doing like a briefing of what's going on today at the meeting, what you guys are looking to get accomplished. I know we were really interested in yes. So we did see that we wanted to see I know you want to see half of thrones. Stuff kind of was because you didn't have one. Are these meetings?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people, especially now, I just hot topic in conjunction. So I think kind of towards the end, my side of speak a little bit about that stuff, and kind of what we talked about, and then how people can kind of join in the conversation. Not, but see what things talk about. But mostly for today, we're going to talk about what's been talked about, what are the takeaways that are going to happen today, kind of learn how to know.
So the rest of us with the 10 committees within Club 20, and then talk about how certain issues are John real estate.
Yes.
And then cut me out whenever you keep a second. I'll just tell you right now.
I think, actually, I think right here, that makes the background that way. Yeah.
Let's bring that. I'm gonna ask a question.
Yes.
I feel like it would be what? That's kind of crazy.
It's gonna be able to block that out.
put this to wherever feels comfortable, somewhere there's perfect, and then since you have a black shirt, you don't have to hide it. This can go either in your pocket, whatever is comfortable.
No, so what? I've got to read, get new ones. Okay.
Perfect. I think we're good. And then ready. I'm recording, so you don't have to do that. Go back.
What's your safety? Mainly to deal with rodents or water or natural resource. If we now develop into more of to deal with telecommunication, which is when we go. Anything that is near there. We hear that point.
And tell us a little bit about the meeting, kind of how often it's open, I mean, not all.
Club 20 has two, Club 20 is, we have 10 different policy areas. I brought custom seasons or once a year, we get together and have a policy meeting. Today, we're here for a winter policy. Telecommunications, energy. Education, tourism, healthcare, and business affairs, and all these for that. Tomorrow we will bring forth water, agriculture, and public lands and natural resources. As you may notice, most of the issues on our side, they touch several of our efforts. So we're great of folks like you that want to be involved in the years.
And when these decisions are being made, I follow the way you guys are voting. What is the next step after you get voting for? Kind of where is the community there?
So once a policy committee adopts a resolution, that goes before our board of directors. Our board of directors, who represent from all 22 districts. We'll do that in the spring. So all the resolutions brought forth during these meetings the next 2 days will go before the.
And can you kind of touch on maybe a few topics that you guys have? I've heard about salt and soil, kind of what are the most important topics that you guys are discussing today?
Today, we're discussing energy. Energy runs our country, energy runs the world. We're talking about everything from nuclear, solar, wind power, the transition that we may be seeing, how Western Colorado plays part of this solution. For environment.
And then this is going to be a hot topic for everyone.
So good.
The wolf.
Wolves are a hot topic all over Colorado. Our ag and public lands and action feel and business community and the tourism community. All of them have a dog in the fight. I mean,
Talk about what can you talk about? Kind of that obviously stuff about that profession. But what are the kind of main topics?
So during our ag and field meeting, we're going to expect minimum state funding for which is the ranchers who lost the sheep, they lost the cow, or golf. I mean, it happened. You know, we're grassroots. You and us are all in this thing. Reach out to help whatever, help somehow. Come be a part, come listen. We've been doing this for 7 years. But we're just a group that really reach out to us, help money. We'd love to have you. Please come in. Your input is important. Oh, please come. The majority of these people we've got people from the transportation group. We've got people from mobile, farm, chefs, you name it, we're all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes with Business Affairs Committee meeting, about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Always talk about this type of topics and we don't get to really talk to a lot of people who are educated on it. I don't have to random people who have to come and know about it. Evidence kind of, so talk to you guys about it.
All right, here we go. All right. Is that good light?
Yes, that's perfect. Excellent.
All right, thank you. All right. Perfect. Thanks for doing that. Where is it? Okay, save that one and send it to me when you get back. How are you doing?
That's good.
All right, good afternoon, folks. We're going to go ahead and get started on the Business Affairs Committee. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is that working? Yes, it is. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending the Club 20 Business Affairs Committee this afternoon. I'm Phil Vaughn, Chairman of the Business Affairs Committee from Rifle. We're going to start off this afternoon with welcome and introductions. And we'll just basically go around the room here first, folks, around the table, and then I'll bring the mic to the back for everybody to start off. Andrea, please start.
My name is Andrea Wilson, and I'm the Policy and Operations Director of Club 20. And online, real quick, we have Sarah Carlisle with Tri-State and Doug Monger.
Good afternoon, Michael Murphy, Club 20 Chair, and I sit on Phil's advisory panel. Thank you.
Michael McFaul with HDR on Transportation Advisory Committee.
Mike Goolsby with HDR Exec Committee and Transportation Committee.
Ray Beck, Moffett County.
Wendell Coons, Delta County Commissioner, and Sergeant at Arms for Governor Raybeck.
Hillary Henry, Office of Senator Michael Bennett.
Thanks, Hillary.
Harry Perulis, Mesa County.
Bonnie Peterson, Mesa County.
Merritt Linke, Grand County Commissioner.
Jeffries, La Plata County. Brad McLeod, Mesa County, immediate past chair of Club 20.
Mayor Joe Coulihan, Archuleta County, co-chair Tourism and Business Affairs.
Cindy Dozier, Montrose County, and I sit on the executive committee, and also I sit on the RMRI steering committee on behalf of Club 20.
Candy Meehan, Mayor for the town of Norwood and the selected seat for San Miguel County. And I'm on the membership committee with the governor.
Elise Thatcher, HDR.
Kathy Hall, Mesa County.
Margie Joy, Western Slope Community Relationship Manager for Chaffa.
Tori Welt Ranch, Delta County.
Kathy Welt, Delta County rep on the Board of Directors, Club 20 and Welt Ranch LLC.
Lois Dunn, Mesa County.
So Diane Schwenke, and I'm Ray's replacement as the membership chair for Club 20. Thanks, Ray. That's all I got to say is thanks.
Craig Fuller, Commissioner, Delta County.
Tom Kleinschnitz, co-chair of Tourism and Outdoor Rec, Moffett County.
Riley Scott, Congressman Hurd.
Audrey Danner, Montrose, Colorado.
Clark Craig, Mayor of Ignacio, Colorado, Ahu, and La Plata County.
Sharon Craig, La Plata County.
James Lambert from Montezuma County. This is my wife, Laverne.
Brooke Martinez, Mesa County. Christian Reese, University of Colorado System.
Dave Payne with Ute Water, welcome.
Don Metzler, Apex Accelerator and Holy Cross Cattlemen Association. Bill McKee, Hotchkiss, Colorado, Holy Cross Cattlemen Association.
T. Wright Dickinson, Ancient History.
Denise Vaughn, Garfield County, Ancient History 2.
Chris Lopez, Southwest Colorado Community Relationship Manager for Chaffa.
Jeanette Sanso, Senator Hickenlooper's office.
I'm Steve Reynolds. I'm the co-chair of the Healthcare Committee, coming up after Phil.
Virginia Brown, Realtor with Willow Bend Real Estate, residing in Whitewater, Colorado.
Matt Solomon, Northwest Colorado Energy Initiative.
Karma Brown, Home Loan Insurance, now Mountain West.
Darren Colchinary. I work with Karma, Mesa County.
Greg Williams, Ute Water.
Thank you. Anybody who we missed? Oh, I know one person we missed. Cameron?
Cameron Rodell, I'm the administrative assistant for Club 20.
Excellent. Thank you all for going around the room. Anybody else online that we need to introduce, Andrea? Excellent. Folks, I definitely want to start today by thanking my Business Affairs Committee Advisory Panel, the group of people that I go to, as well as many others in this room on a regular basis. Kyle Alpha with United Companies here in Junction, Mary Jo Coulihan, Executive Director, Pagosa Springs Chamber, Jerry-Lynn Martinez-Francis with Colorado Housing Finance Authority, Michael Murphy with Team Murphy Realty out of Lake City, Joe Rice with Lockheed Martin Space Systems, Diane Schwenke, thank you, Diane, Jasper Welch with Durango Space. Let's have a round of applause for that crew as well. So folks, we're going to start off with the benefits of Club 20 membership, and I'm going to introduce our friend Ray Beck. Ray and I had spoken before. Ray served as our membership chair for 15 or 17 years, Ray. 15 is good too. Yes, 15 years as well, and every single Business Affairs Committee meeting, no matter where we met in Western Colorado, Ray was there, has been there, and serving as our membership chair. Folks, I know it goes without saying that all of us greatly appreciate it, but we will at least give a nice thank you today for our friend Ray Beck and Dixie, his wife, for their support and continuing support of Club 20. Ray, thank you. And Ray had a few things to say. Jump in there, buddy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, appreciate it. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't actually, you know, Diane, thank you for taking my place. It's not big shoes to fill. You can do it, and I'll be your backup. I'll be your backup. So thank you for taking that on. But I thought this would be appropriate to recognize some members within our group here. And a couple members I'd like to recognize, and they're not new to Club 20, but they took a pause and then now they've come back. And so Audrey Danner, stand up, raise your hand, wave. From Moffat County, now lives in Montrose. And then T. Wright Dickinson. T. Wright, you in the back there? Come on, T. Wright. Everybody knows T. Wright. And so thank you guys for your membership. And then I want to recognize Apex Accelerator. They're in the back of the room. There he is. All right. And the new member, new business member, I would imagine. Yep. Yes, exactly right. So thank you for that. Is there any other new members in the room here that we didn't recognize? If you're a new member, raise your hand. Okay, we covered
Ray,
it. And I'd
Ray.
also like to give a couple,
Ray?
Yeah.
Did you announce Mr. Bill McKee?
Mr. Who?
Bill McKee. He's
did.
not only a new member today, but he also sponsored Public Lands and Natural Resources tomorrow.
Let's give him a round of applause for being a sponsor too, and a member. So thank you, sir, and thank you all for joining Club 20. Another couple that I'd like to just recognize today, we got two past directors here, Bonnie Peterson and Christine Reese. Would you ladies raise your hands, please? So thank you. And then one last shout out, another one. I wanted to recognize Kathy Hall. And I don't know where she went, but Kathy Hall has served on the Transportation Commission for the state of Colorado, representing Western Slope. Did a great job. I think she deserves a round of applause too. I think that's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Diane, anything you want to say on Club 20 membership today as we get started? As you know, you've seen many of these rodeos. We spend time talking about membership because frankly, folks, the membership is the lifeblood of Club 20. It's our most important role here. So appreciate all your hard work on that.
And I'm new to this, so I'm going to be very brief. But I will note that I looked at the sign-in sheet, And I saw there were some people who indicated they were not yet members of Club 20. And there's a nice little form right over there on the table that you can fill out and leave with us before you leave the building. Thanks.
Excellent, folks. All right, folks, as those of you who have attended a Business Affairs Committee meeting know, I will keep this train running on time, and we are on time. And first, today, and of extreme importance, I want to thank Colorado Housing Finance Authority for being involved not only in Club 20 in general as a member, but also sponsoring Business Affairs Committee. And of course, obviously, we have two representatives here today from CHAFA, and let's give a round of applause for their sponsorship as well. Folks, our first item on the agenda today is an item that's very important to all of us as business people and as homeowners in Western Colorado, and that's the current commercial and residential insurance rate increases and uninsurability issues in Colorado. And today we have two representatives with Mountain West Insurance and Financial Services in Grand Junction to discuss this very issue. And if you all would please come up, and I think you all are in the back, Karma. Yes, there you are. And why I brought this issue forward, and I appreciate Andrea's coordination and scheduling of this, is if there's anything that I see hitting local business people and homeowners in our state right now, it's insurance. Now, Steve Reynolds and I discuss health insurance on a regular basis, as well as my wife Denise and I, because we insure many people as an employer, but these issues are going to become heart-wrenching issues for businesses and people in the state of Colorado. And so that's why these folks are here today to speak about this. I think it's an important issue for Club 20. It's an important issue for us as business people. Let's give a warm Club 20 welcome. Thank you.
Just the fact that everybody clapped makes me feel more welcomed. Sorry. So as you mentioned, my name is Karma Brown, and I have a personal lines background for about, I don't know, my whole adult life. I just tell people that all I've done and grow as I've been an adult is insurance. And I've been at Home Loan, which has now been acquired by Mountain West for 28, going on 29 years. And then, so I know personal lines, but I don't know commercial lines. So I brought my dear friend, Darren Coltrineri, because that is his specialty. So we're going to tag team this. I think we'll do more of a Q&A because usually, and Diane, thank you, I know, for recommending me coming, because Diane and I did another event together, and I found through that event, through the Realtors Commission, that it was more easier for me to somewhat answer your questions, because everybody's got so many questions, I couldn't begin to know what you're thinking. So for my section, and then I will turn it over to Darren, I wrote down some items that I think are hot topics. I'm going to read them off to you. And then if this is what you would like me to go into more detail about, I'm happy to do so. And if this is absolutely not, then just hit me with your questions and I'll do my best, because I know pretty much only what I know, and that's personal lines insurance. So big topics of discussion in my world right now are home inspections. That's happening. Probably a lot of you have inquired your insurance company's meeting or sending a letter, or someone just shows up on your doorstep with a selfie stick and they're not there to take a picture of themselves, but you have your roof and your backyard and everything else. So that's frustrating a lot of people, but it is what they're doing. They're using a lot of AI right now. It's all driving me crazy. So I literally was kind of joking, but not. I have a shirt, I made it for all my department, that says "Don't shoot the messenger." And we wear it on Fridays because it's so true. And I thought we could do a PowerPoint, but I would just say insurance sucks, because it kind of does right now. And that's no joke. It really does. It's the worst it's been pretty much as long as I've been in insurance for the most part. I've seen some real ebbs and flows, but this is a tough, tough time right now for everybody. And rates are being raised at amounts I've never seen before. So I have empathy for everyone in this room that's even a homeowner, regardless of what you do for in the community and what you do for your employment. As a homeowner, we're all feeling this pain. And when we hear someone coming out in their doing a drone over our house, and we didn't even know about it, or taking a picture of our house and then coming back and throwing down all these requirements you need to do to even keep your insurance, it's very frustrating. And so that's a big topic, and I can go into more on that. My quick note on that is if you do fall for a home inspection, if you get your lottery number gets picked, question the results. You have a right to know what they found. You have a right to get a copy of that, and you should, because they're not always perfect. Just yesterday, they were off 2,000 square feet on a house. So they wanted to increase this person's structure coverage from 520,000 to 900,000. Well, naturally, I feel like, and I can say a lot of people in this room that are from Mesa County are familiar, friendly faces, so I'm not uncomfortable. My brother's even here. Now, David from Uwater is my brother. He's older than me. Let's just clarify that real quick. But only by a year. But a lot of you are familiar faces to me, and I love that I do know my clients pretty good. But even with that, I wouldn't want someone to slip through the cracks. But say they did, they're going to not know why their rates doubled. They're not going to know why their new deductible doubled. They're not even going to know there was a mistake in the inspection and they were off 2,000 square feet. Because here, specifically in Mesa County, a lot of these computers and AIs, they cannot, and people in general, cannot even figure out our halves with our houses. We grew up at 646 and a half Karen Lee Drive. Other people that are not from here do not understand the halves. So what do? They potentially inspect 646 instead of 646 and a half, and they think that's a typing error. Or their map is not figuring it out. So question this. It's okay to question it. Don't accept the answers. Make sure you are comfortable. It's your house, it's your money, it's your insurance. The age of roofs, super hot topic. Anyone here that's involved in real estate's got to know by now that the age of the roof is coming into play with insurance companies. At the very beginning, I used to say, hi, you need to get a home insurance quote. What breed of dog do you have? Like literally, that was my first question because that was kind of a precursor for where I needed to quote. Now I say, what is the age of your roof? I never thought that would be so important, but it is dictating what coverages you may or may not get. And as a consumer, you may not know that. And your insurance policy renewals are coming out with changes to your policy that if you do not read the small print, you may or may not know until you have a claim, such as a lot of carriers have changed the deductibles from flat deductibles or all peril deductibles, if you will. But if it's wind or hail, it could be 1% or a 0.5% or a 2% of your structure coverage. So you think you're going into a wind claim, like the ones we had in June of last year, and your shingles blow off and you think you've got a $1,000 deductible, come to find out you've got a $750,000 house, you could have a $7,500 deductible. And then you're like, how come I didn't know that? Because it was hidden in that small print of your renewal. So those are items that you've got to be consumerly conscious of, as well as just in your lines of work. It's just something that you should know for good education because it affects your pocketbook. So roofs and policies changing to actual cash value policies, or they're on now a depreciated scale. To give you a good example, this is very popular. It's in the small print of a lot of homeowners renewals right now. Again, we'll use easy math, so I'm just going to say $1 million house because it's easy math. So if you have $1 million house and you have a 15-year-old roof, for example, you have a 15-year-old roof, you could find in your renewal this year that you've got a sliding scale that says, I am only going to give you, said the insurance company, 50% of the replacement cost of your roof because I'm looking at a category and it says your roof is 15 years old, you get 50%. Okay, so if your roof is 30,000 to replace, you're going to have now 15,000 instead of 30,000 being reimbursed to you from the insurance company. Oh wait, we're not done. Let's go over here to your new 1% wind and hail deductible. Let's take that off of the $15,000 we were going to pay out for that $30,000 roof. Now we've got a $10,000 deductible. Now you're getting 10,000 if my math is right in my head real quick. A lot. You need 30,000 to replace your roof and you might get 10. Those are just things that are going on in the insurance market across the board for as far as I can see. I see a lot of people shopping their insurance right now, so I see a lot of policies. Those are very, very popular. The deductible changes we just talked about, knowing your structure coverage, making sure it's right, making sure that it is the true replacement construction cost of your house, not what it would take to rebuild it, That does not matter. We are not interested in your location. We are not interested in your land value. We only need to reconstruct your house on the property you already own at the location you already have. So do not let somebody write the wrong value there, not too low or too high, because again, a new element to that is your deductible. Because if you have a wind or hail claim and your deductible is based on your structure amount, you need to make sure that structure amount is truly the right figure, high or low, without going in, and Darren's got way more conversation on the fires, but without going into the wildfires in California, the only thing I have to say on that is, if you're not being consumer conscious on your coverages for, if you've never looked at your deck page in the last 20 years, look now, because I promise you they have snuck in. They don't sneak them in. They're in your renewals, but they're not jumping out at you. They're there, but they're hard to find sometimes. But because a lot of insurance companies haven't, not a lot, but some, have not changed with the recommended law recommendations, not law, but recommendations, to have your extended replacement costs be at nothing less than 50%. Some of the insurance companies are still only offering 20% extended replacement costs. When you look at the fires that happened in Boulder, what is it really called? Marshall fires, there was a large amount of homes that didn't have enough coverage on them because they simply didn't have enough extended replacement costs, and I'll give you the quick version of that. The extended replacement costs to even pick up with how much our building costs went up during COVID. So when building costs went up, they really didn't taper that much back down. And so if you have a policy, for example, we'll use 500,000, you have a $500,000 house, and if you have a policy that hasn't rewritten their contract or engaged with you on looking at your new options you could buy, you may have a 20% extended replacement cost, which means that if you've got 500,000, all you're going to have, worst case scenario, they will walk away with, and they will not give you a penny more once that figure hits 20% above 500,000. So that is, whoever the math is on that, 600,000. If your house takes 630,000 to rebuild, you're short money. Majority of the insurance companies have been strongly recommended to have a minimum of 50,000 extended replacement cost so that you've got enough to pick up those surprise building cost increases that happen with a catastrophe. We've seen it. We watched USB or whatever it was called go up to a price no one ever thought it would, what, do I have the right word for that? OHB, USB, what was it? OSB, people like, nobody could have projected that those would increase to the numbers they increased. Well, they did that because supply and demand just happened. So when you have a claim, if it affects your neighbors and other people around you, building costs are more than likely going to go up more than 20%. So you need to know your options on your insurance policy. Two last things, then I'm going to let Darren talk and then we'll ask questions. One of the wildfire mapping, the best way I can go into that is to explain to you what has happened there. The old rule of thumb was the question I've asked everybody that calls me for insurance quotes. How far are you from a fire hydrant? How far are you from a fire department? Great, that's all I need to know. Moving forward, now wildfire mapping is being treated very similar to, the best way I can explain it is a flood zone determination mapping. If anyone's familiar with that, you put an address in, it tells you how in proximity and into actuaries, what is the likelihood of your house being in a flood if it's in a flood zone in the next 100 years, the next 250 years, the next 500 years. So they got an address, it says what's the likelihood of that house being in a flood in those time zones, and they determine your flood zone determination. That example just is the best way I can explain Colorado's new wildfire mapping. We put in an address. You could live right next to the fire department and have a hydrant in your front yard. If your address says you are XYZ distance from the nearest potential wildfire hazard that could happen in XYZ years, they could choose to non-renew you. They could choose to not renew you in the first place. and they can make their decisions to decide if they still want that risk, because their biggest fear is wildfires, because of what Darren's about to go into more detail on. So that is what's happening, which is why areas like the Redlands, for whatever reason, they're in a high wildfire mapping area. So due to the fact that we don't have a great Colorado FAIR plan in place, the insurance carriers are just raising rates. There's just no other way to say it. To give you an example, what is Colorado FAIR plan, and we don't have a good plan in place yet. I don't know when that will be. I'm going to tell you how it works in California, because I do know that their California FAIR plan is in place, and Colorado, I think, is trying to mirror that a little bit, but it's not here yet and it's not working. So insurance companies are raising rates because they don't know what to project for. But in California, if you live, like, I'm going to use someone who, it doesn't matter who they are, I just know where they lived, in Topanga Canyon, they had to, and I don't even know where that is, but it's by where the fires were. And there's been fires there. They had to go buy a California FAIR plan insurance policy that you go in, however it works. I know how it works because I had to go do it. And it's like a lottery wheel. You just spin and it lands on an insurance company, and they have to take you for fire. But fire only. It's like nobody can say no, nobody can say yes. So there's no saturation and it's fair. Then you have to go over here and you have to go buy another insurance policy for everything but fire, for your liability, for your contents, for water damage, for theft, hail damage, wind. So you're literally buying two policies. You can see here in Colorado how expensive that could get real quick for consumers. And that's probably why it hasn't gotten finalized yet. And because we don't have a FAIR plan that's working, insurance carriers are just trying to manage it internally by adjusting rates. So that's kind of the target points that I've got. I'm going to let it go to Darren so we have time for questions and hopefully some answers.
Thanks, Karma. So my name is Darren Colchinary. I specialize in commercial insurance for Mountain West. Home Loan is now a division. I've been there since 2007. It's when I got my grown-up job, and I've been fortunate to stay there ever since. So it's been a good ride. The ride right now is a roller coaster, I would say for sure. Back when it was the good boom in town in 07 and slowly took a downward stint in 08 and 09. It was still a soft insurance market, and it was just how low can you get the premium, right? So now we're trying to limit the increase is what's happening. Just to talk about the FAIR plan a little bit, did some research on that. It's supposed to be activated in 2025. It's projected. So if you sell property insurance in the state of Colorado, Travelers Insurance, let's say, is one of them, you're going to have to participate in the FAIR plan. So I don't know how they're going to participate. It's via an assessment. So I'm guessing it's going to be some sort of volume assistance program. If you're higher volume in the state of Colorado for direct written premium, you'll probably have to pay more. So if I'm insurance company, that's not a very favorable state to write insurance in, because they're going to take some of my profitability, and now I'm going to have to put it in this FAIR plan, right? So what's happening, we're having this supply and demand issue, whether it's homeowners, commercial insurance, whatever it may be. It's just an unfriendly state to write insurance. I'd rather go write in Kansas or Iowa or Wyoming or somewhere else. So insurance companies are starting to move. Used to see in commercials here, Esurance, which was a division of Allstate. They're gone. They've exited Colorado. California, recently you saw State Farm stop writing new business insurance and renewing policies in California. Allstate is right behind them too. So here we go with supply and demand. So anyway, I'll get to the Marshall file here in a second too, but the FAIR plan right now via assessments has about $46.5 million available, or yeah, million. That's probably a billion. So 46.5 billion is what on a website I saw today that specifies how you can activate that. available via assessments so far. We've yet to sell one. You got to do it through an agent. So I don't think it's up and running yet. Carmen talked about the replacement cost valuation and how that's going down with the insurance companies. So Marshall Fire 2 years ago, when was that? Yeah, 2021. So that was $2 billion in claim costs during that fire. What was happening was, you know, we had COVID, we had increased replacement cost valuation, and then there was this fight of who's responsible. Is it the agent? Is it the homeowner? Is it the insurance company to figure out your replacement costs? Well, have you guys recently thought how much your health is worth recently? I mean, other than what you're going to sell it for, not what it is to rebuild. You always want to know what you can sell it for and how much money you can make, right, with inflation. But how are you going to rebuild it? So is that my job every year to talk to you, or I don't know, how many customers do you have, Karma? It's a lot of annual renewals to do that. I mean, it's unattainable conversations that you'll have in a year. So now it's the insurance company's responsibility. So they have the infrastructure, they have the technology, they have the AI. So they're assessing values, and usually they're pretty high. And now their costs are increasing. So now your property values are going up, and they're having to go up to 150%. So what do you think they're going to do, right? They're going to raise their rates. So just a couple things on, let's talk fires for a little bit. Our FAIR plan is you have to be declined by 3 insurance carriers in the state of Colorado before you can access the FAIR plan. That's how it's supposed to work. That could be your homeowners. That could be maybe you have some ranch property that no one wants to write because you're in a wildfire zone, commercial structures, man camps, you name it, whatever it could be. So I talked about $2 billion in insurance losses in Erie and Superior. Then you go to Lahaina in Hawaii in 2023, that was $6 billion in insurance losses so far. And the recent fires in California right now are estimated at $45 billion in insurance losses. I just had an email come through my inbox the other day. It said Travelers alone was $1.7 billion in potential claim costs right now. I'd probably say those are light. Just there's going to be so many claim costs associated outside of just the damages with the legal structure that's going to happen. So that's not necessarily defense costs that are going to accrue with attorneys and whatnot. So to put that into consideration, I mean, it was pretty catastrophic. Values have gone up. We all in this room saw what happened during Katrina. So Katrina, anyone want to guess what Katrina's losses were insurance-wise? Brad, come on, give me a number. So they were 60 billion, right? That was the largest catastrophe we've seen in a really, really long time. So just those fires to date are 45 billion. So that's the conversation we're having now. Insurance companies adjust pretty quickly on items. When I came to work in 07, it was a lot of the copyright infringement lawsuits against builders in town because they were always using the same floor plan. Does anyone remember that going around? So insurance companies quickly, what they did was, well, we're going to exclude that. So then the law firms left and they stopped trying to sue everyone for the same 3-bedroom floor plan. So right now, I mean, if you're trying to build in Glade Park or trying to insure a cabin on the Mesa or whatnot, you're probably getting either 1, if you get a quote, that's fantastic. 2, you won't be able to get one. Or 3, it's going to exclude wildfire. So those are kind of the things we're working through right now. Townhomes, HOAs, condos is also a big topic. American Family pulled out of that sector 100%. So if you had a HOA that was insured through American Family, if you had a condo association, a townhome association, they said we're out of here, right? So that's kind of hitting a lot of the agencies like ourselves. And I'm not picking on any one carrier here. We represent a lot of carriers. We're a retail agency, so it's not, like I would say, if you're a State Farm agent, you sell State Farm insurance, right? Like we sell Travelers, we sell Nationwide, Liberty Mutual, you know, you name it. We work with all of them. So we kind of see what they're all doing. So what I see on a day-to-day basis is typically, I mean, if we're in 10 to 15% above what you're paying on your corporate insurance policy, I'm thrilled to present that to you. You're not, but I know on the back end what's going into that, because if we're shopping it out, just like everyone's trying to shop it out, right? We're trying to find the best rate. Underwriters are inundated with everyone shopping, and your hit ratios are pretty little. So how hard do people want to work, right? So we're trying to navigate that process. Everyone's got a lot on their desk for trying to find the best bang for your buck. But it's tough for the industry right now. I always joke that we're the bottom feeders, right? Everyone is out there. I respect the hell out of entrepreneurs and what they do and how they grow and stimulate and everything. And then here we come and like, hey, you need an insurance policy. But we try to be the best we can, as be part of the team and part of the solution. And right now it's tough, and to help navigate that. We've had a lot of people and a lot of fear in the last, I'd say since COVID. Like, is insurance really a commodity? You know, are you going to go online after listening to Karma and think you can navigate buying your own homeowner's policy right now? I mean, you're going to have a lot of surprises when you want it to work. So I think having someone that you respect and trust is key to navigating this process, whether it's your homeowners or your business, or, you know, health insurance is another topic as well. But
We're about to play the music. We have to do Q&A.
so anyway.
Jump in there.
Thanks for thanks. And you got the most awesome first name. So Karma. Wendell Kuntz, Delta County. We see a lot of work in the WUI zones for wildfire reduction efforts in watersheds and stuff. Is there any light at the end of the tunnel for homeowners and businesses that their insurance costs will go down after that kind of fuel reduction work is completed? Give us throw us a bone here, please.
That is a great question, and I hate to say that at this point, I don't believe that there's been enough data that has not come into any topics I have seen. I know that I live on Glade Park, same thing. They're doing all sorts, Mesa County's up there all the time doing wildfire remediation. And to be honest with you, I cannot say at this point that any of that is beneficial, but I would have to say that they've got to look at that, because they cannot continue. I just don't think we continue depending on a map without seeing the bigger picture as far as what individual communities are doing. But at this point, I can't say that I've seen that come into play, which is unfortunate.
Other questions?
Hi, Mary Jo Coulihan, Archuleta County. What are they basing rejection on and uninsurability? You saying you have to get 3 declines. I'm affiliated with a housing project, been in business 50 years, made major improvements, siding, roofing, boilers, new everything, declined. What are they basing this on? And then forcing us into and I say us, the population, into this fair play, which then is unaffordable.
I'd say you're probably doing one, they're going to check your wildfire score. You'll see where you are there. That could initiate a decline. 2, if you're the building owner and you're looking at tenants, that could be a decline as well. We've seen a lot of businesses exit being tenants and go work from home. It sounds like you're more housing. Yeah, so that gets into a lot of conversation about multifamily or tract construction as well. HUD, I would say, is not either with most insurance companies. But they look at that as a lot of subcontractors could have exclusions depending on how their subs policies wording is. So what's happening is now you're having to buy an insurance policy on the entire project as what's called a wrap or an owner's controlled insurance
It
program.
just seems like the industry is taking a blanket, overview or uh, policy of it. I mean, again, there's no rewards in there. There's no incentives, like Wendell was saying. I mean, everybody is just penalized no matter what you do. And you just become uninsured and getting forced into the fair play or the fine.
You're not getting sent into the fair plan yet in that scenario, because there might be another market out there you can still get, it's just double the price. But if you can get it, you're still not going to get sent into a fair plan, in all fairness. So you've got to go through you're going to pay more. That's what's the bottom. I don't think I know where Archuleta County is, but will you tell me where it is? What its closest, what's in main?
Are,
Okay, so Pagosa Springs is going to be wildfire. In the residential piece, like when they go to buy the house, I have one of my dearest customers. I love him dearly, and he's in Pagosa Springs, and I cannot help him. I cannot find insurance for him in Pagosa Springs. It's wildfire primarily in Pagosa Springs. I feel comfortable saying that.
So if I can maybe take this up a level, we're looking at all kinds of pieces of legislation for wildfire, construction defects, all of those sorts of things. But in the end, the insurance industry is a private industry. What are you seeing in terms of trends of them just leaving Colorado entirely and again going to other places? And I'm assuming that's exasperating it. And then my follow-up question is, even with all this legislation, are we going to get them back?
I mean, so far we've only had 2 leave, right? So, a lot of threaten, but we'll see what'll happen there. I doubt those 2 will come back. It was Esurance and it was American National who had left. But Farm Bureau, yeah.
They're probably leaving. That's a fact. The ones that can sustain, the larger carriers that can sustain the losses will probably stay, but those who were maybe too low priced, or maybe they just weren't writing the risk properly, I would think they're at risk for leaving because they cannot afford to stay. I feel like it's a true answer.
I mean, when the construction defect laws were in process, we thought a lot of insurance companies were going to leave. Ultimately, they just kind of sat on the sidelines and didn't make any rash decisions for a couple of years, and they're all still here. So that's kind of leveled out a little bit to answer that part of it. But I don't know what the end is in sight. I mean, we didn't touch on this, but social inflation is a real thing, and these nuclear verdicts you could read about with malpractice or construction defect lawsuits and injuries. Like, if it gets to the courtroom, like, there's a potential where, I mean, it just goes really, the jury is really unreasonable in a lot of these verdicts that have come out.
I'm more than happy because of just what we talked about. If anyone has a question, I don't know how you can get my email, but you can put it up there, whatever. Feel free to email me. I'm sure Darren puts away. We will further answer that question or call us. I'm happy to discuss it because it is so individualized.
Sure.
It truly is. But I would just urge you to look at your policy if you have it and really make sure, to Darren's point, don't leave it up to us to make sure your home is insured adequately. Please please look at it yourself. And also please, I got a loud voice. Also check your deductibles, because I cannot tell you how many people came to my office in tears because they did not know that their wind and hail deductible or their deductible in general has gone up to an amount they did not budget for, and therefore they are now in a situation where they cannot afford the deductible. If you can't afford the deductible, then you're not going to get your house fixed. I know we're going to wrap it up. I have to tell you one thing that happened with the Marshall fires, and I've used this story a lot lately because So everybody hears it. I'm going to close with this because it was heartbreaking to me. This lady moved here to Fruta from the fires, and this is how I learned this. And then I did research and found it. Construction, I don't blame anyone in the construction world. I would have done the same thing in all fairness. So I got to be clear. But contractors were going by and they were asking people to show them their insurance policies. And they were looking at them and seeing if they had the right coverage in place and the right extended coverage so that they knew that they would probably be able to complete that house and get paid. And then if they saw someone who didn't have the right structure coverage or the right extended coverage, and they knew the insurance company was going to walk away before the completion of this house, they would pass on being the contractor for that house. They're going to pick where the money is. And I just want to cry to think that they may have passed on one of our houses because we didn't have the right coverage in place. And so then we have to settle for an actual cash value payout and settle for less money than we should get and have to move or build a less of a house because we did not know what we did not know until it happened to us. If I could leave, that's what I leave with. It gives me goosebumps because I hated that story, and it's exactly what happened.
Karma, Darren, thank you all for coming today. Folks, let's give a warm round of applause, please. And we're going to be working on some Club 20 policy items here in just a little while. If you all would like to stay, you're welcome to stay. And we're just going to probably have a discussion about House Bill 25-1182. So I'd sure like your input on that as well. No, you're fine. So folks, next item on the agenda is just a follow up on immigration reform. As most of you in the room know, and most of you have been involved with, we've been involved with immigration reform here at Club 20 well in advance of 2012, but certainly since 2012 in direct coordination with Senator Bennett. And at that time, the group or gang of seven, I think, as they like or don't like to be called. And so why I wanted to discuss this again, as we brought this up last spring as well, is just talking about our immigration reform principles, where we stand on that, and where Club 20's role is in this. Obviously, it impacts all of us in this room. It impacts agriculture, it impacts tourism, et cetera, in our state. So a lot of importance on that end. So Hillary Henry is here today to give us an update from Senator Bennett's office. And you can use this mic and speak up front if that's okay. Good. Let's have a warm welcome for Hillary, please. Thank you. I know it's always easier to speak. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I promise this is the last time you're going to have to hear from me today, so I'll make it nice and short and sweet. And I'm going to pull up my notes here, so give me just 1 second. Okay. I am not our office's resident expert on immigration, but I did get fully up to speed. We have a really smart team of people who work on immigration issues in our office and got up to speed with them about where everything stands. And I'm really excited to give you an update today, and just want to really say thank you to Phil for the invitation to speak, and just also to all of you for having me here. I think to kick us off, I just want to say, I think this is an issue that's really politicized, and it feels like we are drifting farther apart as Democrats and Republicans on this issue. And I think Senator Bennett believes strongly that this could be and should be a bipartisan issue. And we have a long history of working with Club 20 to talk about immigration, and it's something that we really value in our relationship with Club 20. And my job is to collect feedback for the senator, and I don't take things personally. And so I'm here to have a discussion and an open conversation about where we are and where things are headed and where we go next. And just really appreciate the conversation. And I think this is where the good work happens, is in rooms like this, of people thinking about hard problems together. So I'll start off and just give you a little bit of background about how Senator Bennett thinks about this. He usually, I think it's very important to know about him is that his mother was born in Warsaw, Poland in 1938. She escaped the Holocaust and immigrated to the United States. And so to him, it is very important and very personal that we are a nation of immigrants. And we are also a nation that cares strongly and abides by the rule of law. And so as he thinks about those immigration, those are two things he holds very close. And I think he sees a lot of room for bipartisanship because immigrants are critical for our businesses. They're critical for our ag producers. And that's something we can all get behind. And also having secure borders and protecting our communities from drugs, from human trafficking, that's something that we can all agree on, that we should have safe communities. And then finally, that we should treat people with humanity and dignity and respect. And I think that's something in the Colorado ways we know our neighbors and we care for them. So I think I wanted to start to, I'll give you a little bit. Senator Bennett's sort of like proudest thing was the work he did with Club 20 around the Colorado Compact, which is something he led with Colorado Senators Hank Brown in 2012. And it came up with a big bipartisan solution to how we should think about comprehensive immigration reform. And so it included a few things. One was a tough but fair pathway to citizenship, a DREAM Act to allow undocumented youth to fully participate in the economy and democracy, a massive overhaul of a visa system, and a lot of funding for state-of-the-art border security bill, for border security. So it was a package of things that sort of upheld those big lofty principles of being both a country of immigrants and a country that abides by the rules and that supports our economy, supports people, and protects our security. In 2012, that bill passed. It was called the Gang of Eight bill, as Phil said. It passed the Senate, but it died in the House and was killed by the House Freedom Caucus. And since then, there hasn't really been another bipartisan immigration effort, much to Senator Bennett's chagrin, until last year. And there was a big bipartisan negotiation last year on immigration. And there was a bipartisan bill that on the floor, I don't think it's the same bill that Senator Bennett would have negotiated, and it wasn't the same one he came up with Club 20 and the Colorado Compact, but was really the first effort at putting together a bipartisan compromise. That bill, again, didn't make it through Congress. And since then, President Biden took some executive actions on the border. President Trump has now taken more. And what we're looking at now is that there are ongoing discussions in Congress around reconciliation. And we expect that there to be immigration issues that get passed as part of reconciliation bill. Those are being negotiated primarily on party lines. As you know, Republicans hold both the House and the Senate. And so I don't expect that Senator Bennett will be voting for those. One, because it's not the comprehensive package that I talked about earlier that bundles up both a pathway to citizenship and also security issues. But also because it's going to be bundled with a whole suite of other things, including taxes and budget cuts that we expect that will be primarily on party lines. So where does that lead us now and how we're thinking about immigration? We are still trying to do what we can to work in a bipartisan fashion on immigration. So right now we're working with Colorado's agricultural industry and national groups like Land O'Lakes, Western Growers on H-2A reform. This is a bill we have had a bipartisan sponsor on in the past and are hopeful that we'll get there again in the future. And we know that H-2A reform is so important to our ag growers and producers here in Western Colorado, and something that I will keep you all up to date on as that issue moves forward. We've also had a long-time bill with Senator Cassidy, again, a bipartisan effort, which is called the Americans Act. And it's really a geopolitical bill thinking about enhancing regional prosperity and security all across the Western Hemisphere, with the idea that if everyone feels secure in their home country, that we will see less immigration as well. We also have worked with Senator Murkowski on a number of issues, most primarily on children's court. So making sure that children are able to access legal services and making sure that their cases are handled fairly and humanely. So we are just sent a letter with her, and we have a bill with her. And then finally, I will say the big piece of legislation that passed right at the beginning of this Congress was the Laken-Riley Act. Senator Bennett voted for that to proceed to the floor, which I think he took a lot of criticism for Democrats for doing that. But I think he felt like it was an important thing to do, that there was an opportunity to do bipartisan work. He offered a number of amendments to that bill. One to say that you couldn't detain children, and another to, again, support H-2A reform. He did not get those amendments and did not end up voting for the bill. But again, he was trying to say this is something that we can work on together, and it's something we all have investment in, and we need to figure out a solution here too. And then most recently, Senator Bennett, alongside Senator Hickenlooper and 19 of their colleagues, introduced the Protecting Sensitive Locations Act. And this prevents ICE from conducting arrests in sensitive places like places of worship and schools, and making sure that everyone, whether they were worshiping or going to school, didn't have to worry about being arrested in those locations. So that's where we are now. I'm happy to take any questions, comments, criticisms, concerns, and pass those back to the senator, or give you more updates on sort of the current state of play and how things are looking.
We have time for just a couple of comments, couple of questions. T. Wright, do you want to talk about H-2A? Steve? Where do I talk? I think you talk into that little thing there.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
I was part of the group that worked on that 2012 Colorado Compact, and it was a great process, as a lot of people in the room were. As we look at what's happening now with the deportations and things like that, is there any sense of an actual policy or a process that the administration is looking at for helping people find that pathway to citizenship?
You know, I think that may be beyond my knowledge. My sense is that the administration's focus is more on security and deportation than on a pathway to citizenship. And that's what has been Senator Bennett's concern, is that comprehensive immigration reform needs both. Like, we need to both make it possible to have legal immigration, and also that once we establish a system that makes sense and people can follow, that we are making sure people follow the rules, but we have to have both of those pieces.
Gary? Oh, yeah, you got a mic right there. I know that one works so easy.
A couple of questions to pass on to the senator. We're hearing that we're ranked 40th out of 40 in the education. The senator was a superintendent of schools. Has he taken the initiative to get proactive on what's going on, or what the possibilities are with the Department of Education and reorganizing it? And then also, is there a subcommittee that could be formed in the Department of Labor that could be the Department of Employees instead of the Department of Labor? Because virtually everything that comes down the pipeline is for the benefit of the employee. Yet now we're trying to rebuild the economy of the United States, and we're bringing in companies that are employers. So it seems like we have this backwards. We didn't create a bunch of employees and then go out and recruit a company to come in and hire them. We're recruiting companies to come back in to employ the people in the United States. So what kind of focus could we get there from the senator on a little more leniency or a little more favoritism on the part of the people in business that are creating jobs? And then we have this, go ahead. You done? Oh, we have this fight that's gone on about bringing in H-1B visas and the argument that, well, we shouldn't be doing that. Those are legal. And I have a tendency to not understand why the hesitancy is on one party to not use the difference between legal and illegal. It is either legal or it is illegal immigration. That's the issue. So we need to really focus on the illegal immigration because we're all about immigration. But I think there's been a misconception there about legal versus illegal.
And we're getting close on time. Harry brought up 7 items in there. God bless. You can.
I'm happy to pass those along. And I think I will just say that there's nothing more closer to the senator's heart than education and kids. And so something he is tracking the changes at the education department closely. And we'll pass on your other thoughts to him as well.
And we'll close with your question.
Okay, my name's Candy Meehan, and my day job is heavy civil engineering, earthwork, and construction. For the last 10 years, H-2As and H-2Bs have been very close to my heart as I've been working with my immigrant workforce to procure. We've had one individual who spent the last 8 years trying to become a naturalized citizen, over $50,000, finally got approved, and is still waiting into year 2 for his card. I believe personally, and I probably can get some head nods on this, the issues that we're looking at is not adding another attorney's opinion to the process of getting these applications processed. I mean, it's the minutia of it is extraordinarily heavy. And if an individual cannot navigate the immigration process without an attorney, something is wrong with the heavy overhead that we are creating for ourselves. What is the senator doing to help address the minutia and the basic stasis that he puts these individuals in at this time? How can we clean this process up so that when people are coming across the border, it's not fleeing, and asking for forgiveness to be here, but that they're here because they were able to understand it, to respect the process to get here in the first place?
Yeah, I think the senator agrees with you that that should be part of immigration reform, is that it shouldn't be so hard that if you are immigrating legally, that you can actually do the process and do it in a timely fashion, and that there's a clear set of principles to that. I think he is a strong supporter of cutting red tape in all parts of the federal government for making immigration process simple and easy, to making ag programs more accessible to all Coloradans. And so I think that's a point well taken, and I can bring that up with him. And I will say, I think a concern is we are seeing that USCIS agents, who are the ones who process immigration forms, some of them are being reassigned to more enforcement type actions, which could make this backlog of processing visa applications much worse. And so it's something that we are concerned about and something that we are tracking.
Folks at Saddle, one, thank you for everything.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your help today. So folks, I know that you all see on the agenda that this shows up at least once or twice a year, and this is my personal opinion, and I think a number of us enjoy this together and agree upon this. That immigration continues to be an incredibly important issue for us, no matter whether the hill looks hard to climb or not hard to climb. That's the beautiful thing about Club 20, right? For all of us who've been involved in Club 20, we've climbed a lot of hills. We continue to climb a lot of hills and mountains. We don't stop doing this just because it looks hard. We do this because it's important. And so I appreciate everybody hanging in there on this issue, as well as the other issues that you hear about every 5 months when we get together. So I greatly appreciate that, and appreciate Hillary coming today as well to speak with us. The next item on the agenda is just talking about resolutions. We'll kind of start off on the insurance side of things, just with our presentation that we had from Karma and Darren. And we have a House bill that's been introduced, this 25-1182. Brittany, I had shot it to you. We haven't had a chance to talk about it. Do you see this legislation or other legislation? Again, we have Monday morning calls amongst the leadership and the chairs. Is there anything that we should be discussing today or monitoring even greater? This has been introduced, but certainly no further action until about a week from now, from what I understand.
Yeah, and thank you, Phil. Yeah, I'm sorry we haven't been able to connect with the policy meetings and all of those things, but yeah, it's definitely one that we're keeping on our radar. As far as a position on it, we aren't so far down that road yet. We haven't considered that, and we haven't applied our resolutions that we do currently have, but I think a conversation is warranted, at least an introduction on it, and maybe how we could strengthen our immigration resolutions.
Yep. And from that standpoint on the immigration resolution, so let's move from there. With the insurance side of things, we'll continue to monitor this as leadership within Club 20. And again, if you all could just take a note down, this House Bill 25-1182. I don't know whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just tools for assessing risk for the purpose of underwriting property insurance policies. And again, I certainly don't want to make this less complex or more complex than it is. As our speakers just noted, there's a fine line, right? Insurance is a private business in Colorado. We're all impacted by that as business owners and homeowners. So we've got to play well together. We don't play well together. We have no insurers in Colorado. And so this is it's a balancing act, just like any other work that we do together. So I appreciate that. Secondarily, on immigration reform, we have reintroduced that immigration reform principle since 2012 about 4 or 5 times and have gotten that readopted by the Club 20 Board of Directors. And I think that's always a wise thing to do, just make sure everybody's generally on the same page. One of the items that I've noted as action items today is on scheduling a work group for review of our resolutions. And so I know that sounds like a lot of fun. That sounds like a very energizing thing to want to do together. So who's going to volunteer today for coming together and working on business affairs resolutions? All you have to do is raise your hand. Yes. All right. Please go ahead. All right. Bonnie, Candy, Michael, whom else do I have? I know Harry wants to get involved, but I know he just, yeah. Anybody else who wants to join? Okay, yeah, that's great. Thanks, Bonnie. Appreciate that.
I'll double check, but I think last time we did this poll, Nancy was interested in being involved as well.
Very good. I appreciate that.
Is there anybody online that would be interested?
Okay, we'll pull a
No
list
takers yet.
together. Thank you, and we'll work together as a group to schedule a time. And folks, with that, let's see where we are on time. I think we're looking good. Yeah, we're about 5 minutes early right now. Hearing no further business before the Business Affairs Committee, we are adjourned, and thank you all for your attendance, and greatly appreciate it. Thank you all.
No. Thanks, Phil. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, the heat bill? Yep. It's on our radar already. Yeah. Yeah, or if it's, summertime. No. Yeah, same thing with our telecom folks, same thing with our ag folks, they don't have to work in the summer.
How are you?
It's easier to get all out, but if not, this week.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Very much. Yes, ma'am.
I guess you're the last year, so you were very big. Me too. No, maybe from the last time, I don't know.
Good seeing you.
I did do it this summer. Okay. So before at. It's my fake. Stop. That out. Not ready.
Nice to meet you. I was asking about our slideshow. Did you get the link to the slideshow? Okay, do you have an email that I can send it out to make sure I'm sending it to the right place? Okay. And I have to go log in. Okay. We did have email issues last
Nobody ever gets this phone. It's so frustrating. I'm gonna bite it back. Not coming back anytime soon. Yeah. Somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what they call us, is that she kind of liked it, so she kept it.
Just so everybody online can hear us, just give us a couple minutes and then we'll get started with our healthcare committee chair.
Hello?
Testing.
It looks like it's on. Can anybody hear me? Hello? I'm not sure if my microphone's working, Brittany.
I can
We can hear you.
Okay,
Hello, everybody. Let's have a seat.
all right. We are on time starting the healthcare committee. We got to do well because Bill Vaughn got on time finishing his committee. So anyway, welcome to the healthcare committee meeting. Thank you, Michael. We ask that we run this meeting according to the bylaws of Club 20. What that means is anything that we would be voting on today, which we're not planning to, all Club 20 members are welcome to vote. If anybody is not a member of Club 20, get with myself. Where is Diane? Is she still here? Okay, or Diane Swinky right behind me, our membership chair. We can get you signed up. It's $125 a year for individual members, and it's the best 125 you'll ever spend. When you are speaking, wait until you're addressed by myself or my co-chair Angelina, and we turn your microphone off until it's time to speak, turn it on, and then after you're done, go ahead and turn it off again. If for those people who are online, do we have anyone online? Okay, we'll go around and introduce ourselves. One thing I want to make sure that we do is we want to thank our sponsors. Today's venue and luncheon sponsor is Chevron. And our reception sponsor is
We don't have one.
we don't have one. Oh my God. And the committee sponsor is
Yeah. I'll
Not-
take your money right now.
that's right. With Connect for Health Colorado. This says CHAPA, is that right?
Nope, Peak Health Alliance.
And Peak Health Alliance.
Peak Health Alliance. And we were hoping that Rich would be here today, but it doesn't look like he was able to make it. We want to also invite everybody next Wednesday. We are doing a town hall with Connect for Health Colorado, and Kevin Patterson, the CEO of Connect for Health Colorado, is going to be leading that. It's going to be talking about the tax credits for the Affordable Care Insurance. And it's something that's really helpful for a lot of people that don't understand how those work. It makes healthcare much more affordable. And he'll be going through how that works. There's also an ask out of that town hall hopefully we're going to get a chance to meet with some of our folks in Washington in a couple months about extending these tax credits so that it doesn't burden our individual and small businesses. That's next Wednesday at 12 o'clock. And I think that the girls have been sending emails out to everybody. So
you can also scan this QR code to sign up now if you'd like.
So you can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce my co-chair, Angelina Salazar, and she's going to introduce our first speaker today.
Thank you, Steve. I am so honored to introduce Kelly Erbsager. She is the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Colorado Rural Health Center. That was a mouthful. Sorry, Kelly. And I have to say personally, I rely on Kelly as the CEO of Western Healthcare Alliance. She provides us guidance on a daily basis on all the different legislation that's taking place in our state. Just a little bit about Kelly. She's been with CRHC since 2015 and is responsible for tracking and analyzing legislative policy, engaging policy makers as an advocate for rural Coloradans, and she herself grew up in a rural community. So Kelly, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for that really warm welcome, Angelina. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I'll apologize. Yeah, Angelina said I'm a rural gal. I've got my tomatoes and peppers started in my closet behind me. So I've been getting questions about the glow in the closet. So that's it. Let me get my screen shared here and we'll pull up my slides. Great. Okay. Great. Well, thanks again, everyone, for the opportunity to provide some updates on what's happening for rural health at the state capitol. I am limiting to updates at the state capitol and not the feds. It's kind of crazy there, in case you haven't realized. And I would need much more than 20 minutes to cover that. So today I'm going to give an
Hey, Kelly.
overview of, oh, yes.
We are, just so you know, we're seeing the backside and not presentation mode. If you're trying to be in presentation mode.
Sorry about that.
There we, oh, nope, switch them. There we go.
How's that?
There we go. Yes, sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. No, thank you so much. So like I said, I'm going to provide just a brief overview of the legislature. We're going to talk a little bit about the state budget. I hope I'm not being redundant if you've had other speakers providing updates about the state budget, but I can't underscore enough how much that will be impacting not only what's happening for rural health, but across the state in various sectors. Okay, so the 2025 General Assembly, I'll just breeze through this. So, you know, we've got 100 members in the House and Senate. We've got trifecta control in all three chambers. Though Republicans did make some modest but notable gains in the elections. They picked up 3 seats in the House, and then it was a stalemate in the Senate. So each party lost and picked up a seat. So there is no veto-proof majority in the Senate, which does, luckily, really encourage bipartisanship. Here's what it looks like for rural members. And I'll send these out. I know that some of my rural members really do appreciate these rural specific maps, but you'll see this is what the House looks like. The folks with a star are new. So we have a handful of new legislators this year, and I'm really excited. It does really give us a fantastic opportunity to build new relationships. That being said, there's also a learning curve with a handful of new legislators. So we've been doing our best to build relationships and educate those folks. A little bit more about them on the left-hand side here. Similarly, you can take a look in the Senate, just one new rural member in the Senate. That's Senator Mark Catlin. I'm sure many of you know and have worked with him. He moved over from the House. Okay, the 2025 state budget. So the budget's tight this year, and I can't say that enough. So what does that mean? There's no money for new programs, and anything with a fiscal note, which is the report that accompanies any piece of legislation that includes what the cost to the state will be, likely is going to be axed. So how did we get here? Colorado is a wealthy state. That's what we hear over and over. Well, revenue is up, but expenses are also up, plus Tabor. So why are expenses up? Well, we're seeing Medicaid costs increase. Medicaid, for just as a refresher, is the health plan for low-income folks in the state. Federal ARPA funds, those are the American Rescue Plan. Those are the COVID dollars that were not used. Oh, excuse me. Federal ARPA funds were not used for one-time programs. So I think that the intent of those dollars was just to stimulate the economy, but we saw that the legislature has used them for ongoing programming. We're also seeing increased spending on education that was directed by the legislature. The budget's also constrained by the state constitution via Tabor, which I'm sure you all know, which limits the ability of increased revenue to balance the state budget. So Tabor limits the growth of what the budget can grow to, no more than population growth plus inflation. Our expenses are exceeding that. So any money that we're bringing in that goes beyond that cap is going to be refunded. So expenses exceed what we can raise. So any funds that are raised will have to be refunded. So the governor's proposed budget is $46.1 billion in total. The general fund, what we can control or what the legislature control, is $17.8 billion. And the budget as proposed by Polis cuts $638 million to the general fund. This is a significant cut that we're going to see across departments. What I think is so important to healthcare is if you are a state legislature and you're looking at the budget, Medicaid and the department that oversees Medicaid, which is called Healthcare Policy and Financing, is really a huge component of the state budget and continues to grow. So healthcare, unfortunately, in a tough budget year is often a target for budget cuts. And we're seeing that. We're seeing different proposals floated to have cuts to our Medicaid rates and to our providers. So what are some options to balance the budget that the governor has? Well, he's proposed freezing or cutting provider rates, which is exceptionally it's a huge problem for our providers as we're seeing the Medicaid disenrollment problem happen. And I'll talk more about that in our safety net section. But Polis has proposed cutting rates to behavioral health and oral health providers and freezing most other provider rates. I think it's important to point out that Medicaid rates, as prescribed by the state, often don't cover the cost of providing care in a healthcare facility, especially a rural healthcare facility where we see higher rates of Medicaid and Medicare. So this will disproportionately impact our rural facilities. So this comes after many years of the Joint Budget Committee raising rates. So they've been slowly inching us up 1% and 2% at a time, and an increase, and at the same time, we're seeing an increase in the uninsured. So he wants to cut rates down to about 95% of Medicare. The JBC doesn't like this, and we appreciate that they've been advocates for us. Another option he has is privatizing the Pinnacle Assurance Program. He says that we should privatize this and utilize the money from the sale to balance the state budget. The Joint Budget Committee has pushed back on this, saying, look, this is a one-time nuclear option. Are we sure we would want to do that now? But if the legislature says no to this option, there's not a ton of other options to balance the budget other than cuts. Federal funds, that's another option, right? Maybe not. So some state agencies depend on federal funds to stay afloat. Notably, HICPUF is funded almost 60% by federal funds to about $9.9 billion. So could the state just ask the federal government for more money? Well, the Republican trifecta in DC really doesn't make this a realistic option. So we're going to have to go this alone. And I have significant fears that this could mean cuts to our healthcare system. So what does the timeline look like? So in November, the governor submitted his budget to the JBC. November to January, the Joint Budget Committee holds hearings for each department. January, when session began, they'll start adjusting the budget via supplementals. But this year, those will likely look like cuts. So supplementals is when each department comes to the state, submits their budgets. Usually there are increases. This year will likely be cuts. In February, there was figure setting and balancing, so trying to fine tune it. And then in March, and we just saw the long bill was introduced. The long bill is the overall state budget, and it's just what it sounds like, a super long bill that basically looks like a CVS receipt with each state department and program that the state funds. Whatever money is left over from that long bill are the dollars that policymakers really fight for. That's the discretionary funding that they have to support new programs or existing ones. Likely this year, there's not going to be any discretionary funding, which is why I said that anything with a fiscal note likely isn't going to make it this year. Okay, we're moving on to, I'm going to talk about kind of three big issues in healthcare that we're focusing on at the Capitol this year. The first one being the 340B drug program. Now, this is a federal program, but right now it's being debated on the state side of things. So a little bit about 340B. So the 340B federal drug program helps safety net providers stretch federal resources through discounts on approved outpatient drugs. So what this means is that the government created this program that says that pharmaceutical companies can sell drugs to Medicaid and Medicare programs if they participate in this 340B program by offering drugs to certain facilities, and those are nonprofit and safety net providers, at a discount. In exchange, those providers are expected to utilize those savings to draw down patient costs, to provide certain services for patients around, and really we see a wide variety of ways that our hospitals do utilize these savings, but really it's ways to support low-income folks, support mental and behavioral health, substance abuse, encourage innovative uses and delivery for primary care, et cetera. So you can see this map here, but safety net providers that are eligible for these discounts, those are referred to as covered entities, include children's hospitals, critical access hospitals, which is, we have 33 of those across rural Colorado, disproportionate share hospitals, which is a disproportionate share of Medicare, freestanding cancer centers, rural referral centers, and sole community hospitals, which we also have a handful in rural. So because many of the hospitals that participate in the program run on thin margins, the result of treating so many Medicaid patients, the money from 340B can really be critical. And I've heard stories from members across the state that really the only way that they're able to provide, like I said, some of those supplemental services, or even provide certain really high cost drugs like infusions, like chemotherapy in a rural healthcare facility, is because of the savings that they're able to utilize from the 340B program. So what's the issue? Okay, so participation in the 340B program has increased over the past 2 decades. Now, I will argue that while the pharmaceutical companies don't love to see this, it really only makes up for about 4% of their overall margins. So critics, aka the pharmaceutical industry, have argued that safety net hospitals haven't expanded access or provided more services into 340B savings. What they're saying is these hospitals are just padding their pockets. Another, I think, big issue with this has to do with the utilization of contract pharmacies. So some hospitals, and I'd say most in rural Colorado, don't have in-hospital retail pharmacies. So they contract with a variety of pharmacies to allow patients to get their medications closer to home or through a pharmacy approved by their insurer. So to many in the pharmaceutical industry, these contract pharmacies just add a middleman and they're bloating the program and distorting its intent, which is what they're saying. Both hospitals and pharmacy groups agree that some fixes are needed at the federal level to solve big problems with the 340B program. But without that, what we're seeing nationally is that some states are passing laws blocking pharmaceutical companies from limiting the use of contract pharmacies, and other states are passing laws greatly limiting 340B participation. So what does that mean for Colorado? Well, unfortunately, both types of bills have been introduced on the state level in Colorado. So we saw competing bills introduced in just the last month. So the first bill I'll quickly review is Senate Bill 71, prohibit restrictions on 340B drugs. This is a bill that CRHC is supporting, along with our hospital partners at the Colorado Hospital Association. This bill prohibits pharmaceutical manufacturers from imposing limitations or restrictions on 340B participating entities. They're saying you can't make the eligibility any more narrow than it already currently is. The bill also says manufacturers may not require covered entities or pharmacies to report anything more than what's already required. To participate in the 340B program, the reporting, the eligibility criteria is really onerous. And so this bill says no more than what's already required. It balances that by saying, by requiring annual reporting of a hospital's 340B benefits, including details of how the program money is spent by 343, entities to help their patients and communities. So it balances that requirement by saying, but we're willing to submit a report that really outlines how 340B savings are utilized across the state. On the other side of things, the pharmaceutical industry is advocating for pushing this bill, Senate Bill 124, which is aptly named, Reducing Costs of Healthcare for Patients. We are opposing this bill along with our many other healthcare partners, including the Hospital Association. This bill, on the other side, mandates how 340B hospitals may or may not spend their 340B savings. And I will say the bill is pretty bold, going into great detail about, 340B savings can't be utilized for any board retreats at a hospital. It can't be utilized for any sort of marketing expenses. It can't be utilized for any sort of advocacy. It's extremely prescriptive. And that's the intent. So the bill places onerous reporting requirements on hospitals about their 340B savings, potentially making the program participation untenable. Like I said, many of the facilities that participate in the 340B program are really under-resourced because they see higher rates of Medicare and Medicaid. So if we are going to add on additional reporting requirements on top of that, the facilities won't be able to utilize the program and patients would lose access to those benefits. So like I said, these bill components are intended to reduce participation in the program, which will decrease the amount of drugs manufacturers sell at a discount. So they'll save money. So what's next? So this bill is going to be heard in a Senate Health Committee next week. We expect them to be heard on the same day. CRHC will be testifying in support of 71 and in opposition to 124. There is a significant lineup of rural healthcare facilities, rural health advocates who will also be testifying in lockstep with CRHC on this bill. The next bill that I want to talk about is House Bill 1174, reimbursement requirements for health insurers. And just a quick check of the time here. So this bill, which CRHC is in opposition to, which is pretty unique. We don't usually oppose a ton of legislation year over year. But this bill would cap hospital reimbursements for the state employee health plan and small group market at 165% of Medicare, with a carve out for critical access hospitals. So what does this mean? So the proposed caps would amount to about half of what insurers are currently paying hospitals. It'll place a limit at what they're allowed to pay them for their services for. The state believes that there will be anticipated savings from capping these rates, and they would utilize these savings to support the primary care fund, which supports community clinics. And I will point out that the primary care fund support that is intended to be created and utilized by this bill won't actually start until 2027. So these are hypothetical dollars that come 2 years from now. And what's the primary care fund? Well, it was created in 2005 and it utilizes tobacco sales dollars to support safety net providers in the state. I put that in quotes because without getting too far down the designation route and rabbit hole of healthcare facilities, that really is limited to federally qualified health centers. Many of the clinics that are in rural communities on the Western Slope, including rural health clinics, non-designated clinics in a rural or frontier county, are not supported by the primary care fund. But it's a significant amount of money, $53 million in the last fiscal year. So these are our concerns with that bill. So this misguided policy harms hospitals and further shifts costs across payers. So the bill will reduce reimbursement at a time when 70% of our hospitals are financially unsustainable, and there's an unprecedented uncertainty at the federal level. Like I stated before, this is not a time to be a political laboratory for a bill like this. Many hospitals are carved out of the bill, which I always think is a signal that the policy is flawed and intended to be so. If you have to carve folks out of a bill, you know that it potentially isn't a great bill. And again, CAs are exempted, but sole community hospitals, and we've got 10 of those across the state in rural communities, are not. The bill doesn't enable reimbursement for the continued surge of uninsured patients. So we need help right now for the safety net. So it does nothing to solve the underlying problem of re-enrolling 500,000 patients who were tossed off of Medicaid. And it also does nothing to support certified rural health clinics or rural health clinics in a rural community. So what's next on this bill? Well, it was heard in committee, last week, and it successfully passed on party lines. It'll also likely pass on the House floor. The Senate is much less open to this bill and is really interested in hearing the concerns that were shared in committee. And we are hopeful that it's going to be defeated in the Senate. The last item that I'm going to touch on is protecting the safety net. So like I said, our safety net providers are really struggling, and that does include the broad safety net that I would say, which includes federally qualified health centers, oral health providers, behavioral health providers, rural health clinics. All of those folks need some support. There's a terrible storm brewing. Utilization costs are up. Medicaid unwind is increasing the uninsured. Provider rate cuts are looming with the state budget crisis. Plus, we're also seeing the Accountable Care Collaborative 3.0 on the horizon. So the Save Our Safety Net Coalition is a group that has convened in the last couple of years to really raise awareness around the safety net. But this year, they're coalescing to develop policy in this session to support the safety net in both the long and short term. And while those details are not fully ironed out, some of the ideas floated are dipping into the state reserves to help support these facilities. Again, because I think this could be, if you're going to dip into the state reserves, supporting the safety net, who care for some of the most vulnerable patients in the state, would certainly be a good utilization of that. Okay. Oh, and then a quick map on Medicaid member caseload, just so you can see really who's being served by the safety net in the state. And you can really see the higher rates of Medicaid across our rural communities. I am just about out of time, but there's a couple more bills related to rural health that are floating through the legislature. One related to allowing hospital trustees to hold concurrent political appointments. So you could be a county commissioner and on a hospital board. Another bill to allow for advanced practice nurses to sign death certificates that's being advocated for by the Home and Hospice Association. And then the Rural Futures Group, which is a group of rural and frontier hospital CEOs working with the Farley Policy Center to establish a state policy roadmap to increase the sustainability of rural hospitals. We'll likely see that roadmap come and those bills introduced for next session. All right, with that, thank you so much. There's a picture of a praying mantis on a zinnia in my backyard. And please, if you'd like to reach out, happy to take any questions, but if there's anything that you would like specifically, please don't hesitate to shoot me an email.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for that beautiful visual after a pretty daunting presentation. But with that, does anybody have any questions? If you do, please come off your mic. Doesn't look like it, Kelly. Thank you so much. And thanks for all the hard work you do.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Kelly. Next on our agenda, we had a different kind of presentation or agenda prepared. We're basically focusing on mental health. We were going to have the new CEO of Larkin Health that was supposed to be taking over Mind Springs come and talk about all the things they were going to do to fix that problem. And then I work with a couple of people in the Department of Corrections. As the people who go into the Department of Corrections typically get there with extreme behavioral health needs. They don't get any service while they're in there, and then they come out without any availability of getting services. So I had asked Michelle Cooley from the Mesa County Criminal Justice Services to come and do a presentation on that. And she brought with her Kara Kyle, the clinical director, and they are able to be here today. So I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves. And thank you for coming over and talk about this particular part of the population. Is there a mic up there?
Can everyone hear me? Okay. As Steve said, my name is Michelle Cooley. I am the director for the Justice Services Department here in Mesa County. We operate several community-based justice services programs, and I brought with me today, because we're talking about mental health, Kara Kyle, our clinical director for our Summit View treatment program within our criminal justice organization. And if you're wondering why people from criminal justice are here to talk about mental health, part of that would be explained for the fact that I have a clinical director and she has a staff that work within our program. So, okay. Go ahead. So first of all, I just wanted to talk a little bit about why we're here and why we have some of the programs that we have and needs that we have in our criminal justice system. I think everyone realizes that people with mental health these days are being contacted by law enforcement and brought into our criminal justice system, sometimes because of their mental health issues and crises, and some who are in our system for other reasons but continue to have significant mental health needs. I don't know that everybody realizes the significant difference in the number of people in our general population suffering from mental health disorders and those that are currently incarcerated
in our systems across the country. I put some of those statistics up here, including that our general population has a mental health diagnosis rate of 18%, while the people housed in our nation's jails have a 44% occurrence rate. When we look at that and say that 4 out of 10 people in our jails and prisons are suffering from mental health, you can see that there's a significant need there for us to provide some services to these individuals. So today we're going to talk about what mental health issues we're seeing that are most prevalent in our criminal justice system, what we know about that problem so far, why it's a complicated issue to address, and what things we're seeing here that have been done in Colorado that have helped us begin to address those issues. Kara, can you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing?
All right, I'm going to change to the next slide. And I apologize, I am not a microphone person, so it might make me a little more nervous. But what we are seeing in criminal justice is something very similar that we see in the general population of depression, anxiety disorders, bipolar, schizophrenia, PTSD. But as Michelle mentioned, we are seeing a higher concentration in our facilities, sometimes 3 to 5 times what is in the general population. Now, when you think of like a mental illness or maybe somebody in your life that struggles with it, what generally comes to mind? You know, maybe somebody that has an anxiety disorder and kind of struggling with life stressors, or maybe a veteran coming back from combat with PTSD. And it kind of gives us a better feeling of mental health and our ability to help them. But when we start thinking about criminals, offenders, those involved in the justice system, what do we generally think of, right? We think of something very, very different. And part of that is just how it's portrayed in the media and Hollywood. It kind of paints a picture that it's somebody that is very dangerous, very crazy, per se. So part of what we also want to do is kind of talk about the stigma about what justice-involved individuals are facing, because this is the perception that we have for them. So what we do know is that while the public perception of criminal justice-involved individuals and those with mental health, like they may be portrayed as somebody very violent, very dangerous, what the studies are actually showing us is that individuals with a mental illness are more likely to be a victim of a violent crime than the perpetrator. And we see this in a lot of studies across the nation of, even most recently, they did a large-scale study of homeless population with mental illness. And in 2020, they found that over half of them with a mental illness were the victim of a violent crime in the previous year. So it's really high statistics of what they're facing. And also with victims of intimate partner violence, we found that 50 to 70% already had a diagnosis of PTSD prior to them becoming a new victim. So those with mental illness are actually more victim prone than what you would consider as the perpetrator or somebody that was, committing the crime. But this doesn't help us because there is still this huge stigma of how we perceive those that are both justice involved and that have a mental illness. And this stigma is particularly hard with our criminal justice folks because they have that dual stigma of being considered a criminal and having a mental illness. And what happens then is this really impacts their ability to function more in the community, their ability to hold down employment, find housing, access care. So that stigma really impacts them as an individual.
So I want to talk a minute about the challenges of mental health, substance abuse, and criminogenic behavior and needs, how these overlap in our system and how that makes it difficult when we're dealing with individuals with all of these issues. By the time they reach our correctional system, we find that we have to look at them and have a challenge of determining what that individual's primary needs might be. For example, I'm a correctional professional. That's what I can talk about all day long. And I would say that I would look at an individual who may be in my system for a felony drug possession. And I would say this person might have been motivated by money. by power and control, that they had a disregard for the welfare of other people in our community because of their actions. And those things would probably have some truth in them. With this approach, I would refer that individual maybe to a cognitive class. And I would say, we need to look at your criminal thinking and the way that you're perceiving what you do. I may put them in a victim empathy class. I may say that we need to make sure they don't continue to do this in our community. So we're going to control where they work. And we're going to start saying that you need to have a job that provides you with a paycheck. And we need to make sure that you're paying your bills responsibly with that, that you're not acquiring money in an illegal way. A mental health professional like Kara may talk to that same individual and look at them and say, this person was struggling with an untreated mental health condition. They began using illegal substances, possibly to self-medicate for some of the symptoms that they were experiencing. They then became addicted to that substance and in that lifestyle began dealing drugs to support that habit. They now have a mental illness, a substance abuse issue, and criminal behavior. Looking at those things, we have to start looking from our perspective, what do we do with that individual? Where do we put our effort? Where do we put our limited finances and the state's limited finances with Medicaid around those issues? And how do we make sure that there's different options available for different people within our system who fall into those categories? And what's the value that we have that we're seeing in research of combining efforts to address all of those issues into one form of treatment? So I'm going to just go over really quick because I think we know what mental health is. We know what substance abuse is. Some people may not know what criminogenic risk factors are, but they have to do with some things that are obvious, having an antisocial cognition. These are the things that our criminals think. They may blame others. I hear from inmates occasionally who have committed an act of violence against someone, and that person called the police, and they're sitting in jail, and they consider themselves to be the victim because they're the one facing the consequences, and so they're the victim of that action instead of the perpetrator. That would be an example of a criminal thinking. So we're dealing with those kind of issues. Antisocial personality, which is also a diagnosis you can get from mental health that has to do with having a disorder that has a disregard for the rights of other people. Antisocial associates, so having friends who are also participating in criminal behavior. Other ones include family marital issues, substance abuse issues, employment or educational issues, and problems with having healthy pro-social and leisure activities. So talking about mental health and how this overlaps. So when we have people who come into our system and they have mental health issues, they could have some of these, which are really obvious. These personality disorders that cause them to have behaviors that overlap with those criminogenic factors that make them at risk of continuing to commit crimes. But it also could be something as simple as an anxiety disorder. Let's say that someone is suffering from an anxiety disorder. Many of us may have done this ourselves or may have somebody in our family or someone that we know that has suffered with anxiety. Some of the symptoms of anxiety can include having an impending danger, going into panic mode, having trouble concentrating, not being able to think about things except for what it is that's stuck in their mind that they're thinking about over and over again. Can anybody think about how that might affect you if you're trying to maintain your employment? If you're trying to maintain healthy relationships with your significant others, how you might use substances to cope with some of that, how you might then fail to continue to participate in healthy leisure and family activities. Those things that can be a result of that mental health disorder could then put you at risk for criminogenic behavior. Does that make some sense? Another one that I thought of was PTSD. We have a high number of clients in our criminal justice system who suffer from PTSD. They may have negative thoughts and beliefs about the system, about what's happening. They have a worldview that's a little bit different at times than what the rest of us believe that we're seeing in other people's actions. They may have irritability, outbursts of anger, things that would draw law enforcement attention to that individual. Those issues would also cause issues with their family, with their employment, with their school or work, with participation in activities. So in that way, these three things overlap and the symptoms of them overlap, and then our treatment for them becomes very complicated. And how do we start, and where, and who pays for it, and who makes it available, and what do we focus on when they're in the criminal justice system already? Kara, what do you think we can do about this?
So what we know is that we need to address both at the same time. We need to address their psychiatric needs as well as their criminogenic risk factors. And those are done in two very separate ways because we know that traditional mental health treatment alone is not effective in treating those criminogenic risk factors that Michelle went over because that's very different. It's very different than symptoms of mental health. But we also know that sitting in jails, having an absence from the opportunity to commit a crime or the absence of being able to use a substance, it doesn't solve the problem either. Because all it does is just spend time. If there's not something productive being done during that time, nothing will change. Like you could put me in a jail for 10 years and I will still come out craving chocolate. You know, it won't change unless something is done in the interim. So if you want to skip to the next one. So what we do know is having those two, both addressing the mental health and addressing the criminogenic needs and very targeted interventions is the most successful. And so what we have with our courts is we have mandated court treatment versus voluntary treatment. And what we have found is that those that are court mandated into treatment are 10 times more successful in completion because they have the time to be in treatment. They have they're accountable, like they really want to make sure that they attend so that they're meeting their court requirements, so their attendance is better, and they will be able to stay into the treatment a lot longer. What we know from studies is that staying in treatment longer, up to 90 days or more, is more effective than what insurance companies have mandated in the past of 28 days of treatment or 45 days of treatment. Those numbers are very arbitrary and they're based off a cost analysis versus what the research says of what we need to do to make lasting changes. Okay, so with our justice-involved individuals, we have to do very targeted interventions to their mental health and to those criminogenic factors at the same time. And what we also know is ever since the deinstitutionalization of mental health in the 60s that has continued to kind of impact us is that individuals with a psychiatric condition are 1.5 times more likely to be sitting in jail than in the hospital that could be treating them. So that puts a huge burden on correctional staff, jail staff of actually becoming mental health treatment providers versus public safety agents. And here in Colorado, our wait list for getting into a forensic hospital where somebody needs to be is the 3rd worst in the nation. So what happens is somebody that has been deemed incompetent to stand trial or they've been found not guilty by reason of insanity. Instead of being in a forensic ward where they could receive accurate levels of treatment to help them feel better, they're sitting in our jails, they're sitting in our prisons, and that's turning our correctional staff into mental health providers.
So what are we doing about all this? I wanted to list some things that I have actually seen that have had some impact on our clients' ability to access appropriate services over these last few years. And some of this is in jeopardy, as we just heard from our previous presenter. These things cost money, and when there isn't money available, services change. One of the things I want to point out is Medicaid availability. I've been in the community corrections world for a while, which is kind of unique to Colorado versus around the state. And I would say that when I started, our clients' ability to access services was limited by their financial resources. People in community corrections, although receiving all of their medical, all of their mental health, all of those services in community from community providers were not eligible for Medicaid. So everything that they participated in had to be paid out of pocket. They had to pay if they needed to go see a doctor. They had to pay for their fully for their prescription. They had to pay fully for a mental health class or a substance abuse class. They had to pay if it was pretty impossible for them to come up with the money to pay to see a psychiatric provider. I'm not sure if I didn't have as many people. I'm pretty sure I didn't have as many people who needed psychiatric care 10 years ago, but I know they weren't going to it because they couldn't afford it. Right now, we have seen with that change a few years ago that our clients are actually able, if they were on medications in an incarceration, to continue those medications without a lapse and a breakdown and having to go into the ER for something in order to get their medication reinstated. We're able to continue medication that may have helped stabilize a mental health condition. We're seeing that the reentry opportunities that changed with Medicaid, where they're able to get that Medicaid for the 90 days prior to their release so that they are actually coming out eligible for Medicaid and able to hopefully not miss medication, able to increase their participation in outpatient treatment programs. I think the last thing I read on this was that they've seen at least an 11% increase in people who have left incarceration accessing substance abuse services within their first 2 weeks of getting out. They're wanting help, and they're actually able to access that when they're eligible for that service. We're also seeing those substance use disorder waivers that have helped them to start engaging in that substance abuse treatment process, which is a long one. And they're able to at least start that initially while they're motivated to do so, while they have, when they're first coming out of incarceration, and be able to engage in that fully. The other thing that we've seen that's been helpful to clients is our jail-based services programming. So the funding that came out that allowed for the expansion of jail-based services for rural jails. We had a lot of programs in those or a lot of places around the state who weren't able to afford a CARA. They weren't able to afford to put mental health services into jails, even though they knew that they had clients who needed mental health services. And the funding that came with that has allowed for expansion into many rural jails. Another piece of that was mandating that mental health services in jails be available to certain individuals. And I know a lot of that it maybe is coming out of fines that the state has paid for not moving competency cases along, but it has also provided resources and individuals who are housed in our local jails, and here in Mesa County that's true, to provide those services and to connect those individuals with resources in the community to continue their competency care. Another one is medical assisted treatment. Making medical assisted treatment available in jails and prisons has been controversial. Like it's CARA against corrections against mental health, right? So there's mixed feelings about this, and I know everyone might have a different opinion about providing medications to help people stay off illegal substances, right? But despite the controversy that's in all of this, there is research that providing medical assisted treatment is reducing overdoses for people and keeping people alive long enough to be able to transition off of that and to be able to engage in services and those kinds of things is important. Making that available for people who are coming out of jails and prisons and offering that coordination of care so that they are feeling capable of reentering a society they haven't been in since they were dealing or using drugs in a better way has been helpful for a lot of our population. And we've seen some people use it very successfully. Another piece that I wanted to point out is that it can't really be done, in my opinion, without community partnerships. And we have several that we have used here in Mesa County. If you want to flip that slide. I just want to point out a few of ours here, and I know that there's many different ones that are creative and individual to different communities across the state. Here in Mesa County, one of the things that we have done is partner with our regional mental health center who offers a women's recovery program, so an inpatient treatment program for women. And we have offered that through what we call pre-cap. So we're offering that as an alternative placement to our pretrial defendants in jail who aren't eligible for bond. The court said, no, you're not going anywhere, but they're eligible to get a special bond, and we're housing them in our community corrections program and sending them through day treatment to an inpatient program. So they're getting an inpatient level of care where the bed doesn't actually exist for them there, but they're able to get the treatment there while they live with me instead of sitting in jail. So it's a savings to our county costs for jail beds, and it provides services to that individual instead of sitting in jail so that they're more ready for the next phase when they are sentenced, which for many of them has allowed those women to be sentenced to a community-based sentence because they've shown progress in those areas and sobriety and done treatment and been able to connect with the community services that are available for possible housing and other transitional things that that center offers. RDDT and ERT programs. So this is our residential dual diagnosis treatment and ERT programs that we offer at our community corrections facility. So this is a partnership with the state where the state is funding community corrections beds. And here in Mesa County, we have several specialized programs through that. And those are two of the ones that Kara oversees, our residential dual diagnosis and ERT. Is set up, funded, and oversight by the state through that, that funding source, if you will, and run through our community corrections program. But here in Mesa County, our county has provided that opportunity to participate in those programs in empty beds to our citizens free of cost. And so any member of Mesa County can walk in and say, I need ERT, and I can't get inpatient treatment on my own. My insurance doesn't cover it, or I can't afford it, or I tried something before and it didn't work, or I went to the regional mental health center and they could only give me 14 days worth of treatment and I'm not ready and I need more treatment than that. And we're able to assess them, and if they qualify for those kinds of needs, we're able to put them in those beds free of cost to our community members. Summit View Treatment Services also offers, not in addition to RDDT and ERT, also offers outpatient treatment to our community members free of cost. So it's just a great resource that we've been able to have here. And it was originally developed out of the meth task force in the day money. If you guys remember some of that money, that's where some of these initiatives came from, and our county's been able to keep them. Our MAC program is a multi-agency collaboration program that's fairly new to Mesa County. We have a group of people in our county government who've gone out and applied for a whole bunch of grants. And this is a little scary because grants aren't great right now, right? But they have gotten a lot of grants around this mental health program, and they've been able to contract with different private providers in our community to provide through those grants startup costs to increase services that we're missing in our area. So some of the services that they've been able to get these individual providers to set up includes peer support services, transitional living options, community care management. Some of these also go to local support groups such as our Peer One program and the Freedom Institute, who have helped set up partnerships for individuals. This has been really helpful to people I've seen coming out of incarceration, where they've been able to walk into one of these areas that is able to hook them up with a job that has transitional housing available, who will assign them a peer support person, who will drive them to their mental health appointment if they don't have anyone else to. The goal of this is to provide this seed funding to get these services started and staffed and set up, and for these local providers to be able to continue that into the future. So I know that was a different presentation than the one before, but I really do appreciate you letting us come and talk about it, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, Wendell, go ahead.
Thank you guys for your presentation. Wendell Kuntz, Delta County. There's a number of, or there's two very popular programs, AA and NA. How successful are they in post-incarceration mental health treatments and in preventing recidivism?
I don't know that I personally have seen research on that. Have you?
I can say that it does play a role in recovery because it's very much based around the community supports, active participation, and they've done research ever since it's been instituted back to the 60s, I believe, that has shown that AA and NA are very successful. Does it help reduce recidivism? No. But does it help with recovery? Yes, absolutely. The reason it doesn't address criminal justice involvement is because it doesn't have that targeted intervention with criminogenic needs, which is very different. AA and NA are very, very substance use specific. So.
And we do bring those programs into our treatment program so that they can start to work with their AA and NA groups inside of treatment, that they transition to have continuing support in the community, which is amazing.
Thank you. I understand that law enforcement is having more mental health professionals come out with them on calls and stuff in certain communities. Are you finding that that is becoming more of a norm? And, how are those kinds of programs helping, maybe on the front end, prevent some of the incarcerations?
Yeah, this is co-responders, as we typically call them, has been up and down in Mesa County. So I can speak locally anyway. We have had a pretty successful co-responder group with our with some of our law enforcement jurisdictions and others that have come and gone in waves. And a lot of that is funding related as well as staffing related, which is a big issue for behavioral health across our state, is finding people to fill programs. How long has your substance abuse therapy position that we have posted been open this time? So finding people who have that kind of education, who want to be in that situation, who want to, it's a little scary. They signed up to be clinicians, not to be law enforcement. And finding people who will do that can be difficult. Training them and maintaining them can be difficult, and it's not cheap. Do I think it's effective? Yes. But part of what's effective about it and what we see work about it is when there's an option. When the only option is to take them to jail, that becomes not as effective. If we have an option of a mental health hospital that we can transport people to when they're willing to do that, that's great and can prevent that further criminal justice involvement. And I point that out because, we're in Mesa County, are in that crisis right now where our psychiatric hospital just announced they were closing. So what do we do once they contact them? What service is available? I think we're back to the drawing board on hospitals and things like that.
How about a two-part question? What's different now, or what data is telling you that's different now than 50 years ago? When you analyze a patient, where's the data that says this is where we are 50 years later than where we were then? Seems like there's so many more analysis that are coming out, and are we complicating things, or are we that much different 50 years later than we were when we were kids?
Is that the chicken or the egg question? Yeah, I can speak anecdotally all day long and say I've been in this long enough to know that 20 years ago, I sat in a community corrections program here in Mesa County, and I knew which two of my clients were getting psychiatric services in the entire building because we were like, ooh, they're seeing a psychiatrist, and they have this medication and whatever it might be. And I can tell you that on Tuesday, 10% of my population saw a psychiatrist via telehealth. Things are different. We have the current statistics. I would have to look to see if they were doing similar research 50 years ago to say who was being diagnosed in jails and prisons with mental illness, but I haven't looked at that lately. But we can certainly try to look those things up. But another piece of that we see that's very, very strong across the state is the number of clients who are on mental health medications. It's exorbitant, it's increased, and I think some of these things are what's taxing our Medicaid system. When you look at what some of those waivers that state have put in place for these people and individuals, they've worked in getting them access, but that access is costly, and now it's at risk.
Excuse me, of all the people that you're analyzing, your patients, of all of them, what percentage is substance related? Because we have all these different diagnoses, but I see, isn't that an exorbitant amount of people, or that volume of data? Isn't that point to drugs and substance abuse versus somebody that had a bad day because they were having a tough time making a house payment?
So if I understand you right, you're asking if the substance use, is that a huge? Well, substance use is one of the a main risk factor of mental illness, but is it the mental illness that comes before the substance use? Because sometimes they're using substances to mask or to medicate their mental health concerns. So we're not quite sure, but what we can see in our prison systems is we have a lot of folks that are struggling with substance use disorder, a lot more than in the general population. Is it a contributing factor? I would say absolutely.
Last question.
All right. So along the lines of what Harry was just asking, it troubles me that we put so many of our children on drugs. Now, have there been any studies that say, are we putting these kids on these drugs at a young age and causing them to land with mental health issues, ultimately in the community corrections situation? I really have a fear that our prescription drugs are a culprit here.
I think there is something to that. And I think there is some research that says, yes, starting kids on medications young plays an impact, but then you'll also find studies that says it doesn't. But what they're also coming to find is it's the restarting of different medications is actually a worse cause. Doctors will start you on a medication, 2 months later, it's not as effective as you thought it would be or you were hopeful for, so they try you on a different one and a different one. And what they're actually finding is that our brains start to react less and less over time. They are less receptive, it's less effective, which then just makes our mental health symptoms worse. So
when we have all these drugs that we give to children, and now we have to be careful because they are the culprits for suicide, which we equate suicide to mental health. You know, we've really got an issue from that standpoint, I think, in terms of over-medicating our children.
no, I think there is definitely a concern, that is shared by a lot of people. But I also want to say that there are some that absolutely medications are very helpful and beneficial and can be life-changing to children when used appropriately.
We are against the end of the hour. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Kara. Thank you, everybody that attended today. And try to remember next Wednesday at noon, the virtual town hall. It's going to be on the advanced premium tax credits, and it's a really informational presentation that Kevin's going to be doing. Thanks, and have a nice little break before our next meeting.
So helpful. And the men's race. Yeah.
The truth is.
That's one of my strippers too. Yeah, it's bubbles.
Yeah, so.
My main station.
Get very white kind of thing. Yes, yes.
Like they call me the mocha mountains. Is what they Oh, I got all kinds.
Or not sunscreen, marshmallow.
I got props.
Mushrooms.
I got a little like hat, just like front and stuff. Yeah.
Getting bad. Right?
Hershey Kisses, I think.
Yeah.
I guess it's something to grab a hold of.
Yeah.
Make a lot of money that way.
Get the dispatch.
The love of your life.
Get the dispatch.
No, like you guys can tease me.
Tourism and outdoor rec starts in 3 minutes.
Conversation going.
Now you only have.
Brittany, get your gun, would you? You did bring your gun to the meeting, didn't you? Pagosa just plugging along. Appreciate that. I know it's always tough.
Oh, yeah.
I think it looks pretty good this summer. You look like we're in the morning.
Oh, I haven't seen.
Yeah, we're like 10:30 in the
Oh,
morning. So
okay.
that's pretty good.
Old Larry's.
Okay, everybody, can we ask you to take your seats, please? Okay, okay, don't make me use my outside voice. Come on.
Welcome. Right back.
Right back, sit down. Yes, thank you all so much for hanging with us. We know tourism has nothing to do with any of your communities. Doesn't affect your water, your public lands, your agriculture, your business community, nothing like that. So thank you all for joining us today. Just a quick couple of housekeeping notes. Just remember, please, if you're using the microphone, to wait and then till somebody else finishes speaking, and then you can turn your mic on. And also, we really want to thank, although they are not here today, Tom and Joan Harned, who were the sponsors of this subcommittee. So we thank them for doing that. Yes. Okay. And I think we still have one or two people with us virtually. So thank you so much for hanging out in the afternoon and joining us. We have a number of updates and issues that we want to inform people about. So I'm going to turn the meeting over right now to my co-chair, Tom Kleinschmidt. Thank you.
Thank you for joining today. I just have a very quick update on the Mountain Rail project. As many of you know, the counties and cities in the Mountain Rail Coalition have been meeting quarterly, and there's a lot of momentum behind the project itself. I have some stickers here for all of you that would like to put them on your vehicles on the way home to support Mountain Rail. Mountain Rail has got a lot of momentum. The rental car fee structure that passed in last year's legislation, $3 a day for cars, is being used to build the fund on the Colorado end to put the project together. Some of that money was used this year to subsidize some tickets on the train that goes up to Winter Park, the ski train. So that is building the momentum, getting people used to what's going on with having a train headed to Northwest Colorado. Lisa Kaufman is still the project manager for the governor's office. Governor Polis is pushing hard on this as a legacy project to get rail to Northwest Colorado. We don't have a lot of definitive answers yet about feasibility and some details. Many of the details are coming together about what specific stops will be made along the way as it goes from Denver to Craig, Colorado. I've always appreciated personally that when we talk about the project, it always says Denver to Craig, which I think is an important piece of it. As far as how that's important to tourism, it'll be important, of course, for moving many of our visitors around the state. We have a lot of challenges on the highways, as all of you have particularly coming from the Denver area. I-70 is just clogged, and getting people off of I-70, I think, would only make sense to a lot of us. So we do have a couple of guiding principles that the Transportation Committee has put forward on this issue. TR 232, passenger transportation in Western Colorado. We may look this summer at adding simply a bullet to that, mentioning this project in specifically, but I think that everybody is aware that transportation has done a fantastic job talking about passenger rail. Myself in the tour business for many years and based here in Grand Junction, many of my international guests arrive by rail. So rail can be a very big transportation plus for people in tourism. The other important resolution that we have on the books concerning rail and transportation is TR 23-1. Again, a guiding principle, delivery of freight to Western Colorado. As many of you are aware, last year the legislature did pass some tax incentives to move freight up and down the same line. And to have everybody be aware of what it means is that freight and passenger are what it's going to take to make this line feasible. Passenger alone will not cut it. And our communities along that rail line, and particularly in Craig, we need that freight to continue beyond the term of coal. If the coal trains do ultimately stop, that we still need ag product and we need construction materials to go into Northwest Colorado. So we need to certainly support having rail in Northwest Colorado. And it really takes a balance of both to make them work. So the update is that the Mountain Rail Coalition, made largely of elected people across on the line itself, is going forward. I listen in on those meetings, and it's just a very positive response that I get to everyone. And just an update, the city of Craig is just finalizing its work on a business park at the end of the rail station. That business park will be completed in the next couple of years, and it's a major project for not only supporting passenger rail, but having the offloading and the other mechanisms to make freight work. So a lot of things happening in rail, and the quick update is more to come. And I really appreciate the insight that the Transportation Committee has had with having proactive resolutions on the matter. So does anybody have any comments for me or would have input on passenger rail going to Northwest Colorado that we should be aware of? Yeah, Bonnie?
I just have a question about that. So if I'm a passenger coming from Denver to Craig, what's the travel time on that? Do you know?
That is often asked in the passenger rail discussions that are occurring in the Department of Transportation has been doing that. That's been asked a lot. It will ultimately depend on the number of stops. And I think that'll be a key to what happens. I think the estimate that I have heard is between 5 and 6 hours. So I think, it sounds like it's a little quicker than the trip from Denver to Grand Junction that can be 10 hours when you can drive the thing in 4.5 or 5. But that's in general, again, details about a specific equipment and how many stops it'll make will make a difference.
Okay, so just maybe a follow-up to that. So looking out to the future, I know this is something that's just in the works right now, but has there been any discussion? I could really see maybe pulling a branch off of that in order to reduce congestion on I-70 and going down Highway, is it 9? And go down to the ski areas from there, rather than the $8 billion it would take to come up over the mountains and the foothills. Has anybody had any discussions, and is that something, a seed that should be planted? Take a spur off of that rail line and take it
go up
down.
9.
Yeah.
That's something that could be added to the discussion. I think the Winter Park, Berthoud, Grand County will be, serviced by this line. And I think from when I talk to tourism people in Grand County, if we can get people to Grand County without their cars, and the same with tourism people in Routt County, that having people arrive with full wallets and no cars would be a big plus. So I think that's the momentum behind tourism thinking it's a good idea. But as far as rerouting, I have not had that discussion.
I could really see passenger rail pick up a huge amount if you've got one that's going, say, down Highway 9 to Silverthorne, right? And one that on a different schedule is coming into Grand County and Routt County. And it makes it very lucrative, I think, then for the railroad. Of course, you've got to build the spur, but it could definitely help with that congestion on I-70.
And I think another thing that I think about with rail is that this Northwest Corridor project, if it's successful and is meaningful to communities and really brings some economic development, things like Tennessee Pass could open again, and other parts of our state would open up and have this kind of let people arrive with fat wallets and no cars. And I think that might be very helpful to the tourism industry. Any other input that people have or observations? I'd sure love to hear about it because I do participate in some of these discussions. Commissioner.
Okay.
So since you mentioned Merritt Linky, Grand County, since you mentioned Grand County, I do need to weigh in. And my fellow commissioner, Randy George, has been sitting on the committee, so we talk about that. But I do have concerns about this. I love the idea. I love the concept. I'm concerned about a couple things, one of which is the cost. Where's the money coming from? And if we're using money to subsidize this rail system and we still have the pothole farm on Berthoud Pass, that's a problem. And then the second thing is that everybody wants to stop. I get that. I mean, we're talking about maybe 4 or 5 stops before it even gets to Grand County. Then it becomes unappealing for somebody that needs to get to Denver to make an appointment, because every time that we do that, there's a potential that it gets slowed up. And then we kind of self-defeat the purpose because we're out of schedule. Those are my concerns.
And I think one thing, Merritt, we had a discussion last year when we were in Denver, and something that I say to everyone when we're talking about this has got to be separate than funding for Highway 40. And I think you were big on that. And every time I talk to somebody about what's going on with this possibility, that Highway 40 needs improvement, needs to be reestablished, needs a lot of work. And I don't, somebody that travels it myself and all of the residents in Moffat County, we want 40 to be a functioning system. We absolutely still need it. And to have $1 go away from 40 to do this would not be what I would be for personally. Anything else about Mountain Rail? Get your stickers right here, because I know that you want to put one on your car. Yeah, Bonnie.
So along those lines, I would just say one more thing. If we can indeed build it as something that's profitable for the railroad could be hopefully a private funder to help with the majority of that, would be my thought. So that's what I would hope we would end up doing, is making this profitable for the railroad, so we don't siphon dollars out of HUTF or any other highway funding. And I hope we can accomplish that.
Again, I just really think that particularly in Moffat County, our ag biz, our construction people, our future really depends on rail being viable. So just in the interest of time and keeping things on track, we have our main speaker today is the Outdoor Recreation's Economic Impact on Rural Communities is the title of our topic. Chandler Smith, the Executive Director of the Grand Valley Outdoor Recreation Coalition, is with us today. Many of these coalitions are coming together around the state. I understand Chandler has some information about those coalitions, how they're funded, and some of the economic impact of recreation in Colorado. Chandler, it's yours.
Wonderful. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. So good afternoon. Thank you, Tom and Club 20, for the invitation to be a part of today's programming. As some of you may not know, I actually was not the first choice to be presenting. Connor Hall, the Executive Director of the OREC Industries Office for State of the Colorado, much more handsome option. He would have loved to be here, but he just had a healthy baby boy and he's on paternity leave. And then your second choice was my dear friend and colleague, Sarah Schrader, also better looking and super knowledgeable about all things outdoor recreation, a successful entrepreneur, co-owner of Bonsai Design, and also leads the OREC Studies program at CMU. So yes, that makes me the backup to the backup. But here's the thing. I was a third string quarterback for my Lesher Junior High school football team in Fort Collins. So I know what it is to be third string. And the reality is you learn a lot from the sidelines, watching, observing, and learning. So today I'm here to share some of the knowledge I've gained over the years in outdoor recreation, especially from my current role as the Executive Director of the Grand Valley Outdoor Recreation Coalition. So a little bit about me, maybe. Wonderful. So I am a native of Colorado, born and raised in Fort Collins. A lot of our family homesteaded the Front Range, and I also have a lot of ties in Kiowa County and Eads, Colorado, with a bunch of cousins who are farmers and ranchers. And I cut my teeth in outdoor recreation really in the bike industry, and I don't know how or why that evolved that way. But back in the early 2000s, I was the original director of Bike MS, and then took over Ride the Rockies. And I see a few familiar faces in here from that tenure, and ran that up until about 2016, 2017. Broke away to start my own company, which I'm still part of today, but really did that so I could move out here to the Western Slope to live the good life. The Western Slope reminds me a lot of what Fort Collins was back in the 80s. CMU, CSU, access to the outdoors, to the Front Range, to the foothills, and just good quality of life. Everything down to downtown Grand Junction, looking a lot like Fort Collins at the time, downtown. And so when I got out here, being passionate about the outdoors and understanding what an incredible vehicle it was for the good life, I got involved with the Outdoor Rec Coalition. But before I go there, I want to just share a fun little story about an initiative I worked on for Governor Hickenlooper called Pedal the Plains. Does anybody remember Pedal the Plains? So this was a cycling initiative to bring really front rangers to the eastern plains of Colorado to learn about the agriculture roots there and to learn about the commodity groups. And it was this blending of outdoor rec with another culture that was so unique and special. And I still remember to this day, we're behind the stage in Eads, Colorado, as Governor Hickenlooper, myself, and the mayor of Eads, Colorado at the time, getting ready to go on stage to close out the 3-day ride in the closing ceremonies. And the mayor of Eads looks across the sea of people and says, "By golly, there's enough spandex out here to build a trampoline for an elephant." And to me, that was just, I loved it. I loved everything about that because it was this great clash of cultures, but in a really good and profound way. And so that was just a little tidbit about how outdoor recreation can have a positive impact on a community. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the Outdoor Rec Coalition. This organization was actually founded back in 2015 by Sarah Schrader and a dedicated group of business owners. These were business owners that were tied to outdoor rec industry, and really their intention was to add to the narrative, not to change the narrative, but add to the narrative about what drove the economy here on the Western Slope. As we're all very familiar, the Western Slope is very rooted in extraction, oil and gas. And that's a great thing, but there's been the boom and the bust cycles to that. And so they wanted to add to the narrative about another industry that was really propelling our community and our culture and our lifestyle. So they came together and they just started beating the outdoor rec drum and sharing statistics and business success stories. And fast forward today, 10 years later, we're now a 501c3 nonprofit. We have some funding from a private foundation to really get our legs for the next 2 years. And we have a dedicated staff. You're looking at it. But we also have one special guest with us back here, Morgan McNair, who's our first intern from CMU, joins us. So welcome, Morgan. So now we are all about business. And last year, I spent the better part of the year meeting with 65, 70 individuals, land managers, stakeholders, user groups to learn about the landscape here before we really started to implement any of our programs or our initiatives, all in the vein of fostering growth in outdoor recreation by supporting businesses, connecting leaders and organizations, and advocating for the sustainable maintenance and expansion of our outdoor recreation infrastructure. And that's for the folks who are enjoying that here today, but then also future generations to come. So we have a board of 13 really incredible human beings, successful business owners and stakeholders in our community. You may recognize a few of these folks, but this is who I answer to on a daily basis. Our recent additions was Ash Zoltan of Rome Events and Jeff McKenna with Colorado West Slope Fly Fishing. So we have 13 board members, technically 15 seats. So if a seat on the ORC is of interest, please let me know. Next slide, please. So all of the work and the programs and initiatives we do really roll up to one or more of these 3 guiding pillars: community connection, education and awareness, and industry advancement. And here on the next slide, I'll just share a snapshot of some of the programs that are already in place and then a number that are just seeds, ideas that we're working towards. But the idea is we're going to advocate, we're going to promote and elevate, be that tide that raises all boats for organizations in the industry. We will invest, whether that be helping with funding, whether that be working towards perhaps a master plan for the Grand Valley in cooperation with Mesa County. We're all about building the next generation of great employees, full-time employees, keeping folks graduating from CMU here in Mesa County. And then we want to convene and bring everybody to the table so all stakeholders, our residents, our user groups, land managers, have a voice in how we intentionally and sustainably champion the future of outdoor rec here on the Western Slope. So Tom, we can go to the next slide, please. So Tom asked to share on how outdoor recreation positively impacts rural communities, such as those here on the Western Slope. And the economic impact of outdoor recreation on rural communities, truth be told, I could spend the rest of the afternoon giving examples of things that are happening here in Mesa County, let alone things that are happening in our neighboring counties of Delta and Montrose. But I think this slide effectively captures many of the ways outdoor recreation has proven to stimulate and significantly impact our region's economy. So tourism revenue, job creation, boost to local infrastructure, increased tax revenues, seasonal income and diversification, small business growth, health and wellness economy, long-term economic sustainability, enhanced property values, and the opportunity for collaboration and regional partnerships. Let's just take trails as an example. Trails drive tourism and they make communities a more desirable place to live. Trails boost physical activity, creating measurable and sustainable savings in healthcare costs. Trails create jobs. On average, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure projects create 8 to 12 jobs per $1 million of spending. Next slide, please. And there's no better way to emphasize the value of outdoor recreation than by diving into some numbers. So I'm about to share a lot of numbers with you guys to digest. These are numbers that truly prove a point. As the saying goes, the value of something can only be determined by trying it out. It's often used to suggest that the real worth of something is revealed by its results, not just its promises. So let's explore these stats on the national level, on a state level, and then we'll dive into the Mesa County level. And these numbers are truly kind of that proof in the pudding, if you will. So this past fall, the ORR, which stands for the Outdoor Recreational Roundtable, shared new economic data from the BEA, the U.S. Department of Commerce Bureau of Economic Analysis. This data revealed that outdoor recreation has been and continues to be a major driver in the U.S. economy, jobs, and local communities. So according to the latest data from the Outdoor Rec Satellite Account, this past 2024 was released, $1.2 trillion in economic output in the US. It's the first time it's eclipsed $1 trillion, which accounts for, next slide please, 2.3% of the country's GDP. Next slide. And comprises 3.1% of US employees and accounts for over 5 million jobs, and this was in 2023. So this is the largest recorded figure since the BEA began tracking the size of this sector in 2012. So according to the new revised data just recently released, the outdoor recreation economy since 2012 has grown by 36% in real terms. Even more astounding, these new figures reveal that outdoor recreation economy contributes more to the US economy than farming, mining, and utilities. Next slide, please. So I just included this one for more fun because I think a lot of you in this room probably can identify with one or more of these activities. But this is a chart that shows by growth and by size contribution in billions of dollars from 2022 to 2023. So do we have any, how about fishing and anglers out there? There we go. Boaters? Yes? I'm hanging out with you. Hunters? Got some hunters. I got my first elk this year. Motorcycling and ATV, motorsports. There you go. And then snow activities, right? We're in the prime of it. I think we've got a strong winter season here still in March to keep things going up on the Grand Mesa. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at our state. So in September 2024, as Colorado was preparing for National Public Lands Day, Governor Polis and the CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, revealed the new state level data that further highlights the ongoing growth and the significance of our industry. So every 5 years, new research from Colorado State University and Southwick Associates come together and they update and inform CPW on the new data, which they then put into the Colorado Statewide Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, otherwise known as SCORP. And if you haven't noticed or picked up in the industry, we love our acronyms. So the latest report revealed that in 2023, and again, this is for Colorado, outdoor recreationists in Colorado spent over $52.1 billion on trips and equipment. contributing to a total economic output of 65.8 billion. Additionally, 96% of Coloradoans participated in outdoor recreation, with 72% doing so once or more a week. Our sector added 36.5 billion to the state's GDP, contributed 11.2 billion in tax revenue, and supported over 400,000 jobs, representing 12% of the state's labor force. And this all generated 22.2 billion in salary and wages. Next slide. So just kind of aha, did you know? So on a more local note, and as a segue, I'm sorry, kind of the aha is to put this all in perspective. The report shows that Colorado's outdoor recreation sector is larger than construction, finance and insurance, and the industries of education, healthcare, and social assistance. So on a more local note, as a segue into the Mesa County numbers, SCORP also reported and divided Colorado in geographic regions. While consumer spending on the Front Range was the highest, 29.6 billion, the Western Slope had the largest share of participants, with 67% of Colorado adults engaging in outdoor recreation in our region. So with that, I'd like to present a study that was conducted here locally. Next slide, please. Back in 2022. And this was the first of its kind in the entire country. Never before had an economic impact study for outdoor recreation been done solely on one county. Since then, others have jumped in and done so. But this study was conducted by doctors Nathan Perry, Tim Casey, and Johnny Snyder of Colorado Mesa University. The final version was released in November of 2022. So keep that in mind as I share these statistics, because we're now, 3 years later, or 2 years arguably later, and these numbers have certainly increased in a pretty significant fashion. So next slide. A number of entities were involved in this to help champion it. Colorado Outdoor Recreation Office, CMU, Zoma Labs, Grand Junction Economic Partnership, and us as the ORC. The funding for this came from Zoma Labs and the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. So relative to the study, and I'm no economist, but I'm going to go a little bit deep into the weeds, not too deep in the weeds, I should say, about how the study was conducted, mainly because, again, that's not my world, so I'm the messenger on this. But this study, however, took an innovative approach by measuring the economic impact of outdoor recreation businesses, as well as the economic impact of outdoor recreation tourism, controlling for double counting, and then combined all of this for that full economic impact story for Mesa County. And I'll read this little last bit from the slide as a disclaimer to kind of give you more framework. This economic contribution and impact report uses multipliers to estimate the supply chain and household spending effect associated with the industry while adjusting for leakages due to imports, taxes, profits, and savings. I read this and I get lost on leakages. Leakages to me, the only thing I can relate to that right now, I have a 2-year-old in diapers and we get some leakages in those diapers. So that's where my head goes with that. Next slide, please. So let's dive in a little framework, and I think most of you know this about Mesa County. But Mesa County, the population here is, when we did the study, was just over 155,000 residents. Mesa County covers 2,138,287,000 acres, or 3,340 square miles. We have an altitude that ranges from the top of the mesa, 11,236 feet, to the valley floor at 4,320 feet, where the Colorado leaves our county at the Utah state border. Most of our population lives there in the valley floor, and with relatively mild winter temperatures in the Colorado Valley, the abundance of open space and public land, we support year-round tourism and recreation. The Grand Mesa, as you know, home to Powderhorn Ski Resort, numerous trails for cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, snowmobiling, over 300 lakes and reservoirs provide many opportunities for recreation. And then you come back down here and we have hundreds of miles of designated trails supporting hiking, trail running, mountain biking, and a variety of motorized recreation. And I share this just that, like, the reality is not everybody's landscape looks the same as ours, and we really are in a special, special place. And many of these recreational amenities have a national and international reputation for excellence, and they attract thousands of visitors each year, and that helps contribute to the quality of life for our residents of Mesa County and the surrounding areas. So let's look at the two different sectors, business impact and tourism. So with business impact, and again, 2022, the direct impact of outdoor recreation from businesses on Mesa County was $131,254,000. This represented 1.9% of the GDP, and that's direct impact. So then when you add in the indirect and induced spending, indirect, think of like supply chain, people who make the buckles for ski boots. The outdoor recreation business contributed over $190 million, and the GDP contribution jumps up to 2.84%. Employment in the business impact, direct 3,690 jobs. You add in the supply chain and induced effects, over 4,500 jobs. When we look at the outdoor recreation tourism impact, next slide, please. The direct county GDP contribution was over 227 million, which accounted for 3.3% of the GDP. Once you add in indirect and induced, that jumps up to 5.2% of our county's GDP. Direct employment tied to tourism, over 4,700 jobs. Add in indirect, and that jumps up to 6,400 jobs, creating $139,000 in wages. So outdoor recreation tourism equated to 5.2% of total employment. And once you added an indirect and induced, that jumps up to 7.2%. And so I think that was a combined jobs of right around 5,510 full-time employee jobs. Next slide. So you combine all of this, and this is the story. And it's a pretty impactful and inspiring one. So total direct economic impact of the outdoor recreation industry, including business and tourism, over $321 million, or 4.8% of the GDP. When you include indirect and induced, that jumps up to over $484 million, 7.2% of the GDP. When you combine all of the jobs, direct and indirect, over 9,897 jobs, which is 11% of employment here in Mesa County. Another way to kind of get a gauge on what does outdoor recreation mean for an economy is through the lens of the Grand Junction Economic Partnership. How many people are familiar with GJEP? All right, very good. So GJEP, their goal is to, they have several goals, but one is to recruit businesses to the area to create more full-time jobs for our population. And they've done a great job in doing that. What I think is really telling in all of their leads right now, 117 in total, within that pipeline, 27% of those leads are active prospects are outdoor recreation focus. And that's more than double the next industry in line, which is aviation and aerospace. We're home to a few great outdoor rec companies: DT Swiss, Leitner Poma, Bonsai Design, Goose Gear, Loki, MRP. And recently we've had some great success stories and wins. Goose Gear, GJEP assisted with relocating them from Huntington Beach. That created 9 new jobs, over $250,000 in capital investment in the first months of operation. And the goal with them is that we'll open up 49 jobs here in the next couple of years. Quicker Stuff, which is our bike rack company locally. GJEP assisted with the local expansion and the generation of 3 advanced industry grants from OEDIT that totaled over $350,000. And they've opened up the door for 14 new jobs. There's a company called Moto Minded. GJEP assisted with relocating them from Colorado Springs, $100,000 in capital investment and facility upgrades. And then ProStart, which some of you may not have heard of, is a French BMX racing gate manufacturer, but they relocated their operations from Europe to North America, and they chose Grand Junction as home. So to put a bow on the outdoor recreation impacts here on Mesa County, is just to say that the participation and the economic activity generations have been steadily increasing both nationally and within Colorado, and no place more than Mesa County. These trends obviously were amplified after COVID-19. Recent studies show that over half of Americans participated in outdoor recreation at least once a month, with up to 20% being new to it after the pandemic. Long-term trends indicate that people are not only engaging more in outdoor activities, but they're also moving to counties like Mesa County, which offer abundant of natural amenities and access to our public lands. Now, this shift presents a significant economic opportunity, as you all know, for rural areas to diversify their economy by building a stronger outdoor recreation identity. And this can ultimately create jobs, not only in tourism, but also in manufacturing, outdoor gear, and industry supporting lifestyles. So the attraction of these outdoor amenities also impact other sectors, improving the quality of life, and encouraging retirees and employees to move to these rural areas. The wealth of outdoor opportunities in places like Mesa County only enhances its appeal as a place to live, giving businesses and government agencies a competitive edge when it comes to recruiting and retention. So in closing, the bottom line is that the outdoor recreation industry does more than just bring joy to millions of Americans' faces. It 100% helps drive the economy. And I'll close and paraphrase some remarks from Jessica Turner. She's the president of the Outdoor Recreation Roundtable. And she stated that this new and elevated data is a testament to the strength and the importance of the outdoor recreation economy. The findings and numbers underscore our sector's resilience and importance across the entire nation. Outdoor recreation is a cornerstone of our economy, generating jobs, supporting small businesses, and providing essential opportunities for Americans to engage with the outdoors for health, connection, and quality of life. And all of this data should signal to policymakers and leaders across the country that investing in outdoor infrastructure and access must remain a national and bipartisan priority. And so with that, I think we have time for a couple questions if we have any, but thank you for this opportunity to present.
Absolutely. Let's get some questions.
Nothing on the data or the economics there.
Okay. Question. What would be the response if, I'm coming to you from the ranching community, what would be the response to the tourism sector if we were to propose putting the parks and recreation back and putting the fish and wildlife back the way it was? Because it was created as Parks and Wildlife under the auspices that we were going to save money, being one organization. Not only did it not save money, but it's diluted our perspective from the ranching community and the agricultural community. And I guess I'll throw this at you. How many ranchers and farmers, or what's been the benefit of introducing the wolves to those people who want to hear wolves when they're out there riding a bike or hiking versus those of us that are, lambing and calving and farming? That's the emphasis that went into this, and it was Joe Rogan put it as good as anybody. It's biology by the ballot box. We don't need that, and that's what we're getting in Colorado. So what would be the response that we would get from the tour? I'm not opposing tourism. I'm just saying that we can't get the proper focus on our part. It's a valuable part of tourism because we're the ones holding the open spaces and providing all this. So what would be the response from the tourism if we move towards getting fish and wildlife back the game and fish back to the game and fish? Hunting is extremely mismanaged right now. In fact, the emphasis on the out-of-state hunters, which is tourism, they're not even able to get a tag, or they're having to draw so far out, it's not even funny. I just want to know what your perspective would be on the response of the tourism industry to get rid of parks and wildlife and make it parks and recreation.
Yeah, with that, I think we're out of time, folks. And no,
Chandler, you don't
Great.
want to weigh in on the
no,
wolf?
really great questions. And I'll actually look to some colleagues and Wendell. I might even lean on you a little bit on this. But I think number one, I think CPW should really be answering that question. I don't know that I'm the right person to answer that, other than to say it's not the first time we've heard, like, should we separate those two again? I don't know that we'll see that. The wolf thing, I won't even touch that. But other than to say, it's a point of discussion. So there's these regional partnership initiatives now that have been launched by CPW and DNR, Department of Natural Resources. And the regional partnerships, we have one which we're a part of as the ORC with Delta and Montrose counties. And that is now where a lot of the information is coming from the unique regions about their own unique experiences and needs and concerns to help inform what is called the Colorado Strategy Plan, Outdoor Strategy Plan, COS. And that'll be kind of a new plan. It won't take place of SCORP, but it will be kind of that new plan that steers decisions going forward for policymakers, land managers. And those two topics that you just brought up have been on the table several times. And so I think they will be addressed. I don't personally know the answers to those. And I know that's not what you're looking for, but I don't want to
I know you didn't mean
mislead
to
you.
dodge the question, but what's your opinion?
What's my opinion? Well, I guess my opinion is I'm still drinking from the hose and learning a lot. So I don't know that I would take a particular stance. I think my opinion right now would be I'm encouraged by the direction CPW is going. I think for me, my concern and focus right now is looking at sustainable funding mechanisms for our outdoor rec infrastructure. Motorized has figured that out with their registration. Non-motorized hasn't. They haven't kind of been contributing to that pot. So that's kind of where my passion lies in that piece. On the wolf introduction, I see both sides of it. We've got folks that are in wildlife management, who are very much against reintroducing the wolves. I certainly appreciate the ranchers and farmers' perspectives on that. I've yet to hear of any outdoor recreationist who wants to hear the howling of a wolf out and about.
There
So
you go. We have one more time for one more
Yeah,
question. And
sorry,
then
I
we'll
know
need to
that was kind of
finish.
a.
Wendell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wendell Kuntz, Delta County. Changel, you posted some very significant numbers up there and they're very impressive. But like any industry, outdoor recreation has an impact on lands, particularly our public lands. Back in the 40s, the hunters got together and introduced the Pittman-Robertson Act, self-imposing a tax upon themselves. There's also the sport fishing excise tax that anglers self-imposed upon themselves. Currently, with state of Colorado's budget being $1.2 billion in the hole, and recreation being so dependent upon state and federal grants and management agencies from both state and federal, what can the outdoor recreation industry do to self-fund themselves with similar taxes, fees, whatever it is, to keep this industry going? And I'll tell you, Delta County has also been a recipient of those grants. I'm building a trail right now. But this has got to be sustainable. And right now, grants are not.
Yeah, no, really well said. So I can shed some light on a initiative being discussed right now at a state level. So they are looking at a bike and boots tax that would be comparable to like motor vehicle registration, ATVs and such off highway vehicles. And they're looking at a possible bike and boot tax. So that segment starts to contribute to help in that sustainable equation. Locally, a great example would be out of Chaffee County. Chaffee County tax themselves, a county sales tax. I can't remember the quarter of percentage or some bit, and they created the Common Grounds Fund. And that Common Grounds Fund is now what they're using to drive forward the equivalent of their master plan. They landed on 3 key elements: working ranches and lands, forest fire mitigation, I think the balance of maybe wildlife and recreation. And all that money is going into, support sustainable development practices and initiatives, pairing working lands and ranchers with, CPW and providing, kind of along the lines of, funding for these ranchers, in an effort to keep those working lands a part of the landscape. So I think, to me, I personally think you need to start local, because you have the ability to control those dollars more, but there is an effort being made on a state level. How those dollars trickle down, be it through CPW, DNR, or possibly the OREC office, remains to be seen. But you're absolutely right with the budget cuts that are probably forthcoming, given the deficit. It'll be significant, and I think that's all the more reason the effort needs to be really championed per county or via these regional partnership initiatives.
Yeah, and if I can just kind of piggyback on what Chandler said, I think a lot of the coalitions that have been formed are certainly looking at how to structure that to protect those needs and wants and, you know, the public lands and the waters and the ranching and the agriculture, and to contribute, because they understand that. But I agree with Chandler. I think it may need to start with your coalitions, actually. So.
Yeah, and there's great best practices too. I mean, you look at Routt County, they now have a lodging tax where money's going to a lot of their trail maintenance. And right at this point too, it's not really about expansion. It's maintaining what we already have and making sure that that's around for years to come. But Routt County, Eagle County, I think both of them have, Eagle might be tied to a transportation tax. Routt, I believe, is a lodging tax.
Mr. Smith, we really appreciate your time here today. I think a lot of people need to get your contact information to be able to talk to you directly. Today's been enlightening with a lot of numbers, a lot of things to digest, but thank you for your participation.
Great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, we need to move to a couple of resolutions to review. We have resolution TO 16-1. It's an update. The update is basically what some of the numbers that we just received today. We are simply updating this resolution with numbers that were given to us by the Colorado Tourism Office. Again, we're looking at TO 16-1, support of the Colorado Outdoor Recreation Industry Office. We originally put this on the books at Club 20 when this office was forming under OEDIT. We supported having a separate entity to just focus on outdoor rec. So these are simply the numbers. It isn't any, other wordsmithing is not called for here. We're simply asking for an update in the numbers that they've thrown out to us. The number of jobs, the economic impact, and the tax revenue. I'm looking for a motion to approve the changes as presented. Moved by Michael, and second, Mr. Beck. Any discussion on updating, given the numbers presented?
So generally, I think we have the desire to not have time-specific numbers in resolutions. Is there a reason that you want these in here versus just a more general statement?
That might be a good way to look at it. I think what we've done in tourism with both tourism and outdoor rec is just get the numbers in front of people so they are updated every few years. That's been the thought. We could simplify this if the committee wanted to work on that this summer, but these would be the actual numbers that the resolution we have in hand is just old numbers. So, and actually some of them have gone down. But accurate numbers as they're presented by the tourism office, I mean, the outdoor rec office is what we're hoping to just make sure we have clear. Other discussion? With that, no other discussion. Let's call the question. All in favor of the changes as presented, say aye. Those opposed? Seeing no opposed, that it passes. We have a discussion in front of you for Colorado Welcome Center, support of. That's TO 18-2, the Colorado Welcome Centers. We have played with this quite a bit at Club 20 in my history with Club 20. One of the original reasons for this was not aimed specifically at any one tourism welcome center. But at one time, we were in jeopardy of losing the Dinosaur Welcome Center. And that's part of the impetus that put this resolution in front of us to try to save the Welcome Center up in Moffat County. I need to explain what's happening at the Colorado Tourism Office to talk about why this is in front of you. And it may be an opportunity for many of you and many of your communities. The Colorado Tourism Office is proposing that they take the amount of money that they're doing for welcome centers and putting it into a pot and having all visitor centers around the state apply for assistance to help their visitor readiness efforts. So that might help in small towns like Rifle or smaller communities. Hayden is talking about taking advantage of this and putting up a welcome center and taking some of the pot of money and applying for making their welcome center relevant. And that's another thing that's happening too with welcome centers, is that people want welcome centers to be relevant for modern travelers, having QR codes, having the ability to have electronic maps and those kinds of things available, as well as people telling people what's available across the state. The idea at the tourism office is to take that pot of money and then maybe spread it out a bit. But I can tell you that once again puts my visitor center in Dinosaur in jeopardy, because the Dinosaur Welcome Center will have to go into this same pot of money and apply every year to hopefully have enough funds to keep personnel out there to do it. The Dinosaur Welcome Center is owned by Moffat County, and the facility itself is maintained and taken care of, but the inside, the payroll inside comes from the Colorado Tourism Office. So we have a resolution in front of us that's in general supports welcome centers across the state. Why I wanted to put this in front of you today is that this new initiative may put some of our other smaller, we have 11 welcome centers across the state. 3 of them will be exempt from the new policy, Fruita, Burlington, and Julesburg, because they're high-volume centers on interstate highways, but the smaller centers may be in jeopardy. So it's a change in policy. We, in general terms, with our resolution, support welcome centers. I'd like to have comments from all of you about welcome centers and their support. Bonnie?
Tom, I don't have any thoughts on this at all, do I?
Were you the fiscal agent of the Dinosaur Welcome Center?
Well, kind of, sort of, and I still get my hackles up over that whole story. What I think we have to do is we have to stop and think about the original idea around the Colorado Welcome Centers, right? Because what was it? It was major access points to the state of Colorado is where we located the Colorado Welcome Centers. We wanted people coming into the state to be able to have a place to stop and learn about Colorado. Hayden doesn't meet that definition. Rifle doesn't meet that definition. And those communities, God love them, I'm pleased that they're setting up their welcome centers and that sort of thing, and that's great, but that was not the purpose of Colorado Welcome Centers. From my perspective, Tom, this resolution supports welcome centers the way that we as state taxpayers should potentially fund and recognize welcome centers, critical access points to the state of Colorado. If there are going to be additional welcome centers, then if the tourism office wants to pull together some funding opportunity outside of funding those key locations, then that's fine. Go raise those funds and do that. But I think this makes the most sense for Colorado, and I would not be supportive of that new plan.
Thank you. I think that's a strong thoughts. Commissioner Beck.
Yeah, so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this resolution TO-18-2.
So we're simply reaffirming what's there. Yeah, you had a comment online? Steve, go ahead, unmute yourself and give us your perspective.
Yeah, first of all, I'll second Ray's motion to support this. I think there's a difference between a welcome center and a visitor center, which a lot of communities could benefit from a community center, which might be similar to a welcome center, but it's kind of more, they're more pushing their local amenities that are available there, like in Rifle, for instance. They have a rest area there, and that's the location for such an effort, I think. But it is different than the Welcome Center with the highways coming into the state. So perhaps this resolution could be tweaked in the future to have both of those mentioned in the Welcome Center and the Visitor Center. Thank you.
Thank you. And a part of why I brought this up today is not necessarily to reaffirm it again, it was a point of discussion to actually put it in front of you with a new issue that may be something that we'll ask our executive director to do some, possibly a letter in the future. So I think Bonnie has articulated our thoughts that we like the resolution. Commissioner Beck has said that this is on target. And I think the Welcome Center Commission is right there. I mean, part of what the problem with Dinosaur is, it's such low volume. But aren't we supporting rural tourism in small corners of Colorado? So I don't think that we need to belabor this one, and I don't think we need to vote, if that's okay. We did do this last year, kind of cleaned it up again. What I wanted to do is put the issue in front of everybody and reaffirm that we have this on deck for protecting our welcome centers. Next, we need to move.
Completely agree.
We need to move to a quick discussion on PLNR 043, floating access across private property. I would just say to you that as an ex-river outfitter, that I would love things to stay as the status quo as they are right now. I've been informed that in 2026, there's a group that's going to be coming at the state with proposals to codify not only floating across private property, but also this walk wade issue. It seems to be raising its ugly head. We don't have a lot of time today to go into, and this is not a tourism resolution other than it does have an element of being tough on people floating across private property. But I wanted to bring the issue up to everyone because I've been strongly made aware that there may be some things coming that is similar to what I'm told happened in Montana, solidifying walk wade ability. I personally think walk wade would be a disaster in Colorado, and I think that we need to be prepared to maybe even look at this resolution and work with our Public Lands Committee and Tourism and come up with maybe some language that helps us get through what may be coming at us. I understand that there are 2 states in the union that need to change in the Constitution to have people be able to trespass on the bottom of a river, to be able to walk it. And those 2 states are Colorado and Hawaii. And so Colorado is a very unique state at statehood that will be celebrating 150 years in 26. In 26, some people are going to be coming at us with some floating possibly, but walk wade also. So I think that it may be a preemptive move to look at this thing and make sure we're prepared for the consequences of what that means. To me, as an old river outfitter, I think floating access is important. The industry is important, but also the ag community needs to be reassured what's going to happen with possible takings or other, legal maneuvering. So we're running out of time. I wanted to have that in front of you. Please contact me. And I really would like to work with Public Lands to try to make sure that we've got this policy right where we want it, and water. It may be a multiple committee look, and if we could do that, I think I wanted to tee that up for this summer. The last thing, we are simply running out of time, but I did want to make it a tradition, and will this summer, is to have everybody bring their tourism updates, the things that make us a tourism friendly place. I've got the Moffat County schedule here of events that I know that everybody's going to make their way to the Balloon Festival and to the high school rodeo finals and all those things. But this summer, when we all get together, if anybody has any collateral or updates for their communities, I really would strongly think that this would be a great time to put those together. Does anybody else have any collateral they'd like to distribute? Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, we've exhausted our schedule and gone over a couple minutes. So thank you for your attendance today. We are adjourned.
Good. A lot better than 3%. And 3% is kind of scary. Yeah.
I guess so, huh? All right, everybody, this education committee is the one we've all been looking for, the last one of the day. So, 1 minute, we'll get started. All right, everyone, as I said, last committee meeting of the day, Education Committee. I'm Michael Murphy. I am a stand-in, third string. Someone brought up third string earlier. So anyway, you get me today instead of Catherine. So the agenda calls for welcome and introduction. Guys, we've all been through this 6 times already today. We're gonna kick the can down the road. We've got 2 speakers. So let's get started with number 1. We've got D51 Career and Technical Education Program updates. Stacy Marsh, Early Childhood Instructor, the Career Center D51 schools. Everybody welcome Stacy.
What's that? Okay, gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Stacy Marsh. I am from the Career Center, and this is my amazing Assistant Principal, Jamie Sawyer. We are from District 51. I'm proud to be one of the teachers that are serving there at the Career Center. I teach Teacher Cadet, and I also teach early childhood professions. I'm going to give the mic to my assistant principal, and she can give you a little bit more information. And then we have a little promotional video that we put together that we actually went around to each one of the area high schools and showed the video to try to gain some more students that way. So I'm going to let her do her thing. Hold on one second. Sorry.
Not quite yet, but we will in a minute. So just to give you kind of an idea of what we do, we're a little unique program inside District 51. So we serve all 4 big high schools, plus our 2 alternative high schools, plus a few homeschool type students here and there. But our goal is really to give kids a skill and to keep them in Mesa County if we can. So we work real closely with the Economic Development Council and the Workforce Center. A lot of our initial funding comes from them. Anytime when we first started a long time ago doing CNAs, I went to the Workforce Center and asked them to pay for our first set of CNA exams. Then we were able to get the CDIP money from the Senate bill from the state, and then we were able to pay for every exam since that time. So when we start a program, we work real closely with them. They also pay for the majority of our testing, and that way they own our data. The idea is that if we can show what our workforce can do, our emerging workforce can do, hopefully they can attract businesses to our valley, and we can say this is the talent pool that we have to offer. So we're just a small sampling of what they might be able to do. We serve right around 400 students on our campus each day in 3 groups. And so you'll see that. And then we have tried to identify areas where there is a need in our community and that pays a living wage. We don't want to train students to do jobs that are not going to take care of their families. But we'd also like them to hang out in our community if at all possible. So that's kind of the goals that we have for our little tiny campus. So now you can click on that link.
Here at the Career Center campus, we serve all District 51 high school students. We have 8 career and technical education classes that students can pick from when they're selecting classes. Our goal here at the Career Center is to engage students in purpose and relevancy, to have a more hands-on approach. We want to empower students with traditional graduation credits that they can earn along with industry credentials that allow them to be more competitive in the workforce. We also want to empower them with skills that will allow them to go out into the community or onto higher education or whatever their goal may be beyond high school.
I would just like to share that there's a lot of opportunities here. It's a very friendly environment, and the teachers, the students are all very nice, and they have a really good setup going here. And I think no matter who you are, you'd probably like it here. You could definitely find something you like here. They have so much to offer here, and yeah, that's how I feel.
Really hands-on and skill-based learning so that when we learn something and down in the classroom, we come in here and we actually get to practice that so that we get to remember that. And I feel like in traditional schools, like a lot of the time I find myself asking when I'm going to be using stuff in like that I'm learning in that school. But when I come here, I know exactly what I'm learning it for. I know exactly what I'm going to use it for. So that's something that I really like about this school.
At Career Center, we are devoted to helping students with all of their post-secondary goals. We have students who want to pursue college in the future. We have students who will enter the workforce, students who will go into a technical college or do an apprenticeship, and students who want to go into the military. We are able to help students meet their career goals for any and all of those post-secondary pathways.
I'd like to share, we actually grow some food that we get to eat, and we supply that food to our culinary program, and they sell it in the salads that they serve there. And I've wanted to do that for years, grow it, sell it, and eat it all on the same site.
I chose to come to Career Center because I want to be a livestock vet when I grow up, and I wanted to have experience with animals and to see if I actually want to be a livestock vet instead of when I'm already in college and then be like, oh, never mind, and switch my career.
I would recommend this program to anyone across the district for the same reason I'd recommend any other program at the Career Center. It really helps to build up a lot of new development with students, really helps to kind of branch out into different areas that you might not have already thought about. You know, you get opportunities for different high school credits. In this case, it's my math and my physics credit that I'm getting from this class. And so instead of sitting in a classroom for an hour talking to a teacher and filling out math equations, I get to turn a wrench with a smile on my face and my friends next to me.
My bad. So my sophomore year in high school, I was in another teaching program at Grand Junction High School, and it was like a paid internship. And between the communication of the teachers here and at Junction, they kind of just told me about this new program. I thought it was interesting because I wanted to become a teacher, and so that's kind of how it came to be, I guess.
I think it's definitely like a hidden gem because I had no idea what this program would be like before I came into it. I just knew it'd probably be a good idea for me to get the credits from it, but I'm not even thinking about the credits at this point. I'm excited to be like a second year student here because yeah, there's just a lot of learning opportunities and so many different things. We get like plants donated to us, and there's just never a boring moment.
One of our primary goals here is to ensure that our students can write their own economic story. So we build programs that will ensure that as they leave our campus, they can engage in a career that provides a living wage. We work very closely with our workforce center and our industry partners to make sure that our curriculum is something that they can use. We have school-based enterprises as well. So most of our programs also run a business like our restaurant or our gift shop and greenhouse. We also use our community partners to provide internships and apprenticeships as our students graduate and are really ready to start their own career.
Okay, so yeah, so that was our promotional video. So if you wouldn't mind advancing it to the, so the next screen, and note too, I have brought some brochures and they're on the back table. So if you do want to take a brochure, all of this information is also on our brochure too. So yeah, there's plenty at the back table. So this is just kind of the 3 sessions that we run. We do have our first session that's 8:20 to 10:05 and then 10:08 to 11:55.
And then session 3 is 105 to 250. So we do, like Jamie was saying, we have all area high schools funnel into us, along with the homeschools as well. If you wouldn't mind advancing one more time, my dear. Oh, I don't know what happened to, it kind of got out of order.
I bet our update didn't
Oh,
come to her.
maybe the update didn't come. Darn it.
Updated it.
Sorry.
So much-
Sorry.
That's okay. We can just keep going. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know how to get to the updated one now. Maybe it's on my phone.
I did. I shared you the presentation. I could reshare it.
While you do
Okay,
that,
if you
want.
wouldn't mind
I'll talk
doing
while
that.
she does that. I'll talk about, yeah, so compact engines, we partnered with Briggs and Stratton, so they give us engines. Collier gave us a few engines as well. The curriculum we use gets them a master service technicians license, which basically says you can do things the Briggs and Stratton way if they wanted to open their own shop, but the basics are all there, you know, for whatever they might want to know as they work on an engine. Some of those industry credentials, we get kickbacks from the state. Every time a kid achieves an industry credential, we apply at the end of the year. It used to be $1,000, but more people are getting it. So now they're worth about $700. But that helps us grow our program every time a student achieves something that is usable by our businesses. So we can go ahead and advance, yeah, or I can just talk too. I'm pretty good at it. Companion animals. So this one, really, we're trying to work towards that CVA, a certified veterinary system, but there's some new things around that too. But our kids learn how to run a business. So twice a week, we have community dogs that come in. They give them baths. It's the simple grooming, no special haircuts yet, but they learn how to greet customers, how to handle an animal, how to tell somebody, hey, this is what I saw while I was working with your dog. He has a little lump under his armpit. You might want to see a vet. So they have to engage with the community, which when I first started at Career Center, that was hard. We actually have our kids call the main office and practice phone skills. What information do you need to get? You need their phone number if you're going to call them back. That's not something that they just know. So that is something that we try to teach. We teach them to shake their hand when they come in the door, welcome them there. Our restaurant is open Tuesday through Thursday to the public from 11:45 to 12:45. So it's a niche market. It's only an hour, but today we had a full house. Some days we don't. We just changed chefs too, so our menu's a little bit limited, but he's a really good baker. And actually the food is really good too, but it's just not a lot of it because it's a small restaurant. As I go around horticulture, the greenhouse is relatively new, about 4 years. So we got a grant through the Colorado Gardeners Association, I think is who it was. They gave us $15,000. We bought the stuff and our construction class built it. So it was built by kids for kids. This year in construction, our house is being built. It's behind Graff Dairy. We should be done with it before the end of the school year and it'll go on the market. Our last house sold for right around $450,000. That always funds the next one. We're not sure about the next house to come yet. We are building sheds for more storage cells. And just recently, our welding group is making bases for the target. That's their big project this year. They're getting a lot of practice welding and cutting, welding and cutting. These kids, they need to practice it over and over again. So they're going to build like 120 target stands. By then, they'll be pretty good at cutting the stuff and putting them together. I don't even know the right thing to say, but that's what they're doing. We also did a project with Grand Valley Transit. So we installed the lighting, the solar lighting above the bus stops. Our students went out and did that. So we try to teach them some skills in the classroom and to get them back out. We just did partner this last week with Colorado Construction Careers. So we're going to work with the Home Builders Association to try to get into some of the more skilled trades. It's one thing to teach them how to frame a house, how to roof a house, how to throw things together, but some of our kids are really interested in electrical, but they need the skills before they learn the skills. You know, that background knowledge, what things are called, the vocabulary, how to measure 5,000 times. So we are partnering at CCIC, but I can't remember what that stands for right at the moment. I know. Our health sciences class, they get 12 college credits if they're successful in there, and they get their CNA. So I do have 16-year-olds who are making $21 an hour that are still in high school. They're willing to do those shifts that nobody else wants. They're hungry. They're young. One of the projects, there we go. We're just going to jump right to there. So we have 2 different programs that Ms. Marsh teaches. Our newest one is that teacher cadet. Again, those kids are concurrent at CMU, but they are in classrooms with kids. Our 4 teacher cadets are at TOPE, and they're teaching lessons right alongside a teacher, and they're actually pretty good at it. Here you go. Talk about it.
Would you mind going back one more? I'm sorry, technical difficulties. Sorry, guys. Yes, so I'm very proud to have been teaching Teacher Cadet. It is an amazing program where the kids, our fall semester, we were able to go and see and experience all different levels of learners. So we experienced preschool learners, we did elementary, we did middle school, and then we also did a high school. And then the kids got to then choose where they wanted to do their field experience. So our teacher cadets, all of them right now are at TOPE Elementary. They are doing, one is in a kindergarten room, one's in a first grade, one's in a third, and one's in a fourth grade room. So phenomenal program. These kiddos are, yes, like Jamie said, building lessons. They're presenting the lessons. They are managing classrooms. They are transitioning kids from one subject to the next. They are matching Colorado state standards to their lessons. It is not only them earning their credits for regular high school, they're like Jamie said, CMU credits. So they're getting 115 and 215, and then like Jamie said, 50 hours of field experience. So pretty amazing program. We also went in a couple of these pictures and presented to the Grand Junction High School groups to try to gain some more students for next year. So the kids created the lessons and they presented the lesson to their peers, which was a very hard thing to do. Yeah, but awesome all at the same time. We also went down, took the kids down to the middle school career day, which was down at East Middle School, and they too was presenting to middle school students to try to get them inspired to come to the Career Center. So again, I know they're a little bit younger than they are, but still it's, you know, it takes courage to stand up and present things in front of folks. So yeah, go ahead. You're okay. Yeah. So the other one that I teach is the early childhood professions. So the only difference is these are my kiddos that are more interested in the earlier ages. Okay. So yes, we are earning ELA credits and math credits in our early childhood professions, along with their CDA, their Child Development Associate. So an industry credential that these kiddos can walk away with and start teaching in a preschool program. Okay. They also earn their first aid CPR and their food handler. They too are creating lesson plans. We have a lab, a District 51 preschool. That is our lab right next door. That yes, they create lessons and they present the lessons. I do take them out into the valley and we do many different observations within the valley. The one up in the corner, we went out to the Clifton Community Campus preschool. One, because they can see different ages. I want them to see different teaching styles, different curriculums, so then they're more prepared when they get ready to start their own program. Yeah, if you could advance to the next one. You talked about...
Nicer slide.
Yeah, we have more pictures, yeah. And you talked about companion animals, construction you talked about, right? Culinary.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys, next week is a short week, so we won't be open because the kids are only gonna be there 3 days, and then we have work day and spring break. But a week from spring break on the 25th, that week will be open Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 11:45 to 12:45. They did a catering event as well. So lots of different experiences. Oh, lots of different experiences for kids. Okay. Health sciences. We just competed at HOSA. our kids are nationally recognized. They do really well. Our program, I think, would stand up just about anybody's. They can, if they apply for it, they can get 12 college credits, so they can go ahead and get that, what's a medical, they get their CNA, but medical assistant, you know, the person who rooms you, they can do that pretty easily with like one more class. Rooms you, I couldn't remember the name. They do take the National Health Sciences exam, the terminology. Again, every single one of our programs, there's a language that goes with your career, and they need to know that language. So that's really where we spend a lot of time. Okay. Horticulture, we talked a lot about horticulture. And then this one is one we want to start and we haven't been approved yet. We made our first recommendation. I have enough students to fill the class. I already have enough interest in students who are committed to it. We don't know exactly what it'll look like, but when we looked at data, there's a shortage of people who want to work in criminal justice, and there's a shortage of people who are willing to be those public safety. And so we have a few in the district. We have some fire academies that have popped up. You have to be 21 to be in the police academy, so that doesn't really work for a high school program. But all the precursors to that, there's a lot of interest. It does pay a living wage, and we do have a shortage of workers. So it meets all the criteria that we look for. So we've made the request. We're waiting to see whether they'll fund a teacher or not. If so, then we're gonna have to do a little bit of remodeling in our building to see if we can't get something online. And you know, the way the curriculum will go will depend on who we hire. Regretfully, with these programs, we take people out of industry, and so they teach what they know and they know well. So if we find somebody who has a big background in the psychology and some of the stuff with criminology, that's probably where the focus is going to be more. If we end up with a wildfire type person, they're probably going to learn a lot more about BLM management and wildfire. It just depends on who it is that we are able to secure once we are able to post and have this position. If it's not this year, I think we'll have it online by next, but it's just got to work on it. And that's it. Questions?
All right. Anybody? Wendell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're shocked, I know. Wendell Kuntz, Delta County. We have talked a lot today about the state budget. The Delta County School District, if this formulaic plan by Governor Polis goes into effect, will lose $3.5 million for our school district.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean for you, for your school, the Career Center? And before I forget, I want to say thank you guys for all what you're doing there. That's really important, not just for the community, those kids, but for our society. So
Thank you. We like what we do. I don't ever complain about going to work, and I shouldn't say that loud because, you know, it is public education.
and I
But
follow.
so the impact for Career Center will probably be less. So we are funded by District 51 initially. So they are the ones that front all the cash. But we also have we have the CTE, Career and Technical Act. My words are not coming. The Career and Technical Act, that's a federal program. So when we apply, about 1/3 of what we spend comes back. So that's one funding source. So the district is out the money initially, but salaries, benefits, everything we spend on our campus, because we're a designated career and technical ed campus, comes back to the district in some paperwork. The other thing is that they did pass the CDIP. Now, if they cancel that, that is a Colorado piece of legislation. We've been able to use that to grow programming and licensure. So we might have to back out on the licensure a little bit if we can't afford it. But again, we were doing this before the CDIP money came, and who was forwarding us the money was our workforce center. They pay, so we take the National Career Readiness Certificate, which is a grad guideline. So if you have one of those and you fail the SAT, you can still graduate from high school. They deem you proficient. So we use it for proof of proficiency. We use it for credits, and that's funded by a grant through our workforce center. So I don't know that that piece of legislation is going to hit it hard. Another funding source is, we just go out to our community. We weren't able to afford wood. We were kind of struggling with that with the wood prices. So More Storage Sales said, hey, we'll bring you the wood. You put up our shed. We don't really make money, but we're not spending money, and we get all the scrap. And kids have to cut things 9,000 times. to get the right angle. So, you know, I mean, it ends up scrap wood and in the trash. So we got all of that for free. So there's a lot of those little side partnerships that happen to keep our school going. I'm sure we'll get some of the funding impact, but unlike our high schools so far, we've not been touched by systemic staffing. We have what we have, and it's hard to grow without their permission. But other than that, we've been able to sustain. I think Career Center's been around for 32 years.
That's
So-
really good news. The follow-up question during the video, when the horticulture student was talking, Mike and Ray noticed a copper kettle in the back. They really wanted to know, is that a still because they want to sign up?
Yes, we have 2 of those. I know. It does work and it does distill oil. It is an employability skill. Say about it.
Hey, there's money in beer.
Yeah.
Coming from one of the new Belgium
There you
guys.
go.
Do we have any other
Probably
questions?
not on a high school campus.
Candy?
So one of the things, my name's Candy. So one of the things that I've been watching at a state level is that the best grant money is going to be impacted incredibly because it is my understanding that the governor is going to begin only awarding a handful of schools a year rather than using the marijuana tax money for its intended purpose at this time. Do you see them using that glut of money for reinforcing anything in your industry at this other time? Are they able to repurpose that money, or is it completely captured only for new building of the schools?
This will show my lack of knowledge and some of my good knowledge. Oh, we also get the Perkins grant, which is also a federal grant. So that's how we buy like skid steers and our big equipment. So we do that. Now we're getting some funky glasses to help with curriculum too. I forgot about that funding source. As for the best grant, from what I understand, so it is for building, and you have to have half the money before they'll match it. Yeah, there's some kind of little formula. I don't know how much of the actual marijuana money's gone into our per pupil funding. Every time I look, it's a little bit different. It's like, yeah, we've boosted it some, and you're getting it through your per pupil funding. But then when I look really close, I'm not sure that we are. So I really don't know. But if he repurposes it, I don't think it's gonna come to our campus. I mean, I've never applied for a best grant. Quite frankly, our community is who supports us the most.
All right, any other questions? If not, I got a couple. Okay, I'm gonna be quick. No other questions? How many students did you have again then?
We serve so at any given time, we have about 380 active students. So overall, because we have a high mobility rate in Mesa County. Kids go from school to school, they get disenfranchised with District 51, they go to an online platform, and then we get them back. So during any given year, we probably touch close to 500, 520 kids.
That is awesome.
It's a revolving door. And sometimes kids like finish and they go get a job. And so they leave just a little bit early.
Yeah.
You know, I think I have 4 kids that are graduating at the end of their junior year, but they are employed. They are ready to go out and do the next chapter. So
Any idea what your retention rate is for the Western Slope? Because this group sits around and talks about exactly what you folks are doing. And we really, really applaud what you're in the middle of. And I mean, personally, I've had kids that couldn't make a living and had to move off.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of that on the Western Slope. So I truly applaud what you're doing. And I think the whole
Right.
group does.
Thanks. So we do what's called a VE 135 report every year. So any kid who's gone through our program, the following year, the teachers have to call them. What are you doing now? Where are you at? The way the state puts it into the matrices is a little bit convoluted. So it's kind of a little bit hard. Like some of our kids go from program to program because they don't know what they want to be when they grow up. They like Career Center because it's hands-on. So they might start in construction, then work their way over into horticulture, and then find themselves in a seat because they're going to be a parent in early childcare. We do have those. Because of the type of student we serve, I would guess that probably 70% of them stay in the valley because, I mean, the majority of our students struggle in a traditional environment. Many of them are from families who are in poverty. So they're hungry, which is good for us. And a lot of them really do want to do skilled labor, and there is no shortage of jobs available for skilled labor. I mean, just try to call an electrician. You know, you're going to be on a wait list for a little while. So I do know I have a employee whose son came through. He graduated early. He's in the electrician apprenticeship job. So we do see a lot of them staying, but the types of jobs that we're training them for, we need right here. So they don't have to go. You know, there is work in those areas in our community.
Well, thank you so very much for sharing what you do. We truly do appreciate it. Jamie and Stacy, thank you. And keep it up. Our kids need it. Okay, the last presenter of the day, and I'm sorry for that. We're going to talk about the CMU Promise and the impact it has on the Club 20 region. Can you kind of see a theme here? Ms. Kimberly Medina, Assistant Vice President of Enrollment Management of CMU.
Mr. Chair, if I could chime in just for a second. So most of you will appreciate this. Kim is a Western Slope kid. Kim is a born and raised kid of Gunnison, Colorado, and Kim and I have been lifelong friends. Don't hold that against her, please. But so she is all about the Western Slope. So be nice.
Kim, I got one quick question. I graduated Gunnison High School in '79. How about?
2006.
Okay.
Oh, he's such a liar. My stepmom graduated Gunnison High School in 1967. Yeah, you might. I am so honored to be here. I was sharing when the president asked me to fill in for him. Growing up in Gunnison, I'm a Mesa State grad. My stepmom was a longtime road and bridge director for Gunnison County, and so she was excited for me to be able to be here too. So share a little bit about CMU's Promise. It is focused and it started around really a financial aid need and a need to really communicate to our prospective students how affordable we truly are. And it kind of grew beyond just the scholarship. You may, if you follow CMU or you've been in a room with any of our leadership, we have a strategic plan that really talks about the institution being a human scale institution where we're creating the world that we want the future to be for us. As we were building our strategic plan, our community got together, faculty, staff, and students, and we developed values that we could all agree upon. And those are really our North Star in how we make decisions. And pretty interesting, some of them. You may wonder what the heck is a university having a value around love, but it really is some of our core principles and how we go through our day and how I lead and how the rest of us lead. The CMU Promise is really based on 3 different ideas. One is that you have an opportunity for a better life through education. Everything that we heard from our Career Education Center, we believe in that partnership that we have with them. We really believe that the way to a better life is through education. And we are in a unique position because of our mission and the fact that we started as a community college. For us, that truly means what fits for them, a certificate in welding on up to being a physician's assistant and everything in between. So we truly are providing that regional access to education. The second is radical affordability. And the third pillar is that we teach students how to think, not what to believe. And I think since President Marshall couldn't be here, I'd love to show you a video. Oh, Okay, that highlights those principles for you as well, and you might find some of the areas familiar to you.
If your family makes less than $70,000 a year, we're gonna figure out how to cover your tuition. Full stop. Laura? Okay. Well, good morning, Rifle High School. This is Colorado Mesa University President John Marshall. One of the things that we're thinking a lot about in Colorado Mesa is making you all a promise to figure out how to provide you with an opportunity. Three things. Please, such a pleasure. Tell me your name. The first is the opportunity for a better life through education. Your ability to do all the things you want to do in this life, they're correlated one-to-one with your education.
They were comfortable with him right off the bat, you could tell, based off of the questions they were asking.
The better your GPA is, the more.
I don't think that happens a lot of places.
John. One of the things we've been thinking about is how to make sure that college can mean more than just a four-year degree. A business degree for the price of a Kia, where you come out with hard skills and no debt. Good deal. Well, good afternoon. I am so glad to be with you guys today. What's up, Rowdy? We want to make college affordable. In fact, our CME promises we're going to help you figure out how to pay for college. 6-6. That's all you.
5-6. The impact of the day for us was that some of those kids that were on the fence really got a chance to put a face with CMU and maybe solidify some plans that they have, or maybe start thinking about things they haven't thought about. So we appreciate you guys coming. A president doesn't come that often to Meeker, probably ever.
You guys thinking about studying? We don't want to turn you into something different. I want you to be free to be authentically you. And so our promise to you is we're going to teach you how to think, not what to think. Come visit us. This fall, come to a football game. Coach Coriel, or if you want to do that. Allison, what a pleasure. You must be Amanda. Are you Amanda? I'm John. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us. And that's it. That's our opportunity. This notion that there is a path for you, and we want to help you figure out how to make it possible.
So I'm going to focus a little bit on the financial aid portion of the promise. Perfect. So you may or may not know this, but CMU has the third lowest tuition and fees of all public institutions in the state. A full-time student is going to pay a little less than, or about $10,000 in tuition and fees. And even that is a lot. So we recognize for some families, $10,000, while more affordable than others, is still a lot. And we were struggling with how to encourage families to go through the financial aid process and really discover with our aid as well as state and federal aid, we could be affordable. So we came up with the CMU Promise. Now, to be honest, that's not a unique opportunity. There are many promise programs out there. CSU has one, CU Boulder, CSU Pueblo. What we did was we executed it differently. First of all, we made it very easy. If you're from one of these counties, and I'll kind of share how these counties came about, that's a tie-in to Club 20. If you're from one of these counties and your family makes, now it's $70,000 a year for next year, but for this year's students, it was $65,000 or less, we made sure we covered your tuition. In honesty, we were covering students' tuition through federal, state, and our aid, but we didn't have an easy way to communicate that. So this promise made that easy. This applies to CMU Tech. This applies to an adult student who's going part-time. We removed all of the sort of other criteria that our competitors have. Some of our competitors in their promise, you have to be a recent high school graduate. You have to have a 3.0 GPA out of high school. We removed all of those additional requirements and just said, make it simple. We went to our board of trustees 2 Augusts ago and asked them to approve this initiative for our fall 24 class. And you can see what our original proposal was. It was Montrose, Delta, Mesa County. Those are the counties that we support through our community college mission. And then we see a lot of students from Garfield and Rio Blanco and Moffat County. Our trustees liked it so much that they said, we want you to come back with a proposal to expand it. And so as we came back to that proposal, we thought, wouldn't it be nice to follow the Club 20 model of those counties? And so for the fall of 24, any student whose address was from any of your counties whose family made less than $65,000 in their adjusted gross income, we ensured that their tuition was paid through all forms of aid, federal, state, and institutional aid. A year ago, we could tell in our monitoring of our information that this was taking off. And so a year ago, we went out back to our trustees and said, we think the adjusted gross income is a little low. Can you bump that up? And could we expand it to across the state? So for students that are starting in the fall of 2025, it will be all state residents with an adjusted gross income of $70,000. We will ensure that their tuition is covered. Did we keep our promise? It worked. It worked like a gangbuster. From our CMU promise counties, our freshman enrollment was up 36%. For all other counties, we were up by 26%. We had a banner year. We had our record-setting freshman class of a little under 2,400 students. And we had a record year of students who started in the fall of 23 who came back in the fall of 24. We call that our retention rate. That went up 3%. This financial aid offer applied to current students too. So we applied it to all students, not just new students. And our fall 2025 enrollment continues to look promising, and we anticipate that we could, early indications, it's still a little bit early, but early indications are that we will have a potentially another record year in our freshman class, as well as our retention and overall enrollment. So absolutely a huge opportunity. When I say that we executed it differently, we also just didn't put it out there and say, we have this promise, you should check into us. President Marshall, the first video that I showed, he worked with my office and admissions as well as our marketing team and said, I want to go out and I want to deliver this promise, but I want to go to areas that other presidents and other officials wouldn't go. So for instance, instead of going to Montrose High School, not that there's anything wrong with Montrose High School, he deliberately wanted to go to Norwood and Olathe High School. He wanted to be off the beaten path to make sure we were really serving our mission as a regional university. So with that, I have a follow-up video. Yeah. So we'll share I'll end it up with this and then happy to answer questions.
This trip is really our opportunity to go talk to students and counselors and principals and teachers from all over Colorado and let them know that we're making a promise to them that these students have a path forward at CMU. Hi guys, my name is John Marshall. I get the pleasure of serving as president of Colorado Mesa University in Grand Junction. Well, guys, one of the things that I'm doing on this trip, I've been traveling to Western Slope high schools, and what we're trying to do is just make sure that you guys are aware of what we're calling the CMU promise. It's sort of threefold. The first is that we're not going to teach you what to think. Okay, and that means we want you to think for yourselves. So we're going to teach you how to think critically. we're not going to teach you what to think, right? We pledge to you that we're going to give you an opportunity for a better life. Right? We know the more education you get, the better your health outcomes are, the better your community outcomes are, your leadership, and of course, your earning power. And the last piece is our promise to you is to make it affordable. There's lots of scholarships and grants. And in fact, if your family makes $70,000 or less, we're going to figure out how to cover all of your tuition. All right, Madeline, I'm John Marshall. You're planning to be a freshman next year. That's- Hi there. What's your name? Dylan. I'm John Marshall. It's nice to meet you. Hi, what's your name? You know, whether it's owning their own welding shop or creating beauty, you know, and graphic arts, watching those ideas come to light is such a great reminder of what this promise is about. Through the promise that we've been talking about, it'll open up a door for a lot of our students who otherwise could not afford college.
We do have a bunch of kids that fit into that category, and I do believe it's going to be a great opportunity for them.
It takes out some of those barriers so they can go on and be successful. The relationship of a university and the region is really one of a commitment to each other. We're going to make sure, no matter what, that our students have access to a better future, that they're going to be able to afford it, and that they're going to be treated with the kind of dignity that we all want. And that's it. That's the CMU promise.
So with that, happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Any questions? Candy?
Sure. So the CMU promise, that's for traditional and non-traditional students?
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yep, no requirement other than you complete a financial aid application. That's how we determine the family's adjusted gross income, or that's where we get that information, which is directly tied to their taxes. And then we make sure tuition is covered. So it's really opened up opportunities for adult students returning as well.
Beautiful. And a huge brag moment. Those were our kids. Those were our kids.
I was hoping that would be the impact.
So I apologize. I had to return a phone call and I couldn't hear what John Marshall was saying. So non-traditional students, and they do a financial aid package. Now these are, I've got somebody in mind who is 22, hasn't lived at home since he was 17. So is the financial aid package based on his income only?
Federal financial aid rules apply, and typically it depends. In some cases, it doesn't matter. It's based on age, and it's actually 23. The other thing is students can not qualify 1 year, and because they apply for financial aid every year, they can qualify again. Because what sometimes happens for non-traditional students is they're working, and financial aid is based on 2 years prior income. And so, especially if they're an independent student by themselves, they're not married, don't have kids, sometimes the formula is such that more of their income is expected to support them. So the first year might be challenging, but if they're working less, the second year they can fall into qualification. So it depends, but we'd be happy to visit with them.
And so who would they talk to?
What I would do is I would reach out to admissions, and somebody in admissions can work with them and help them through and talk about their different options. So we also have a campus in Montrose, and this would apply to those students. So that's our students, those are our classes, and so they could get the CMU Promise tuition guarantee in Montrose online. CMU Tech.
When they call admissions, do they just say they want to talk to somebody about the CMU Promise?
Yep, they'll take care of them. I would probably have them ask for Stephanie Parsons. Yep. I trust anybody who would help them, but she's our go-to person. She's great for non-traditional students.
Good morning. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I did Wendell Kuntz from Delta County. I did recognize the North Fork Go Miners.
Yep.
But we appreciate you using the Club 20 footprint for that because it means a lot to our kids. So thank you for that promise. Question is, what is the enrollment at CMU now?
Yeah, we have almost 10,000 total students. The majority are undergraduates, but we have made some significant investments in graduate programs that the region needs. So our newest is a Master's of Social Work program. And then right before COVID and a little bit after, we opened up a physician's assistant, an occupational therapy, and a physical therapy program. And if you're ever in space with President Marshall, he will tell you from a financial perspective, those are not the programs that you open up because they make money, but the region, as you know better than any of us, desperately needs those healthcare workers. And so there is some preference points in the application process because those are very competitive to get into. But if you have ties to the Western Slope, you get some preference points in the selection, and they are very rurally focused. And so that's been where we've expanded. We've also done a complete rebrand on Western Community College. We found that people didn't really understand that that was even a part of CMU, so we rebranded that as CMU Tech. Another investment that we've made is the tuition for Colorado residents that are for CMU Tech classes mirror the Colorado Community College system tuition. And so we made a significant investment there, and we've seen growth in our CMU Tech programs too.
And we'd be remiss without calling out our executive director, a CMU alumnus.
Woo!
Also, are you?
Well.
All right, Mr. Ray back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have a grandson that's attending Colorado Mesa University, graduated with his bachelor's degree about a year and a half ago, and now pursuing his master's degree. He's also an advocate for the college. He goes around talking about the college, kind of like what John Marshall does. And so he just really enjoys it. He's got a degree in environmental science, and he wants to continue to be a teacher of some sorts. And I would imagine in the area that he got his degree in. But
Is your grandson Garrett?
yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah,
No. Can I share a story about him?
sure.
So I started at CMU in the admissions office, and Garrett was one of our ambassadors. And when he was graduating, he was like, I think I want to go and teach. So I said, you have to apply to be an admissions counselor, because part of that benefit, in addition to a salary that is not great for how much they work, but he can get his master's degree. And so if you've not met he's a gem. But I got an email yesterday from the Vice President of Student Affairs at Colorado Mountain College asking me a question about a software system that we share. And he said, I didn't catch his name, but my son is a junior and had no desire to go to college, but was in his college and career class. And one of your representatives came to his class and talked to him and got him so excited. He came back and said he was going to go to CMU and we're coming to visit. And it was Garrett. So that's a cool story now I just gave myself chills.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I'll
Yeah.
pass that on, but thank you. And I guess my question is when Mr. Marshall went out and advertised a program in these schools, what was the reaction from the students?
They were I think we captured it pretty well in the video. It was really helpful because the principals and the counselors helped. I think he's very tall if you haven't met him. I mean, he makes Garrett look small. And so but I think because he's always been tall, he's probably had to deal with that. And he does a good job of making himself human. I mean, he was in jeans and he still had a jacket, but he understands, he could read his audience very well. And our staff that got to go with them said it was so powerful, and President Marshall was very much energized by getting to connect with people. He actually met a student at Rifle High School who asked him a question and was really engaging with him. And he said, I want you to come and work in my office. And that student is working in his office. And so they love it. If from my perspective, if I could get him out there every week, I would, but he's got some more things to do. He also, when we knew we were expanding it, went to Fort Morgan High School, and the head football coach at Fort Morgan is a grad, and we actually have 30 Fort Morgan High School students who they paid to bus over today visiting, and so it's sort of come full circle. They love it. It's very impactful to the schools.
Any other questions for Kimberly?
You can call me Kim.
Okay. Well, it says Kimberly here, and Mike told me it was Kim, and I don't believe a word he's.
I'm only Kimberly when I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I do want to make a comment. Harry just mentioned, we broke John Marshall in right here.
Oh, you did?
Yes, because he and Greg Walsher were big buds, and Greg Walsher was our executive director, and John Marshall helped Greg with his the congressional run, I guess, right? That's when I met John. And so John and Lindy have been all involved with Club 20 for a long time. So we all know John Marshall.
Well, I'm honored
Oh,
that
and
he
we
let
know.
me, I'll say hello, and I'm honored that he let me come. He's a hard act to follow. It makes me nervous for him to try to pass things off on me because he's so good. But he's the reason why I got to come back. When he became president, he asked me to move over from the Front Range, and it's been a huge blessing.
Kim, welcome home to the Western Slope, back in God's country. Thank you for all you do. And if you have a good political science student that needs an internship, have them get a hold of Brittany.
Nice.
Okay, I'm going to ask for the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's work on that. We'll try to get you one. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Guys, that's a wrap for today. We're meeting at 6 o'clock at 5 o'clock, 5:15. Thank you. Brittany, you tell us what we're doing next.
Yeah, let's just give one more round of applause for all of our sponsors today, all of our speakers, and to all of you for being here. Like Michael said, Ale House shortly, it will be that back room that we're in every time. If you tell the front desk people, Club 20 reception, just head that way. Make sure you're back here for federal updates at 8 a.m. So make sure if you want to get some coffee and get settled in, you're here at about 7:45. And we'll see you tomorrow.